Ashley Babbitt was a total psycho and tried to run over some other woman. I mean, really, you'll see. The Missing says, I watched Don't Look Up. It's like Rona in the sky. Okay, so if you recall, the movie's about this green comet that's arriving and then it breaks apart. Well, there was C19, the Atlas comet, in the third quarter of 2019 that popped up right before 2020. We had this green comet in the sky. It was breaking up, and some scientists were speculating that that's where COVID came from. And I thought, you know what? It's almost like 2020 could have been either or. They could have said, oh, it's a virus, or oh, it's a comet coming to hit us, and then they could just take credit for shooting it down. It seems like the only limit as to like what they can accomplish is our incredulity. So we weren't quite ready for the space war, space defense system narrative yet, but we're definitely ready for the pandemic thing, and we were prepared. In fact, there's a few things about that. I mean, listen to these headlines. A car, bus, plane, building-sized asteroids to zoom past the Earth by January the 11th. So these are things that are just about to happen. Now, one other thing. You said the movie Don't Look Up is like Rona in the sky. You got to look at the cover of the Drudge Report today. The cover today has a globe, and it says the last wave, surrounded by COVIDs in space. Interesting image. And I've been discussing this for some time here, how there is a correlation that's been made between outer space, inner space, orbit, and circulation, between space junk and the unvaxxed, and the need to purify circulation and orbit. And moreover, the vax issue is on partisan lines, being predominantly left, whereas the anti-vaxxers are on the right, and also the ones who are polluting outer space are the space cowboys who, politically, Bezos and Musk, they may be centrist, left, right, doesn't matter. They're engaging in space capitalism, which is inimical to the space communism because it's the thing that's causing the junk, causing all the problems, according to China and Beijing. But anyway, my point being, look here, right on the cover of the Drudge, they're combining these images. Now, when I first saw the image of the left's Lord and Savior, COVID-19, I mean, it's not their God is the globe, but their devil, and they worship their devil, is COVID-19. And when I first saw this thing, I remember saying, hey, you got to look at the iconography. It's not a coincidence that this thing looks like a globe covered in smoke with red mushroom clouds dotting its surface. It looks like communists waging World War III. And sure enough, this is what happened. And interestingly enough, in 2020, the first 2 weeks of August, you had multiple mushroom clouds with different explanations all over the globe, starting with the two on the anniversary of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the ones that happened in Beirut, mushroom clouds everywhere. But my point being, this looks like World War III, a perfect emblem, a conquered world. Now, one more thing, if you go back to the Economist cover from, and this is how you know the stuff is planned in advance, 2017, the cover is, it's actually the Christmas Eve cover, or the winter solstice cover, 2017, Sharp Power. And the Sharp Power it's basically a globe covered in spikes, which looks coincidentally like a COVID ball. And I don't believe this is a coincidence. And then what's more, the region of China is red. So it's kind of signifying Chinese power. And it says here, the new shape of Chinese influence. So 3 years before COVID, you have this COVID ball being projected. New shape, novel, Chinese influence, influenza, new flu from China, sharp power. I mean, this isn't the only predictive economist cover. These things are better than tarot cards. You can really read the future with these things. They encode, it's all predictive programming, but there's another one I could refer to that predicted the emergence of the QAnons and the right wing with the red hat, the MAGA crowd, totally predicted. But anyway, cover of the Drudge Report right now has a globe surrounded by COVID balls. Iconography and symbolism. It's beyond just marketing. All right, we've been joined here by Clockwork 113, Howard Boyd, Pete Trippa says, I'm just accepting all the blue-pilled people and I'm going along with the script. What more can I do? Masks going up around Boston. It's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. You're totally outnumbered. Does it make sense to be the guy screaming on the corner, this is all a hoax? And is that even the way? I mean, I happen to think that the whole anti-vax movement is controlled by the pro-vaxxers. That's just how deep I think these deceptions go. And I think they do that to control the opposition and to get the opposition to self-censor, to walk into a trap. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been kicked permanently off of Twitter. For what? For retweeting just boring anti-vax propaganda that doesn't take into account that there's no such thing, that it's all a psyop. No, the problem with the anti-vaxxers is they're just as scared as the pro-vaxxers. They're just scared of different things. Anyway, it's controlled opposition. So she's getting banned. Then she gets kicked off Facebook. Rand Paul quitting social media, following her. They're all going to get her, which I think is a mistake. I mean, and this is what happened with Parler. Do you remember last year with Parler, or earlier this year? You had this platform for right-wingers to run to, where they could be free from all the oppressive Twitter Nazis, the twatter bots that censor you and put warning labels on your memes. But as soon as they all congregated in Parler, Parler gets hacked, and everyone's personal information gets released. And to get into Parler, if you didn't know, you actually do have to put some information up there that I would consider to be sensitive, like your driver's license, I believe. To be verified, you put your phone number at a minimum. So I think it was a big setup, and I don't think it's a coincidence that at the exact same time that Parler was being popularized and filled up by all these right-wingers, and it was going to compete with the Twitter, you had this shooter in Atlanta, a racist right-wing shooter with a fascist haircut, or a fasci haircut is what they call it. It's kind of like a sideways bowl cut, just a Nazi sign, a sign that they're Nazis. It's a new hate sign, like the bowl cut according to the ADL. It's a hate symbol. Well, the fasci haircut guy, I think his name was it David Aaron Long, the guy who shot up the Parlors. Now, the Parlor shooter was a racist, right-wing, internet radicalized incel type. So the fact that he was shooting up massage parlors is just part of the scripting for this psyop, because it allowed the media to continually put the face of Parler, they made it into the face of this racist shooter. Again, these are not coincidences, these are coordinated psyops, and so this was a way of, I think, smearing the site and its members. That's how sly the media is. Like, it's certainly not a coincidence, if you ask me, not a coincidence that Kyle Rittenhouse is the name of a guy who was arrested on child porn on the same day that Kyle Rittenhouse was let out of jail. I mean, that was released, exonerated from the charges were dropped. It's like, wait, so he gets off, but then this other guy gets picked up and they have the same name. And if you search the name, it's all picking up the same stories. So it's kind of, if you ask me, this is just how the media likes to poison the well. It's part of their disinformation. Meanwhile, they're hysterical about what they consider to be misinformation from the other side. One of the things I mentioned today when I was talking to Create Earth USA is how the term conspiracy theorist it's partisan, and all conspiracies are branded as right wing, like by default, right wing. Like I'm not a winger. I'm not on a wing. And yet somehow, if you go against the mainstream media, you're a right-wing conspiracy theorist. Well, the left-wing conspiracy theories just aren't considered conspiracy theories for some reason. And I thought today would be a good time to point this out, or to illustrate just how fake and partisan things are. So if you're on team Kyle Rittenhouse, you're on the world stage. You're playing into their hands. Just like if you're on team Greta, I would say that these two are equivalent. If you're on Team Kyle or Team Greta, they've got you on their left-right mind control program here, this dialectic. And by the way, happy birthday. It's January the 3rd. Happy birthday to Kyle, to Greta, and to Bitcoin. Three birthdays today, and I just thought, again, what greater example of this split in our society than Kyle and Greta having the same exact birthday. And each one is evil to the other side. They're both very ambiguous characters. She has good intentions, but she's advocating for eco-fascism and the antithesis of freedom, locking down everybody. Kyle seems heroic, maybe, but I don't know. He was at Pudgy's being initiated into the Proud Boys. And that's if you accept his story as true. I happen to think that the whole thing was a psyop carried out with squibs. I still need to see Gross Arm without a long sleeve shirt on to make up my mind. Okay, let's go through the headlines today. Now, yeah, again, Jeff Bezos has said we have to choose a civilization of stasis or space faring. That's the future. That's what we're heading to. We're heading to a future of freedom for those who can afford to go into space. Meanwhile, it gets locked down on the Earth. Iniquitous Man says Parler symbol looks like the shekel from Israel. The Pirate Bay released an article stating the Parler shooter took a dive like Alex Jones. Yeah, I'd like to know more about that if you want to call in. One thing about the Parler shooting is that it happens pretty much on the anniversary of the Christchurch shooting. And both of these events involved racist, quote, right-wing, anti-immigrants going to multiple locations to carry out their shootings, 2 locations, and then being caught by being run off the road in a pit maneuver by the authorities and then dragged out of their cars. This happened like in the exact same way for both of these events. I don't think that's a coincidence. And speaking of things that aren't coincidences, this is something that was posted in Discord by David Pryor. This is from a movie called The Happening. And in the movie The Happening, it's about the air, being killer, like killer air is the thing. Anyway, the second area to be affected at 11:31 a.m., interesting numbers there, Rittenhouse Park, Philadelphia. Rittenhouse Park. Bull Run says 2 heads of the same Hydra. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, the political divide in here in this country, everything is too perfect for it to be the result of carefully um, reasoned decision making. It's like you fall into Camp A or Camp B, Team A, Team B. Ghislaine Maxwell apparently requested a booster. So here's an article from, I know this has been picked up in a few places, but heart attacks can be deadly. Conspiracy theorists think that Ghislaine Maxwell will be suicided. So there you have it. Ghislaine Maxwell did not boost herself. Soylent Green took place in 2022. Just a heads up, I've been talking about this. And they've already introduced Astrocrete, which is a cement made from Martian soil and astronaut blood. So they're already talking about making bricks out of dead bodies. So it's just a few steps until it's like protein bars. Let's see here. I was watching, there's so many interesting topics here today. Let me go through the rest of the headlines and I'll get back to some of these things that I kind of earmarked. Meteor explosion may have caused Pittsburgh boom on New Year's Eve. Now, again, I don't think that these things are fake. I think they're getting people, I mean, I don't think these are real, but like I would say this could be faked. This could easily be a sonic boom. But I'm saying they're preparing the public for something because it's in the movies. The Space Force is doing the drills for satellites being shot down. We're being inundated with news reports about incoming. And then they have a sonic boom on New Year's when everybody's out and partying. And these stories trend. And this is all done for a reason. Here we go. NASA says asteroid 2.5 times the height of the Empire State Building will pass the Earth on January the 18th. Of course, the Empire State Building looking like a big vax needle. Probably not a coincidence. Probably not a coincidence. NASA warns at least 5 asteroids are heading towards the Earth in January. One is the size of Big Ben. This is a pattern. This is another thing they're picking up on too. Listen to this, because I think the agendas are changing very fast. I think 2020 was the year of the virus. 2021, vaxophobia versus vax sales, and the whole agenda just being passed. But now, I think the new thing is going to be climate lockdowns. which was the topic in 2019. So the nation.wales put the story out. COVID conspiracy groups may switch to climate misinformation. So now that they have thoroughly censored anything as deemed medical misinformation and science misinformation using flat earth and now the vax thing, well, the next thing is how do we get people to stop talking about the global warming hoax, which is a conspiracy theory, but they'll say it's real. It's a 33-year-old conspiracy theory, and they're constantly moving the goalpost. Ocean levels have not risen, not even from the billion of discarded COVID infected masks thoughtlessly discarded into the oceans. It has not risen an inch. COVID conspiracy groups may switch to climate misinformation. Well, look, we were doing climate misinformation before COVID. And so before it becomes fashionable again, we've already been there. We've already figured this hoax out. And this is again, I brought up Greta today. Well, Greta Thunberg came out as the face of the climate agenda. How dare you, that whole speech. And this is something else worth noting. Greta Thunberg is actually the basis for Elsa in Disney's Frozen. So here you have a cartoon, and it's Disney's Frozen 2. You have a cartoon targeted at the youth, and they actually encode her. It says young audience may draw parallels between Elsa and Greta Thunberg. Right. Oh, Disney slammed for selling plastic Frozen 2 toys. Yeah, I love it when they eat their own. They can never live up to their own high standards. I mean, here they are putting out this massive mind control film targeting the youth, doing the job of the environmentalists for them, and they get criticized for plastic toys. Greta Thunberg is Person of the Year, and Disney's accused of, here we go. There are so many of these. I think it's disingenuous. But when I first saw Elsa with the blonde hair and the long braid, I saw the toys in this drugstore. I thought, looks a little too much like Greta. Well, here you have it from the Telegraph. Frozen 2, Disney sequels environmental message for the Greta Thunberg generation. So there you have it. Brainwashing. They don't even hide it. And what's more, I mean, you can dig into these characters, and Disney does it all the time. They prepare you for things. Even Rapunzel. Rapunzel's a character that looks like Greta who lives in a tower on Corona Island. And she's on lockdown. She's on quarantine. There's a Saint Corona who looks like Greta, very long braids. And I think Saint Corona is the patroness of plagues. I don't know if there's any people who know about Catholic saints, but yes, Saint Corona, patroness of plagues. And there is a saint named after Kyle, although it's a nun. Not that it rules it out necessarily. Here we go. Is Saint Corona really the patron saint of plagues, the saint of epidemics? But I was saying, just look at her image and tell me it doesn't look like Greta. 100%. And then behind her head, you have the shining sun, which again, it's another Corona reference. Very interesting. Iniquitous Man says, Kyle gives me bad vibes. He says he supports the BLM. Well, he means that he supports their right to protest, which I do as well. I mean, I do support protesting, but I don't pretend to conflate protesting with riots. And what went down in Kenosha was not a BLM protest. It was a bunch of rioters burning stuff down. It wasn't really a... And that you notice he didn't shoot any BLM members. But I mean, it's kind of... At this point, I don't even know if there's any point in bringing it up, but yeah, BLM is obviously just the vanguard of a communist revolution, fodder, cannon fodder, useful idiots and stooges. All right, so let me go through headlines again. Elon Musk's Starlink satellite dishes are attracting cats. So yeah, apparently the Starlink internet dishes, so you can get your internet from low Earth orbit supposedly, and it's the CubeSats that were endangering the Chinese space station, according to this story in this fictional universe. But the Starlink internet dishes are actually kind of warm, and cats are huddling on these things in the cold. Lean Dion says reportedly Greta's grandparents were involved at the start of the climate change agenda. Wouldn't surprise me. Another person of interest in this regard would be Leonardo DiCaprio. He's got his own environmentalist movement. He hangs out with Greta. He's part of the World War Zero cut your carbon footprint thing. And the Titanic was always used, it's been used rather, as a metaphor for the West or for America and global warming, and that we're about to hit this iceberg and we're sinking, but everybody's too busy rearranging deck chairs and partying to consider the fact that we're all sinking. And so for DiCaprio to be the face of Don't Look Up, in which the Earth is the Titanic and the comet is the iceberg, is not a coincidence. Because the moral of the story is listen to your scientists. Don't look up is kind of being sarcastic as well. It means look up, pay attention, listen to your scientists. Listen to your high priests, hundreds of miles above your head, telling you, hey, look, this isn't going to go well. This isn't going to end well. We need to change our ways. Now, of course, they're all doing it from a movie studio, so they don't have any weight with me, but for the public, yes, this is your high priesthood. Let's see here. Lean Dion says, I think St. Corona's for lost treasure and looting. That would be consistent with 2020. And in 2020, we really got the introduction of the A Better China agenda, which is an anagram for I Can't Breathe. And I Can't Breathe, beyond just BLM, has been applied to this climate agenda. And I'm seeing it in almost every single movie that I watch on Netflix that has to do with this predictive programming for space stations falling and space wars and a post reset age where in nearly every single show, in fact, I was just watching Electric Dreams, it's like we're going to run out of air in this underground base or on the space station. They're going to run out of air, so they have to jettison the prisoners. It's always about we can't breathe. There's not enough air. And at Astro World, the people were being crushed and they were screaming, we can't breathe, I can't breathe. And they're being represented by George Floyd's attorney or the family's attorney. The I can't breathe thing, it's all just code, if you ask me, for you can't breathe because of the police oppression, which is the police, of course, are an instrument of the wealthy elite that control the fascist system. So you're talking about oppression, then you're talking about the environment being destroyed by the same system, so we can't breathe. They've correlated these things on purpose. Then, of course, during the whole year, you had the COVID thing, the ventilators, the masks, and even 5G conspiracy theories, all pointing to humanity being suffocated. Then you had Dwayne Wright, the other death that happened down the street from where Floyd was supposedly killed. And in his case, he was pulled over because of an air freshener on his window. I mean, we couldn't get away from it last year. They were really impressing, well, in 2020, impressing upon us this I can't breathe narrative, and it hasn't gone away. And I'm seeing it, like I said, in a lot of these movies where it's coming down to too many breathers, not enough air. All right, let us move on. So I'm just pointing this out that the conspiracy groups are now expected to be moving to climate misinformation. Anti-vaxxer linked to Freemasons hall arson. So here's another person burning a Masonic lodge, and this happened on New Year's Eve, but now they're saying it's an anti-vaxxer that did it. So you have an anti-vaxxer arsonist burning down a Masonic lodge. Last March, it was a anti-Freemason flat earther, friend of Mac Parhar, who may have died of COVID, if you believe that story. Anyway, another example, I think, of a psyop, probably an inside job. Okay, here we go. It says, it is believed that the attack on the Freemasons Hall in Dublin on New Year's Eve may have been inspired by anti-vax conspiracy theories. Graffiti was found on the pavement nearby, accusing the Masons of being part of a global conspiracy and describing the pandemic as a hoax. Now, this again is interesting to me how you don't have anybody taking credit for it. Like this is some kind of a terror attack, it's a statement. What about all the 5G towers that were burned? Nobody comes forth to say they did it. And it's the same thing with all the fake terror attacks, if you remember. If nobody's coming out to take credit for it, then it's probably fake. And I think these are all staged because they're trying to impress upon the public that people who associate the news with psyops and hoaxes are somehow dangerous, like heretics. And again, the narrative has been you are dangerous because misinformation is deadly. All right, five asteroids heading towards the Earth. Like, why is misinformation deadly? Like, how come this is not considered to be deadly misinformation? You're telling people rocks may fall from the sky and they could kill you. It could disrupt our infrastructure. Like, they're basically doing the equivalent of crying out fire in a crowded theater. Again, on the 6th, which is Thursday, just a heads up here, there's going to be a simultaneous set of speeches, one from Biden and the other from Trump. So we're going to have a split screen moment. Trump's going to be at Mar-a-Lago and he's going to be talking about how the election was stolen or something. And then Biden is going to be on the other side talking about how the guy with the spear almost destroyed democracy last year. So we have to have a moment of silence. And again, this is such a hideous joke. I was I was watching it live and I thought it was comical. I really did. At no point did it seem like anything because I had watched the riots in 2020, police precincts burning, people getting run over. Then I don't know how many times I watched Kenosha and all these other events under a magnifying glass. We paid close attention to the violence. Commenter says Google Russia rocket out of control. There's a live stream regarding it. Let's take a look. And as I said last night and the day before, there are drills being conducted right now by Space Force for if Russia and China were to attack us in any way. Here we go. Out of control Russian rocket could strike on Wednesday. That's tomorrow. Thanks for the lead, Linda Curtis. This is from weatherboy.com. Out of control Russian rocket. So this is the theme on every major movie, TV show, series on Netflix. It's out there in the memosphere. They're drawing your attention to the skies at all times. They're warning us, oh yeah, there's 5, there's 10, there's a whole lot of gigantic Vax needle-shaped rocks about to hit the Earth. And now we have it, January 2nd, 2022. So this is from yesterday. Out of control Russian rocket will strike on Wednesday. All right, let me see here. There's a re-entry forecast. So earlier this year, it was the out of control booster from China, and that was, of course, from the launch that took the first module for their space station up. Okay, while Angara's first 2 stages fired as planned, the third stage, a Percy rocket, failed to fire the second time. While the first fire helped put the dummy payload into orbit, the second fire failed to put the dummy payload into geostationary orbit. Okay, well that gives us, according to the report here, it's a 20-ton mass tumbling down to Earth out of control. According to the North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, the tumbling rocket and payload numbered 50505 is going to, let's see here, where is it going to hit? Well, it says here most of it's going to burn up in the atmosphere, but the leftovers, we don't know. That's still a question. So just a heads up, and it says this is not the first time an out-of-control rocket threatened the United States. In May, it was the Long March 5. Now, a couple of things about the Long March 5. The main stage tumbled back to Earth in an uncontrolled manner. Now, that whole event, I believe, was staged, just theater, but it was in May. In May of 2020, there was a drill being carried out. No, actually, it's May of 2019. There's a drill being carried out for Chinese space junk coming down to Earth. In fact, it was a drill conducted with FEMA, the ESA, NASA, all working together. And they had this thing called the fictional event where they were live tweeting some object coming down from space. And so then a year after that drill, a piece of space junk almost hits New York. We almost had a space 9/11 courtesy of China. And then 1 year after, the Long March 5, again in May. So it's 3 years in a row. We've had major events at the same time. And my contention here is that they use the drills, the simulations, the fictional events in order to get all of their assets and materials in place, whatever they need, crisis actors. They put everybody on alert and they get them ready so that when they do the real thing, which well the drill that the public will believe is real, they're able to carry it off very smoothly. Let's see, I'm going through comments. Thirst for Truth says, call Mac and see if he knows him too. Oh, call Mac Parhar and see if he knows the other arsonist who burned the Masonic Lodge. I thought that stood out when Mac Parhar said he knew the guy that was burning the Masonic Lodges, and he wouldn't condemn those actions. He said, well, maybe he just snapped from being locked down. It's like the guy looked like a basement dweller. I don't think he was mad about being told to stay home and be happy with a stimmy check. It just didn't add up to me. By the way, I don't think Mac Parhar is dead, so Happy New Year, Mac Parhar, which is an anagram for Pharmaca, which is the Greek sacrifice or exile or scapegoat used to demonstrate all the bad things that you don't want in society so you can kick them out. And so he's the face of the anti-vaxxing flat earth COVID denier. And that's why he had such media coverage. His life for the last 6 months was a reality TV show. But I knew it was a psyop because of the timing of the death. It was the same day that Joe Rogan was telling Aaron Rodgers and Tim Pool to boof the ivermectin to cure them of the COVID, which I don't believe in. And apparently, Mac was doing the ivermectin, which is weird because he's a COVID denier. He's giving some to his dog, having some for himself, and then he dies, supposedly. Again, I'm very skeptical. I haven't seen any evidence. All right, I'm going through the comments. I want to say thanks everyone for joining here on the main YouTube channel. I've got 737. You want to call in? It's 833-311-1984. Russian rocket out of control. So that's going to be tomorrow. Don't look up. Greta DiCrapio says OG Fepe. Ank G says, so many of these metascripts were covered by the Twilight Zone back in the 60s. Yeah, I agree. And the Twilight Zone, like the X-Files, it's about the fringe. It's that area beyond what the public knows. And that area is what they now call dangerous misinformation. So we are in the Twilight Zone every night. That's what Infinite Plane Radio is. We're on the fringe for the most part. But they designated the fringe. But then they eliminate what's on the fringe, the so-called borderline content, shrinking the universe of ideas. So they banned flat earth, doesn't exist. Then they ban COVID denial, doesn't exist. Everybody's on the same sheet. Next, they're going to ban global warming denial. Now everybody believes in global warming. And that's what they're doing. They're reducing the world of ideas to protect you from bad ideas, because it's not okay to be wrong. Not in the new age. Wrong answers will not be tolerated. AK All Day says Russian rocket's going to land in someone's bed. Anks G says this reality has jumped the shark. That happened a long time ago. Humanity did in 2020. When people started dressing in garbage bags and putting plastic water bottles over their faces, when people started making their own PPE so they could go buy crap they didn't need, just violating all common sense, I realized, okay, fine. We're in the Twilight Zone. Like, who are they to call us conspiracy theorists? That's what all the conspiracy theorists were saying. You call us tinfoil hatters, but look what they're doing. But yes, I'm looking forward to it. A Russian rocket falling down from the sky. Let's take another look. Now again, look at the cover of the Drudge Report. It's got the globe surrounded in red spiked balls, the COVIDs. Symbol, I think, of world domination. And now we're dealing with space war. Space war is the dominant narrative today. And that is what Don't Look Up is about. It's about how the space capitalists will destroy us all. We can't have that. So we got to act now. That's why you have Bezos on his $500 million mega yacht, strutting around with all of his concubines and servants. They're trying to show you, hey, look, we are on the Titanic. We're on the Titanic and we're heading into danger. There's a very, I think, easy to read subtext in all of this. So let me go ahead and take a look here. We're talking about Russian rocket out of control. Now, the other question here is this an accident? And many were making this connection back in May with the Chinese space junk. Wait a minute, was it an accident? Did somebody forget to heat up their bat soup to 160 degrees? Was it a legitimate accident that the virus spread, or was it deliberate? A lot of people are asking still. The people who believe that there is a thing, they're debating, well, was it an accident made with, or an intentional act with plausible deniability? Well, the same was asked about the out of control space junk. Are they testing us? In fact, China said the same thing about Musk's two CubeSats that almost took out its space station. Could this have been some kind of a provocation? Out of control, Russian rocket could strike on Wednesday. Out of control rocket. Let me see here. So many of them. Big rockets, massive asteroids, more space highlights. All right, well, I'll be looking forward to this. I'm not really sure where it's going to hit or when. They haven't given us any specifics. Now, all they need to do to fake it, of course, is show it on TV. Just like the fireworks show, they augment these things now with CGI, and people don't know the difference because they're only looking through their screens. 833-311-1984. Phones are open. Turning on the ringer right now. Let me see if I have any voicemails. You can leave voicemails 24/7, and I will get to those. I generally play them live, so if I don't get to you, just leave a message. Let me see if we have any. These last few nights we've been talking about the coming year, what people expect, and it's pretty unanimous. People are ready. This is the year that they they pull off everything that they've been preparing us for. Just like if we had been more critical, a little more, I think, aware of just how predictive the mass media was, in 2019, we would have read 2020 in advance. I mean, most of us here did. I've been talking a lot about the movie Utopia, which tells you everything. And the movie Utopia is a great place to start if you want to show someone an example of what we mean by predictive programming, because that's one of the major plots in that movie. One of the major plots is people reading comics are discerning actual news being forecasted, viral breakouts in the comics that actually correlate to what really happened, showing pre-planning. So they obsess over the new issue that's unreleased because presumably they can read the future with this thing. They'll know what's coming. So they manage to get their hands on a copy, but it's such sensitive material that the Bill Gates-like character in the movie sends out, like Men in Black style. Since they saw too much, they have to be silenced. Their minds have to be erased. Here's an article. What if Bennu hit the Earth? Bennu the asteroid has a better probability of reaching us in 2300. So they like talking about the end of the world, don't they? Now, Bennu, just for context, is the one that was being visited by Osiris Rex, another one of these sun god names. But the name Bennu itself is also worth noting because we're talking about the destruction of the world. In all these things, we're talking about the world being destroyed. So the reason why they would use a name like Bennu, if you ask me, is that is the original phoenix. It's an ancient Egyptian deity linked with the sun, creation, and rebirth. When you hear rebirth, it's reset. So this is the inspiration for the Phoenix legends. Again, Bennu. And just a regular headline, nothing to see here. What if Bennu hits the Earth? Well, I guess it's a reset. I guess we have to start over. Your mama says Rick and Morty is depraved. It's frightening how many people enjoy that show. I watch all of the television, everything that I watch, aware of the fact that it's propaganda and programming. I mean, I still do, enjoy the content. I like good art, good acting, etc. But the agendas are too obvious and they're too similar across various shows. It's all like we're running out of air, not enough resources, too many people, and women in charge is the new thing in all the movies, from 100, Wheel of Time, Uh, the other one was Raised by Wolves. And I have no issue with that whatsoever, but it's such an obvious and overt agenda here that it reminds me of all the pre 9/11 predictive programming. So they're preparing us, I think, for President Harris. I think that's part of the programming. And it's like I said, it's too pervasive to be coincidental. This is from Indy 100. It's not just flat earthers, there are also the donut earthers. Yeah, actually, I've known about this. They usually say something else. I believe they say, what is the term they use for the donut earth? Toroidal field earther? I'm not sure. But, oh, electric universers or something. But yeah, I think Bob Nodal from Globebusters is actually a donut earther. And I noticed it back then. I was like, okay, well, he's really into the donut earth. No, I don't have a problem with that one. There's no dome on it. Anyway, this is a breakdown of what donut earth is. So, unlike flat earthers who think the planet is flat, those who believe in the donut earth think it's shaped like a donut. The scientific name for a ring donut shape is torus shaped, and some believe we inhabit a planet that has a gigantic hole in the center of it. So in 2008, a theory appeared. Here we go. The tastiest celestial body of our super glazed planet Earth. Right, they make memes about it. Now, the scientists, though, have looked into it, and they said that if you had a torus-shaped Earth, you couldn't have night and day as we know it, or sunrises and sunsets. Now, whenever the scientists debunk these models, they arrive at it from a heliocentric bias. So they automatically think of it as a shape in space with a distant, massive sun, relatively much larger. But the flat Earth concept has it that the Earth is the big object and that the luminaries are small by comparison, that these are local lights. So that's not a good debunk
Thanks,
necessarily.
Tim. Seems like you're
It does
busy
say that the
tonight.
clouds on a
If you need a
donut-shaped
filler
planet could
caller,
be up to
just
three
let
times
me know.
taller
I can fill the space
than
with
on
questions
our
to
Earth,
you
and
and share
gravity would
some
be
of my
weaker on the
thoughts on
inside
current
and on
events.
the outside. And those living near the central hole would experience multiple seasons, meaning in theory it could snap into winter in the middle of July. Do we have any donut earthers in the chat? Thirst for Truth says there's a random, meaningless Nelson Mandela quote in the Utopia. I hope the affectees are going to think they're getting trolled again. I noticed that one. I have a Mandela quote. I think it's everything's impossible until it's not, which I don't really know what that even means. But the Mandela effect is kind of competing right now with the Pope Della. I think that's what you'd call it. There's a lot of people who remember the Pope dying on Christmas. Do we have any people here who remember the Pope dying on Christmas of 2021? It was reported, here we go. Yes, ITV announces the Pope's death on Christmas. During a Christmas Day bulletin, news anchor announces Pope Francis's death, ITV. Popculture.com, December 25th, 2021, 9:48 Eastern Time. Pope Francis's Christmas speech highlighted by reports of his death. Okay, so you can say it was a mistake, but really, if enough people believe it, according to the Mandela effect theory, then it's debatable. Do we live in a world where he died, where he's alive and he shouldn't be, or he's dead and he shouldn't be? So again, the Mandela effect started in the exact same way. The strange thing about the Mandela effectees, though, is that given that most of their effects are based upon cultural artifacts from the 80s, 90s, and some from, like, what, Lassie, did Timmy fall down the well, for example. These are old references. So you don't have a lot of new converts. So this is probably why the people who believe that the Pope died are going to outnumber the people who misremembered the death of Mandela. You see what I mean? You're going to have a breakaway. I mean, if the effect is legitimate, it'll continue. It'll just have different focal points. It might not always be the Mandela effect, but it can't just go away. There's no way that the Mandela effect itself, this glitching of reality, would disappear if it's a real thing. Now, if it's some kind of made up intelligence agency psyop just to troll people who look too closely into things, then you would expect it to go away. And I've had that as my opinion for the longest time. It just seems like the way that people arrive at these Mandela effect memories reminds me of interrogation, faulty eyewitness testimony, how bad cops could actually get people to give bad confessions or even have them think they're giving the right answers. But my point being, it's a manipulation. So I'm not a believer in the Mandela effect. But anyway, um, my point being, there's no way it can stick around unless they come up with some way to invent new ones. And there really haven't been any, except for this Pope thing. All right, let's see here. Maxwell says there is a Showtime show called Yellow Jackets about a girls' soccer team whose plane crashes in Canada based on Lord of the Flies. Well, the show on Netflix called 100, which has the space station crashing, it has the Lord of Flies aspect to it as well because there's no adults. And one of the things with the mud flood theory, this notion of resets, is that they wipe out the populations and then they have a repopulating phase where it's the youth. You know, like the Lord of the Flies story. And that's a reoccurring theme. And then you think about Greta, what she represents, this youth revolution, because it's the older generation that brought about the climate change. It's the older generation that has doomed everybody else, so they're actually enemies of the future generation. So it's really the youth have to take over. Let's see, Maxwell says they devote it to cannibalism, and 20 years later, one of the four main characters is a black lesbian running for Senate. Yeah, right, exactly. And I think it's sort of the same. That's what I'm pointing out here. That they choose these characters because these characters are influence agents. You may not look at them as, I mean, this is celebrity worship in a way. People model themselves off of what they see on TV, and they're setting people's expectations. Let's see what we have here. Not Cute says the Pope had a black eye when he shouldn't have. What was his excuse? Yeah, he's probably in the Black Eye Club. And I've looked at the membership, the available membership rosters of the memes of the Black Eye Club members. And it's pretty much anybody who's anybody in politics, in the movies. They're either covering one eye. I mean, if you look at 90% of the pictures of Greta, have her covering one eye. Even a photo of her with her parents when she was like a 3-year-old or something. She's doing the AOK symbol over one eye. So, yep, here we have it. The Pope. It looks like Boy George and Elizabeth Hurley all got inducted at the same time. And he has a big smile on his face. Like, that's not normal. If you have some unsightly wound on your face, you're not going to go out for a photo op, especially if you're someone like the Pope. Now, the only person who doesn't, who should, I imagine, would be the Queen. I've noticed that the Queen is conspicuously absent from all of the Black Eye Club memes, which leads me to suspect that she might be the one slugging everybody. Maybe she uses a scepter. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Just turn the ringer on. Thank you for your patience there. If you missed it, I was on this morning with Crater Earth USA. And if you want, I can play that right after this because I am setting up the 24/7 stream. So let me go ahead and make sure everyone has a link to that. Again, Crater Earth USA will be live in the mornings on Dark Matter Radio, as will I, most likely before or usually after. But this was a conversation we had planned on having for some time. So it's a good introduction to his channel and what he covers. And of course, we covered a lot of ground. He asked a lot of questions about this channel. So if there are things you don't know about Infinite Plane Society, where we came from, etc., you'll probably learn some things there. Listen to this fake story because I brought up Leonardo DiCaprio and how his role is in many ways referencing the Titanic for purely propaganda purposes. It's not overt, just his presence there. And then there's a parallel between the iceberg and the comet, the Earth and the Titanic. So listen to this. Leonardo DiCaprio had a Titanic style dive. He had to save his dogs. He dove into a frozen lake. Titanic style, again referencing the movie, dive into an icy lake to save dogs. Does this even make sense? Jennifer Lawrence's co-star said one of his dogs fell in and Leonardo jumped in the frozen lake to save the dog. So there you have it. Again, they said here, this is clearly a thing he learned after playing Jack in the Titanic. This happened a couple weeks ago. So I think this is just a way that they bring up, again, they bring it into the conversation. Oh, by the way, this guy is associated with the Titanic. Again, I'm looking at this from a very Metascript perspective, and when I see Jeff Bezos lounging around on his $42,000 per week yacht, yes, this is a Titanic image that they're trying to give you. The richest man in the world on the sinking Titanic Earth, a guy who's been to space, who has seen the Earth, still doesn't seem to give a damn because he's too busy being entertained. And then you see a picture of Bezos with his heart-shaped sunglasses in his disco costume for New Year's. And it really does highlight how disconnected they are from the danger they have put us in. And for all intents and purposes, the space popes are the captains of Spaceship Earth. Crystallized urine and space debris set to cause a lot of trouble for NASA. So they're taking this environmentalist agenda into the universe. Listen to this one. This doesn't surprise me at all. This is from Montreal, Quebec. Constantly worrying about the coronavirus pandemic not only stresses you out, but it can impair your cognitive abilities as well, a new study warns. This is from studyfinds.org. It says stop worrying about COVID because of a mental decline. Researchers from McGill University found that people who dwell on pandemic-related fears make poorer choices, miscalculate the risks of certain outcomes, and display slower mental processing speeds. So I know what came first. Do they immerse themselves in pandemic propaganda because they have slower mental processing speeds and they make poor choices? Or did the propaganda make them into slow NPCs who can't think for themselves? I mean, I don't know. It's one of these chicken or egg type story questions. All right, let's see. Continuing. Someone posted this meme, and I was like, yep, finally somebody pinpointed where this guy came from. Pete Davidson, the guy who's dating Kim Kardashian, this is your celebrity news of the day, looks a lot like Beetlejuice for some reason. It's the hair, I guess. And I don't think it's just that picture. I don't think there's any deeper meaning to it. But when you're immersed in this stuff, it's hard not to notice these patterns. Again, probably doesn't mean anything. Now, this does mean something. Trax A Million hip hop producer and pioneer dies in Santa Clara at 42. So, this is a very common thing here. And this was picked up by Gematria Effect News. The number 42, like the number 33, is extremely significant in all of these major psyops. That's why, I mentioned these numbers, the dates. These things do matter. And the number 42 we've talked about at length and how integrated it is into the major psyops of our time. So for a Trax A Million hip hop producer to die at 42, yeah, I suspect it's probably a death hoax. But a new thing that's happening is ever since we've been calling out the patterns, they've been changing the age to 43. They've done this a few times. They started this with Chadwick Boseman because it would have been too obvious. You had Chadwick Boseman dying at 42. At the same time, his movie Black Panther is out. And then Jackie Robinson, the character he played in the movie, the baseball player, is being honored by the MLB that week. So the MLB, the Major League Baseball, are all wearing 42s. That week was Mamba Week. They were celebrating the posthumous birthday, the 42nd birthday of Kobe Bryant, who died that year. And then Chadwick Boseman had his Operation 42, where he was raising $4.2 million to fight COVID. That's going on. And this is all happening the week of Kenosha. So then the NBA is having, again, Mamba Week, MLB 42, Kobe Bryant dies, Mr. 42, and they changed his birthday to 43 because the pattern was getting too obvious. And again, these are things we can point out that show you that there is indeed a meta script here. And this is why I would say that TMZ put 43. They're trying to conceal their tracks, but it's a little too late. Not falling for that. All right, let's see. If you look at the thumbnail tonight, the image is Kyle on the left, Greta on the right, and then you have Mark Kelly, no, Scott Kelly. This is one of the astronauts, and he's superimposed over Chris Angel, the magician who levitates. We were talking about how this media matrix is just basically a magic show, and Chris Angel is a guy who levitates on TV. So it can't be fake, can it? No, it has to be real. It's on a screen. I mean, that's people's standard of evidence. But no, clearly that's a magic show. But I'm just pointing that out, that what they can show us, what the high priests show us as far as their actual magic powers, the most they can do, their highest thing is this levitation ritual. And it's not that impressive. Chris Angel's far more impressive. And then on the left there you have, it's a Pfizer girl meme. Someone actually got a tramp stamp of Pfizer, but someone superimposed. I hope that's a superimposition. Dr. Fauci's face. Let's talk about Dr. Fauci's name for a moment. Somewhere I read that Fauci means sickle, like the Grim Reaper or death. And then also, you can rearrange the letters Dr. Fauci if you take the F and you bend that into an A just by pointing the two horizontal barrows down like a couple fangs. And you can actually spell Dracula. Just a couple side notes there. And Dr. Fauci is one of these characters that has a historical precedent, like the Dr. Fauci of the Spanish flu. Have you seen this? You've all seen the picture of Greta from like 120 years ago. But you do have the Dr. Fauci of the 1918 Spanish flu. Now, this could be made up. This could be Ministry of Truth style fabrication. The Manduzel effect our news media. But if you look, this individual looks exactly like Dr. Fauci. More than a century ago, epidemiologist Dr. Thomas Tuttle prescribed face masks. So the person who first prescribed face masks and social distancing was Dr. Thomas Tuttle. And he made a lot of enemies. He was hated for it. So it's kind of fascinating here that you have this historical role being repeated. History rhymes, it repeats, it recycles. They recycle crisis actors all the time. So this is not at all, to me, a surprise. I think A, it's all an act, or B, they backdated a fake news story. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller? Can you hear me okay? Just hang on just 1 second. I want to make sure my audio settings are up. All right, caller. Hey, you may want to remove your masks.
Mine's good.
Okay, good. Gotcha. It's a bit muffled there. So what got your attention tonight? We've been covering a lot of things. Mostly there's a rocket from Russia about to hit. Do you have a preference on where that lands?
It could land on Israel.
They got the Iron Dome, but yeah, I mean, look, it could. I happen to think it's
Yeah,
intentional.
but the Iron Dome's a fireworks show, so probably won't do a lot of good.
Well, the rocket too would be a fireworks show, right? I mean,
Most
do you
likely.
believe any of this stuff? Do you believe in space air defense or space defense, that asteroids are going to come down, that they can shoot that stuff down? Do you believe in asteroids?
Uh, no, I do. I don't understand what a falling star would be, but I do understand there are phenomena that we can't explain, but the reasons that we're given are probably untrue. Like you'd actually brought up the dinosaur programming, and that it's something that we get attached to, and then it all comes to an end by a meteor, right? And so that's probably the
Yes,
bigger
yes.
subliminal lesson.
How, as a
It's
kid, the
very
first thing you're taught
sneaky.
about is extinction by falling rock.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. No, I'm iniquitous man in the chat, and then you're like, just call in. But yeah, my name's Joey, and my brother Vinny from Goyim TV, he told me to come check you out a couple weeks ago, and I dig it, man. I really I'm
Goyim
into the
TV, is that on D?
etymology and
Are you guys on D Live or YouTube?
no, that was Handsome Truth. He used to be on YouTube, and then he got banned from D Live. He was like one of the first people to get banned from D Live, so we had to create our own platform. It's
Okay,
GoyimTV.tv.
see, I've been there before. I remember it was recommended to me when D Live started, and interestingly enough, in that time, D Live has actually demonetized our channel because of the 1/6 thing and my criticism of the 1/6 guided tour. So they totally stab their content creators in the back if you don't toe the party line. And I'm all about the free speech and people discussing ideas openly, and I don't like this idea that we're all being forced to scurry to these private platforms. We should, but anyway, that's kind of a
Yeah,
side note.
before the D Live censorship started, we were going into the streets. We did the second Name the Nose tour in Colorado, and we had a bullhorn, and we were doing banner drops, and Antifa called it in, and they shut down all our live streaming capabilities, and that was really one of the first D Live censorships ever.
So
I think that was
did you call
in
it Name the Nose?
2019.
Is this a? I'm starting to get that.
Yeah,
Okay, so let me
yeah,
guess.
yeah, yeah,
So you do this like
yeah.
anti-Israel thing, and that's kind of weird that Antifa would be against you. But 'cause that always struck me as kind of strange. Are you like Are you a socialist?
Well, we would say that Antifa is a Jewish militia all the way from Weimar, Germany, right? And it's just rebranded after Weather Underground and taking a rise here in communist America.
Yeah, I figured it was Weather Underground who said that they were going to use the Black Panthers as their vanguard, and so that's your Antifa BLM relationship explained. But like on your part, where you're coming from with your organization, are you a is it na is it was it National
Well, I
Socialists?
used to. Um, it's kind of grown to that because I would say it's been a long journey for me. I started out. This is me personally. I can't speak for everyone. We don't always agree. We actually have. We're generally pretty open with ideas. I like that. In our group, we have different personalities and whatnot. But for me, um, I got into false flags, then psyops, um, then I would say J naming, and then uh, National Socialism, and now kind of like the white identity thing because of a looming white genocide. It appears things that you never expect to ever identify with, but that's just kind of the
Then let me
path
ask you
I've
this thing, because I
taken.
find this to be fascinating. Last year in 2020, we had Antifa riots everywhere, and then you had the McCloskeys come out in front of their mansion. You know, that rich couple. I'm pretty sure they
Yeah,
pointed their
yeah.
weapons.
They
Now,
look they look strange.
well, if you look at them, they stepped right off of the cover of the book, The Turner Diaries. And again, their clothing,
Mm.
their demeanor, and their weapons. And the Turner Diaries is about this race war where the right, or rather the white nationalists, decide to nuke everybody else or something like that. It's kind of this, Timothy McVeigh was heavily inspired by this. But so when you say white genocide, is this coming out of the Turner Diaries narrative?
No, this is just it's just observations that the white there's no such thing as a white country anymore, right? Like that doesn't exist anywhere in the world. I mean, if you go far enough north into like Scandinavia, things like that still exist. But even like I think it was like Iceland or something, they tried to ban circumcision, and they flew they flew a rabbi from New York to go have a consultation with them, and they told them that they had to um, basically retract that what they were voting against, or that they would make it where America wouldn't do business. So why does a random rabbi from New York have enough power to
I
decide if
haven't quite heard of that,
America
but
is going to do
now
business
on this channel, we generally
with
don't go
Iceland?
on this channel. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, racial collectivism, which I'm not really a believer in that necessarily. It just seems like it's part of it fits into the whole Darwinian modern scientism religion. I think that it's,
Hmm.
and I even think that the concept of white genocide is actually sort of like a victim mentality thing, kind of like what the liberals do, where they're always oppressed, but nobody believes them. Like, I don't know if I believe it, but what is your opinion on like the shape of the world, for example? Do you think there's a big lie being perpetrated about that, or do you buy the whole globe thing?
No, I'm a flat earther. Yeah, I actually respect Eric Dubay a lot because not a lot like in the like the kind of the nationalist movement that there's a very split right there. There's like a really hard split,
Okay,
and
wait,
you
Eric
were talking
Dubay
about
got kicked off YouTube because he
yeah.
uploaded Jew
Hmm.
World Order and the one that was like Europe for Europeans. And I'm like, why is this white nationalist who advocates ethnic solidarity on a continental level, why is he in Thailand? Why isn't he in Europe making white babies?
Well, I
Doesn't
wouldn't
that seem
say
like a contradiction?
yeah, well, yeah, exactly. And then he even dated a woman in Thailand. I wouldn't say he probably was a white nationalist. He just came to the conclusion that Hitler was right, which would be a little less extreme. The 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 point being why I brought up Iceland was just the power that this group has. It seems like um, they advocate while they're in Israel, they kind of want their own ethno state. But when they're over in America or Europe, it doesn't really matter. South Africa, all of these countries, they're the NGOs like Highest that want diversity, and they're the ones importing. You could go back to the Hart-Celler Act in America, like the idea of an
The
ethno
Cloward
state
Piven
sounds
strategy.
really
Yes, I think we all understand the Cloward Piven strategy. And I talked about that before. The build the wall. They never built the wall. But I happen to think that kind of like the vaccine discussion or debate, I think the wall is another one of these things where it's really not about what they say it's about, but it's about the
wall's a joke.
schism. Well, look, for example, it's not a coincidence that the right wing, and this is just general, but you're going to find that the anti-vax sentiment comes from the right, and they're also pro Second Amendment, and they're also pro strong border. The left is open border, open skinned, anti gun. So it has to do with one's relationship to power and collectivism versus individual responsibility. So I don't really see that immigration issue as a real issue. That's why I don't really take this ethno nationalism thing very seriously. I think it's all controlled opposition. And I even think white nationalism, based on like what you're describing to me, it makes sense on a globe with scarcity. But if the world is flat, a lot of this stuff doesn't make sense. Okay, I'm going to be live here in just a moment, sending out live stream notifications. If you want to go ahead and share the stream, I'll be right back. It really wouldn't. Do you think that, what do you, like, for
Well, if
example, you say you believe the Earth is flat. What is
mhm.
beyond 69 degrees south all around? What's beyond this so-called Antarctica?
Who knows? Who knows, man? Because I like the idea of more land. I like the idea of infinite consciousness. Consciousness could be an infinite plane. I don't know, man. I'm agnostic on that, but
But I mean, if there's
yeah,
more
it's all makes
land, what does
sense
like
to me.
what does a
Yeah.
little tiny spot called Israel mean in the big picture? Like what are these regional disputes? What is like
Because
even yeah, that's kind of what I'm
I
saying. I'm
see
I'm saying it's
Israel
very
as
limited.
I say Israel is a criminal refugee street that's kind of like a proxy of communist Russia, um, where these criminals, like a lot of
You are
sex
listening to
trafficking stuff,
Infinite Plane
like
Radio.
a jet.
Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Mask of the Beast, Mask of the Beast, Mask of the Beast, Mask of the Beast. retarded. Believers of the television programming. 33 with a double E, yeah. WWWF. Now you're out of breath. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. Faceless clock, another NPC. Uh-oh, I think they made a typo. Just like Tuttle Bottle, but the R is the S.
Okay, we're experiencing some lagging, so I'm going to reset this browser. So if everyone wants to just hang tight for just a moment, be right back. And again, please share the stream. We're not resetting or anything, but give me just a moment here. I'm resetting this particular browser. And I'll put a link in the chat to the track that's playing. That is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms, the song being Mask of the Beast. And yeah, if you have any tech support, just email it to timosmond007@gmail.com. People are very helpful in that regard. We do have an infestation of gremlins. And if I had a mainstream media budget, I would be only concentrated on the phone calls and the content. But it's a juggling act. And oftentimes I describe this thing as riding a wagon and then replacing the wheels and the parts while it's moving. So look, if it breaks down, if it freezes, if it lags, by all means, post about it, call, but we're just going to have to, weather this thing together. And eventually, these things won't be problems. There was this time when I was able to stream off the phone or off any device. It used to be you could live stream off your phone if you had a YouTube account, but now you have to have 1,000 subs. And what's interesting is that it hasn't been lagging this entire time. I believe it's been about 10 hours live or something. And then the instant I start talking, it starts lagging. I find that to be very suspect. But what I am going to do is I'm just going to record these things separately anyway. That way, if it goes down or not, it won't make a difference on the replay. And so if you're subscribed to the newsletter and you get the archives every night, you won't have to deal with any of the tech issues. So again, these tech issues are just part of the business. And I don't think anybody's really immune to this stuff. Even the mainstream big channels with big budgets, they may not have the gremlin issues, but they have to deal with all of the forced CIA planted lines. They have to pay lip service to all the major psyops of the time, and they have to cry for all the crisis actors. Because no way that could be fake. Why would the news media lie? Alright, I'll be back in just a moment. Like I said, I'm sending out live stream notifications. It's 9:55, so we're actually right on time. If you're listening on YouTube, you're listening on DLive or on the audio stream, just share wherever you're at. Alright, I'll be right back again. This is a Mask of the Beast, which I contend is the greatest trick the devil ever played on mankind. Not the trick that they usually say, tricking mankind into believing he doesn't exist, because a lot of people do believe he exists. I think his greatest trick was swapping the S for the R. All right, I'll be right back.
I'm 33 with a double E, yeah. Whoa, wow, whoa, wow, whoa. Whoa, wow, whoa, wow. WWWWWF. Now you're out of breath.
All right, we are back. And Shuttlecock says, Flat Earth is the biggest psyop. Knockout Bear says, this is the 666th day of COVID scam-aversary. Okay, 666th day since it started. Fascinating. What is today? Today's the 4th. What makes that special? I know on the 6th, there's supposed to be some kind of speech from Biden and Trump, or maybe Trump backed out of that one, but there was going to be something for the 6th to commemorate the 1/6 guided tour / simulated riot that took place. And this is also going to be the day that a big 20-ton chunk of Russian space junk is supposed to land somewhere. And there's quite a lot of things falling, as I predicted. Have I not said this? I said the next agenda is the sky will fall for 2022. They've been setting the stage for it, and I've even pointed out who would be the ones responsible, the responsible parties. Of course, it's Russia and China. So a couple of things. 2 asteroids will make a close approach to Earth tomorrow. And one of them is larger than the Statue of Liberty. So I think there's a subtext to all of these things. So for example, on the election, 11/3/2020, we are awaiting an asteroid the size of the Trump Tower to hit the White House. That's what was being reported. And I'm like, sounds like a little bit of a subtext to that particular headline. So here, an asteroid larger than the Statue of Liberty. I think what they're suggesting is that the incoming space rock and the falling sky agenda will be the end of your freedom and liberty as you know it. Look what they did with the pandemic. Well, when it comes to the things from the sky falling, I think it's going to be a lot worse. So I think, again, the fact that they have a rock larger than the Statue of Liberty and it's probably going to hit the Statue of Liberty is just kind of a sign. 2 asteroids hitting tomorrow. It says each one could be up to 361 feet wide. Again, I remark on this often, but I should repeat this one more time. NASA is never wrong. They never miss. They have perfect aim when they launch things across the universe. They can land an iPhone-sized probe on a meteor 2.2 million miles away, on a comet or whatever. They just throw these things out there and they land millions of miles away. Perfect aim every time. Yet, every single time they predict an incoming, they are wrong. So I'm not quite sure what happens there. You know, they have this perfect record of landing things out there. We can get images of the far reaches of the universe, but we cannot get an accurate prediction as to whether or not some rock's going to actually hit us. And that lady in Canada who was almost killed by a space rock, almost murdered by an asteroid, and it was seen as a fireball coming down from the sky, punctured through her roof, and it landed on her pillow. Now, to a skeptic like me, I'm not talking about the average news viewer, but to a skeptic like me, I have to wonder, how does a fireball, an 8-pound rock with the power to punch through the roof, how does it land on a pillow like a feather? Shouldn't it bounce? Shouldn't it have scorched the area? But no. But I mean, assuming the story to be true, that could have killed her or her husband had she had someone in bed with her or whatever. Her cat could have died. And there was no warning. So they've just been negligent, and you would have thought they would have had a call from the Planetary Defense Department. Brian Cox warns thousands of future asteroids will hit us like 50 Hiroshima bombs. Now, I don't know how thousands could hit us like 50 bombs. Let me go ahead and get his exact quote here. He says, the thing about probability is that they're not certainties until we see one coming, and until we can calculate with its orbit with certainty. Let me read this whole quote. Now, Brian Cox is one of these pop scientists. He's sort of a Carl Sagan wannabe, if you just go by the hair. And they all do it. Like Michio Kaku has Albert Einstein's hair. Not a coincidence. Bill Nye the Science Guy did his eyebrows up like Spock to make him seem a little more calculating and intelligent. It's all just looks. It's all just a glamour. So you got Brian Cox. If you look at him, he looks kind of like Carl Sagan. And that's just intentional. They're trying to create this association. Okay, here's what he said. He said, "We can't say with any certainty that the next one will hit. There is currently no known threat of an asteroid colliding with the Earth in the next..." Let me see what... This is so contradicted by everything else that they say. But anyway, this is the part I wanted to point out. Because, I mentioned how the Space Force is doing drills for in case Russia starts shooting down our satellites. Check this out. Planetary Defense Conference has been running drills for years should an asteroid head towards the Earth. Of course, this would imply major blackouts, it would threaten life, all sorts of things. But it would hit us like 50 Hiroshima bombs. Now, I don't even believe in those. I'm not sure what your take is on it, but again, I think that they have already set the stage in the entertainment media, and they have the drills in place. So what's next is reported on the news, and it becomes real. TV's magic like that. Yeah, so in a YouTube video discussing the science behind Don't Look Up, Professor Cox spoke about the probability of an asteroid's impact on Earth, and he believes that humans take their existence for granted. Right? This is all like doomsday. This is like a doomsday preacher. He says, nothing changes, nothing seems to happen, but if you look outside on a clear night, it looks like it's peaceful. In the last few decades, we've started to monitor these asteroids, and there are tens of thousands of big ones across our orbit, and any one of them could hit us. So there you have it. It's a doomsday cult. I've said this many times. We're actually in a doomsday cult. The whole world is in one. They have their own flood myth. They have this wrath of God, and then from the time that you're a child, you're inundated with dinosaurs. You love dinosaurs. They put them on your clothes, your nursery. You probably imagine that there's dinosaurs out there. They're in all the cartoons, so they're in your mind. Was it a purple dinosaur Barney hugs you? So that you form a bond with these magical dragon-like creatures. Then you go to school, and day one they say, oh yeah, dinosaurs were killed by a big rock. So before you can even form sentences, you already understand mass extinction. So here we are, professor says here, it could threaten a city, a country, a continent, or a civilization. The reason we ignore them immediately is because they don't happen often. But low probability events do happen. He says, just to give you a sense of the energy these impacts create, even a small object, 20 meters across, will deposit the energy of 20 to 50 Hiroshima bombs. I think we take our safety for granted. Impacts happen. All right, so there you have it. Listen to the scientists. Look up. And that's the message of the movie. Look up. There's an iceberg coming to hit Titanic Earth. And that's why they had all these pop scientists come out right after to say, yeah, the movie's not a movie, it's a documentary. It's a cautionary tale. Better listen to us. All right, going through your comments. Let's see what we have here. Somebody says the lag is bad. I think it's kind of corrected itself. Now again, it's probably gremlins, like I've been saying. It's some kind of direct interference. It's not me. Google's new censorship trick, refusing to translate any foreign language. Anti-narrative website. That's nice. Another way to exclude is just to not translate. Yesterday we talked about the birthday of Bitcoin, Greta, and Kyle. Greta and Kyle, two wings of the same bird. If you're on Team Greta or Team Kyle, you are a world stager. There's really no other way to put it. And these stories are so intricate and so layered. I find the whole Kenosha thing to be really fascinating when you see the deconstruction, especially taking into account their names. I mean, even Gage signifies needle, and he gets a shot in the arm. And he represents the left commie, take your property side of the political spectrum. That's also the pro-vax side. So that's kind of interesting. And then you do have the split of like guns versus needles. All right, and going through your comments, it looks like we're having some type of serious interference. Maybe it's the Russian military satellite coming down. The A-5 heavy carrier rocket had a dummy payload, but again, it didn't go all the way up into space, just like what happened with the Chinese piece of junk back in May. So I imagine that it could be falling through our atmosphere, and maybe it knocked one of the Starlink CubeSats out of the way. And I've said for a couple of years that the Americans aren't going to care about space war until the Chinese shoot down the DirecTV satellite. Once you do that, you break their spell for a moment, that's when they get active. Conspiracy theories explode after Ghislaine Maxwell requests a booster. So they think she's trying to suicide herself. They'll say Ghislaine Maxwell did not boost herself. Oh, see, Marjorie Greene talked about this. Marjorie Taylor Greene was kicked off Twitter. And no, that's Marjorie Greene. It's not the bounty hunter without his glasses on. And yeah, they also kicked her off of Facebook. So she's out there on Getter, which I'm also on Getter, but I don't think it's going to last. And I talked about this yesterday. How you have these alternative platforms they chase you to, and then they just burn them down. I mean, look what happened with BitChute after the Christchurch shooting. They get you to go somewhere else, you feel comfortable, you rebuild your community, then they burn it down. So that's why I refuse to leave. That's why we still have a think tank on YouTube. All right, let's go ahead and go through some of the comments. I want to say thanks to Paul. In particular, he said, it seems like you're busy tonight. If you want to call or let me know. I'll share my thoughts on current events. Yeah, by all means, if you want to call in, I'll open phones here in just a moment. Fenris Unchained remarks that Rob Skiba is an anagram for Rabbi's Okay. So, the idea that Rob Skiba might be a death faker, and I stand by that. I don't believe he's dead. Rabbi's Okay. Now that's a pretty good anagram. I don't know if it's conclusive. Going through some comments. The Missing says, don't look up any research. Oh, don't look up. Keep your head in the sand. Interesting. So not just don't look up in the sky, but don't look up anything. And that's been one of the messages since last year. Don't do your own research. Not when it comes to science. Don't do your own research when it comes to anything other than like fast food, I guess, that you're Ubering. Tyrone McCloskey says, breathing is selfish. Yep. It really is. Looking for fear sets off the cortisol, the dopamine relief and euphoria. Yeah, I agree with that. And I've been thinking about this idea of the elite harvesting adrenochrome, and this is one of these reoccurring themes in a lot of these movies. So it's not the QAnoners that started this stuff. A lot of the stuff you're hearing about now that's mainstream conspiracy theory has been around for some time. The idea of harvesting the blood of terrified victims. That was actually the theme of the movie Sputnik, a movie about cosmonauts contracting a virus in space. And the virus is actually an organism. It's an alien, and it forms a symbiotic relationship, and it lives in your esophagus. And it causes the host to locate victims so it can show its true form, big reptilian, scare the person, and then feed off of their stress, off their cortisol. I mean, feed off of their fear. And I thought that's interesting. Kind of a reoccurring theme. And interestingly enough, too, that movie, Sputnik, that came out in August 2020, came out the same day that Putin released the Sputnik 5 vaccine for the coronavirus. So there you have a Sputnik connection to the space alien internal invasion notion. The idea that the virus was just the alien invasion that we've all been waiting for, but it was internal. And you could make that case if you consider how many times they've correlated outer space with inner space, circulation, and orbit. I mean, notice the push now to get rid of space junk. It seems to correlate with the push to get rid of the super spreaders by vaccinating them, because what they carry in circulation is the junk, this virus in the veins. So cleaning up, like I talked about before, the first time the space station was hit by space junk was on the Celestial Immunity mission, where they're testing out the efficacy of vaccines in space, and the arm of the space station gets hit by a piece of space junk, punctured, like Gage Groskrautz's arm getting shot by Kyle, just right there. And it's like, well, they vaxxed the space station. But again, that's just one example of this consistent correlation between inner space and outer space. And these agendas are overlapping on purpose, in my opinion. Tyrone says, fear harvests consumer dollars. Well, okay, let me get back to that. My point here about the harvesting of fear. Because I don't think the elite are literally blood-drinking vampires. In fact, I was watching a movie about one. It was reviewed by a really good channel, Jurassic Liars 26. He was reviewing the movie called Daybreakers. Now, Daybreakers is about a pandemic started by a bat, and it turns everyone into vampires. And to get converted back into regular people, they all have to be given a special treatment that they get from some guy named Elvis. I mean, it's a great movie, but the head honcho vampire does not like to use the synthetic blood. He likes the real stuff, and they ask why, and he says, it's just not as good if it doesn't contain fear. Again, that movie came out in 2009, and it was set in 2019, and it had to do with a global pandemic, a big worldwide disease started by a bat. And there's even a sequence, it's a headline in the opening sequence that says it was all started by a bat. But again, here's what I'm getting at. So check this out. We're talking about the movie Sputnik, where the cosmonauts come down with this symbiotic relationship, and this creature inside is affected by hormone levels. So here's what they find out. Here is the horrifying truth. The creature does not feed from whatever the host eats, but they go for the live humans, and they show themselves to the victims to augment the fear that makes the brain release cortisol, from which the alien obtains its nutrition. So the guy's horrified by it because he has an evil, sadistic alien parasite inside of him, and it has to feed. The movie was 113 minutes long, kind of interesting. Again, it's called Sputnik. Highly recommend it for a few reasons. So again, I'm getting to this notion here, though, that the fear that they pump out in the news media, in our global doomsday cult, it may be that they're actually harvesting it in some way through your black screens. Like we may be participating in some kind of collective mass black magic ritual, and they're harvesting the energies through their Saturnian black cube cult. That's what it looks like. All right, let's see here. Yeah, don't look up. Don't look up anything. Don't do your own research. The movie Don't Look Up, again, I think I called this, but it's been kind of reiterated by others now too. The choice of Leonardo DiCaprio was to drive home the point that the comet equals iceberg and Earth is the Titanic. And Bezos, parading around on his $500 million mega yacht at the expense of $42,000 a week or whatever, that is to represent the richest man in the world is on the Titanic. And if anybody knows the sad state of the Earth, it's King Bezos, because he's been up there. He's seen it from above. And Shatner came down saying that there's a catastrophic event. So again, you can see we've been given a script. We're about to hit the iceberg. And I think that's the main agenda that's coming next. And the iceberg isn't going to be something random. It's not going to be an asteroid. It's going to be something predictable, because they cannot consistently here's what I think. They cannot convincingly say we got hit by a comet. It's just too random. They need something predictable like human action. And so I'm thinking it's going to be this Russia, China taking down America, because space commies and space capitalists cannot coexist. The universe is not big enough. car, bus, plane, and building-sized asteroids will zoom past the Earth on January the 11th. Most people don't even stop and pause to think about the images that they're shown. They're like, oh, there's the Earth, and there's the life-ending asteroid about to hit it. Like, they don't even think about the fact that this is a cartoon, and a bad one. That these clouds never change. You've never seen a video of the ball rotating in Earth, and look how perfectly spherical this ball is. I thought it was an oblate spheroid, chubby in the middle, fatter on the bottom. That's not oblate. And this is one of the things that they'll say when you suggest that the Earth isn't a perfect sphere. They'll say, well, every other planet's a perfect sphere. But then the scientists say, well, the Earth isn't a sphere, it's an oblate spheroid. Well, if the Earth is an oblate spheroid, then how come the other planets are perfect spheres and not oblate spheroids? No answer. What they do is they say, well, oblate actually means perfect sphere. And also, level means curved. See, they move the goalposts. I mean, for me, maybe I'm old school on this, but the Bedford level experiment is all I need to know that there's no curve. Everything else is just the goalpost moving and moving and moving. Clockwork 113 says, trust the science. Yep. Trust the science. That's the new story here. The scientists, they will warn you. And that was the message after the movie. They have all these pop scientists coming out saying, this is a documentary, and if you don't listen to the scientists, you will all die. Because the scientists are saviors. However, they can be corrupted by money. They can be corrupted by capitalism. And this is where you get the space capitalist versus space communist dynamic here. Because in the movie, spoiler alert, I guess, but you should already have watched it because we're doing real deep media analysis, deep mind control analysis. We're trying to figure out what the masses are being programmed for. And this is the next 9/11. So you're going to have to forgive the spoilers. But the reason the Earth dies is that the rich, the wealthy, the Steve Jobs-like character in this movie, they want to capitalize on the thing instead of just knocking it out of our way, resulting in our collective death. And this is going to be, of course, the story when we hit whatever it is that we hit. And I think that the iceberg is going to be Russia, China. All right, let me go through some comments. Some of these are rather amusing. Also, I'm handing out wrenches. So if you're on the YouTube channel and you want a wrench, if you want to be moderated, be protected from the trolls, please do. Brojetta says, John Madden retired as a coach at 42. Okay. And, I noticed that the John Madden football game, the video game, just had Madden 22. And Colin Kaepernick is the main quarterback in that one. And there's this thing called the John Madden curse, where any quarterback who makes the game never plays again. So I looked at that and I thought he's never going to play again. All right, let us move on. Asteroid's about to hit the Earth. Bennu, the asteroid, has a better probability of reaching the Earth, but it's a long shot. What if it hit the Earth? Now again, Bennu is the original Phoenix. Phoenix equals reset. Burn it down, build back better. And it was just pinged by OSIRIS-REx. These names are so important. NASA says asteroid 2.5 times the size of the Empire State Building will pass the Earth. So you got the Empire State Building and the Statue of Liberty. Seems like they're trying to reference something. This is why I say it's going to be the space 9/11. They want you to think about New York, Manhattan. And of course, Empire State Building looks like a big Vax needle. I don't think these are coincidental associations. Seditious conspiracy charges in play for Trump after the House committee revelations. Does anybody care about Trump anymore? Now, on 1/6, he was going to deliver a speech from Mar-a-Lago, which was going to contrast nicely with hologram-in-chief Joe Biden, CGI Joe's speech. But no, he pulled out, and apparently he's going to do something in Arizona on the 15th. So there's going to be a Trump rally if anybody cares. I'm kind of over the whole thing because JFK Jr. and JFK and Michael Jackson and Princess Di and John Denver and Elvis have not shown up. I'm a little disappointed. Is anybody else here? I'm not a hopium addict, but I was hoping for something. All right, thanks for joining. Gardening Gal, God Was Bored, Mary Smith. All right, handing out wrenches again. Abuse the power wisely. Let me open phones here also in just a moment. 833-311-1984. Again, Skylar Milan had pointed this out. Tomorrow is the 666th day since 3/11, since COVID started, since the pandemic. Who has a calendar with that many days? No, it is interesting. People say, how do you keep up with all this stuff? And it's like, well, there's 1,000 eyes watching. There's 500 people on our Discord server who pay attention to this. And then we have the 5G rollout coming up. And there is this thing. I saw this story about the 5Gs causing heads to explode. In fact, I think I put that in the headline. So we'll get to that in just a moment. Conspiracy theorists think that Betty White drank the blood of virgins. You can live to 99 and look that good and maintain a pleasant, telegenic disposition without drinking blood. Like, why do people assume that? Let's see here. Corey Craig Charles to host a new UFO show. He says he saw one shaped like a pyramid. See, how come he isn't called a dangerous misinformationist, a conspiracist, a racist, an insurrectionist, and a threat to all mankind? How come he's not a dangerous meme super spreader? Because UFOs are acceptable conspiracy theories according to the mainstream media. By the way, BlackRock owns all the major pharmaceutical companies, weapons manufacturers, most of the mainstream media. Just bringing this up here, BlackRock, because I wasn't even looking for it, but it was in the meta script. It was in between the lines. Like, for example, the Burning Man Festival occurred for 33 consecutive years, 1986 to 2019, Black Rock City, Nevada. And if you look it up, at the final one, because the last one they had to cancel because of the pandemic, and then the one after that was all metaverse. But the last one in 2019, a 33-year-old actually died mysteriously there in Black Rock. And I was looking at this as interesting, the name Black Rock, because of its consistent association with the Phoenix and the Burning Man, which are synonymous symbols. And then 1 year after, in 1987, you had the Black Monday market crash, which repeated 33 years later, the very Monday after they declared the pandemic. We had the Black Monday market crash. And another layer to that thing. So on 3/16/2020, on that Monday, there was a TV show that was actually called Black Monday. And so you had these two Black Monday market crashes 33 years apart. And on the second one, a TV show called Black Monday debuts its second season. The first season was about the 1987 Black Monday market crash. My point being, I was looking at the symbol of Black Rock and the Phoenix and the reset, and they were all cropping up at the same exact time. So just to me, I'm looking at this as not surprising, probably true. And I think ultimately this is another reference to the black cube, Saturn, and the occult religion that the elite actually worship. And in fact, the term elite, L, is another way of representing Saturn. And I think this whole drama with outer space really makes a lot of this stuff, it puts a lot of it into a context where it makes a lot more sense, which we'll get into. We talk about this stuff all the time. Let's move on. Does video show vaxxed heads exploding due to 5G in Israel? Vaxxed people's heads are exploding and combusting upon the turning on of 5G in Israel. Did anybody see this? And they were all warning us this would happen. I know a lot of 5G phobics who said I was underestimating the threat. Like, you don't know the long-term effects of 5G. It's like, well, how long of a term do we have to wait? Like, how long? That's been one of my problems with this whole thing. How long is acceptable before you can just say maybe it's not a threat? A year, 2 years, 5 years? And the more I thought about it, the more I realized there's probably nothing to it. It's like, hey, if you're worried about 5G, there's some other things to worry about, like breathers. People who breathe the atmosphere, breathe the air, they die 70, 100 years. 100% lethal. Like, again, I just don't think they can make that correlation. But no, it turns out that the people who are having their heads lighting up and exploding, it's not from the 5G. It's actually an older video of these protesters being shot in the head with tear gas cans. So the tear gas cans are giving the impression of heads exploding. So it's old footage. Knockout says Vanguard owns BlackRock, and BlackRock owns Vanguard. All right. Well, look, it's a fascinating thing to look at when you see the use of these names and the symbolism and how it all interlocks. Vice.com, climate grief is real. A news report suggests a high likelihood of civilization ending by 2050 due to climate change. If you've slid into a state of despair, you're not the only one. Now, I know the youth are being diagnosed with climate anxiety. Now, everything in the news these days is climate fiction. The climate is somehow one of the antagonists. Joined here by Crater Earth USA. By the way, if you want to listen to Crater Earth USA live, join us in the mornings at darkmatter.radio. And I'll usually be live right before to announce it. A lot of things have fallen into place. I was kind of waiting for the new year. It says, sometimes when I'm standing on a platform of the London Underground, I stare at the billboards. They advertise holidays to places like Egypt and the Caribbean. They depict tortoise waters and happy splashing children. Imagine that. Encouraging people to fly to the Caribbean at a time like this. Fascinating. How dare you? And that's what Greta was saying. How dare you fly? Don't fly home. Honestly, COVID was the greenies' best friend. And a lot of them, this is what surprised me, to be honest. I thought, why are these people on the far left who are all about climate lockdowns, don't fly home, live in a shanty town, the greenies, why are they also pro-vax? They would be the ones to first say, maybe this is nature's way of curing the planet. In fact, that was one of the stories that came out after the pandemic was declared. NASA was showing us imagery, satellite imagery of, hey, look. It's almost like you look at the before and after, someone smoking cigarettes, you look at the before and after scan of their lungs. Oh, look, clean lungs, 8 packs of Camel, and it's all black and tarry. Well, they're like, 2019, 2020. Look what COVID did. You shut down the economy, you clear up the skies, the waters are clear. The planet is healing. And they said this too. They said more lives will be saved from cleaning the air than will be lost to the COVID. So the part they didn't say out loud was, if we had an annual plague, it would actually do wonders for the planet, and it would save lives. But anyway, getting back to the story from Vice.com, which is basically this is one of the more obvious CIA-run news organizations. One of their main jobs is to discredit conspiracy theorists, just like the Daily Beast. But they want to discredit conspiracy theorists, make it all seem like you're a Republican. Like, that's insulting. You can call me a conspiracist. You can, sly, try to call me something else. I mean, that's what they do. You're a conspiracist. Like, I don't mind that. But you're going to call me a Republican? Like, I'm not right wing. I'm not on a wing. I'm not on Team Kyle. I'm not on Team Greta. I'm on the outside and partially looking in. And our critique here, if you ask me, our post-media, post-world stage critique is so objective that we should be outside of the realm of consideration of, hate speech or dangerous misinformation. This is purely academic. The fact that David Hogg is an actor who has become real through mass belief, that's not a hate crime. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's just a fact. It's an observation. And the media doesn't like that. That there are some things, some observations that you can make that they will call conspiracy theories as a way of discrediting these things. So anyway, let's continue. We're looking at climate change, which is a huge conspiracy theory. I mean, at least the chemtrail conspiracy theorists can point to the skies and say, hey, look, that's a conspiracy. But with the climate change, all they can do is they can point to propaganda and bloviating blowhards like Al Gore, who says, live in a shanty town, cut down your carbon footprint. Meanwhile, he's got probably a multi-million-dollar air conditioning bill. And, this is Al Gore, if you ask me. I don't know how this works, but Greta Thunberg has got to be some kind of animatronic avatar of Al Gore. They just repackaged him. Like, how did they fit Al Gore in that little costume? And if you're into anagrams, take the name Greta in all caps with a zero at the end, because she's part of this World War Zero agenda. And that's along with Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Terminator, and John Kerry, Satan, a Skull and Bones Man. And their agenda is to cut down the carbon footprint of humanity by 50%. So I put Greta and zero. And then what you can do there is the T, if you flip it, it actually looks like an L. So you can actually move the O, flip the T, and get Al Gore out of Greta. Just a little side note. I'll draw up a graphic if you have trouble doing it. Doesn't prove anything. You can take Dr. Fauci and bend the F down into an A and make Dracula. Again, doesn't prove anything. But it does show something of a pattern with names. Now, I do think there is something, though, to the name Greta and Great Reset, because everything she's about, everything the environmentalists are about, is resetting society. Sans private property, individualism, free thought, freedom, traveling. Everything's metaverse because they want to condition you into a new lifestyle where all of your movement, all of your interactions, socially and otherwise, are in the metaverse. And it's succeeding very well. It's the Greta Reset. And again, these are just props. Greta and Kyle, again, both of them turned 19 yesterday. Commenter says, Black Cube executed a sophisticated and complex intelligence operation that eventually led to the dismissal of arbitration proceedings. Some classic moves right there. Fascinating. Well, the black cube symbolism is very prevalent, and it's something that we'll point to here shortly. Because when you look at the term, the word black and how it's used, like black cube, there's a Kabbalistic or occult meaning, and it pertains to this black and white dialectic they set up with everything. I mean, society is perfectly split down the middle, and it's rather ingenious. I got into the call yesterday with the neo-Nazi, and nothing against neo-Nazis, but I'm like, you have your faith. I mean, look, they have their faith in Hitler. It's like 100 years ago. Like, catch up. I don't understand where they're coming from. But anyway, we were chatting yesterday about this. We covered a few things. In fact, I want to bring up this person's channel. He was a protester who put a banner over a highway in Los Angeles. Pretty ballsy thing. But, I find all these groups to be kind of suspect. So maybe I'll call him or get him to call back. I always wonder, too, I'm like, how are these Nazis or people who are really heavily into identity politics, how are they finding us? I find that to be very peculiar. Let's see, I'm going through comments. Let me get back on topic here. I'm going through this Vice article about climate grief, people crying for the Mother Earth. It's like you should go into lockdown. If you feel that bad, go into climate lockdown. Don't wait for a mandate. But that's always their thing. It's waiting for the mandate. If you really believe in the science, and you really believe it's necessary, then why would you wait for people who don't believe it to start? but they never do. But this thing is so perfectly split. I was on the phone with that neo-Nazi yesterday talking about how you're going to find a perfect split where it's not a coincidence either. That pro-gun, anti-vax is pro-border, whereas the pro-mandatory vax is pro-open border. And there's a correlation between the walls of the nation and the walls of the home, and the skin, the wall of the individual, the immune system. So whose immune system protects you? Your Second Amendment and your own immune system? Or do you have an injected immune system? Do you have to rely on the government to protect you? And of course, the idea of having an intact border with your skin is consistent with the right-wing values, whereas with the left, they don't believe in borders. So they're saying, let the aliens in, let the whatever in. And this is, again, a perfectly divided schism, and that's what I think the black represents in all of these various things. And even with the black versus white racial psyops, I think it's beyond that. It's beyond race. It has to do with the Masonic pillars and mass mind manipulation by turning one half of society against the other half, polarizing things. Go through some comments. Finbar says, great interview with Crater USA yesterday. Oh yes, Crater USA. Interesting channel, and we covered a lot of ground. What did we talk about? He did ask me some questions about about YouTube, about the channel, and how we got here, how we got started. And one of the things that has typified this channel, and his does it too, is the chat is a part of it. You know, it's like one of the most frustrating things for me was when listening to talk radio, where I got a lot of my news and information. I realized it's totally gate kept. You can hardly get in. I almost got onto the Sean Hannity show, and it turns out that it wasn't going to be live. They had to vet me. They had to look at my number and call me back the next day. And I thought, there's no way you can get any random meme out there. It's so tightly controlled. And so this is the complete opposite. Anybody has a voice. There's no censorship. Even if I hang up on someone for whatever reason, they can use the chat. All right. Phones are open now, 833-311-1984. Again, 1984 is the year that it is, and always will be, and always was. And I think once you realize, or once you recognize that it's always been 1984, then 2020 is not such a big deal. It's kind of a joke. It's a litmus test for sure. Humanity jumped the shark. Did you go with them? I mean, we were all unwittingly crisis actors. We got our crisis actor pay, the stimmy checks. They didn't give you an opt-out. It was like the stage encompassed the entire stands. You know, you're in the bleachers, you're in the front row. It doesn't matter. You're all part of the movie now. All right, let's see. Trump's plan to steal the 2020 election included QAnon's Ron Watkins. Ron Watkins is very close to Q, but he's not Q. And he's the one who started the Infinity Chan or 8chan sites that were shut down because of memes. One other thing, Ron Watkins happens to be 33, just like Jake and Jelly. Again, there's this pattern where the provocateurs all seem to be connected with that number. You know, Kyle Rittenhouse's Instagram was Kyle Rittenhouse 33. What are the odds? Yes, someone wants to post a link to the interview with Crater Earth USA in the chat. Please do, and I'll put it in the notes so those of you who are on the newsletter. Crater Earth USA, it was January the 3rd, 2022, and I think I was on at about the 1 hour and 13 minute mark. Here's the link. Crater Earth USA Live, all new daily live stream. And you can listen to that at darkmatter.radio. There's a link in the chat. Go ahead and bookmark that for later. Elon Musk's fortune jumped by $33 billion. Illuminati confirmed. $33 billion. Bezos made 33 the first couple of months after the COVID thing. And that was very unfair. There were some people who were making money right off the bat. Like one individual was going around to all the dollar stores and he was buying up hand sanitizer, aka holy water. We often talk about how this is a new religion, and the holy garb is obviously the mask and the PPE. You have your new rites, your new priesthood, the new church. You have your injectable baptism, your blood pact with the state. The whole thing is just a major cult. We've discussed this. The puritanical revision of society. A new devil introduced that even the atheists will believe, COVID, and even worship for the most part. Far more immediate than their angry, raging, angry globe god that is constantly threatening to flood us but never really does. But in addition to all of that, you have the holy water, which was really a popular item when this thing started. And so people would buy up entire garages full of this holy water and they would sell it through Amazon. But then Amazon started punishing those accounts and shutting them down. It's like, how dare you profit off of this mass tragedy? And I'm like, it's not necessarily about profit. It's about delivering a service that is desired, that is wanted, that is competitive. So they're offering a service for the money. The fact that they're making a profit is really immaterial from the perspective of the customer who's getting what they need. But the idea that they are making money off of an event like this, for some reason it's hypocritical. Well, I'd say it's hypocritical. For some reason it's taboo, but it's hypocritical for them to criticize it because what happened? Well, they shut down those channels, but then the companies that are still open, that are owned by or connected to these companies that were probably in the know, are the ones who are able to monopolize that. So it's just Amazon's not a huge proponent of free trade or free market. I mean, it's certainly not free market. Tiny Russian, oh, here we go. Tiny fragments of the Russian satellite. So they say it's going to break up, but there is a 20-ton spy satellite and booster rocket. It was supposed to go up to a 22,000-mile orbit, but it failed to fire. So I think that's going to hit on the 6th. Zareth the Alchemist said, originally, Orwell titled his book 1948. Allegedly, he thought this world we're seeing now would start happening by then. Interesting. I look at it as somewhat timeless. And I think it's really about the individual versus the state, and really about the individual's integrity, their in terms of their privacy. Is the mind the property of the person who owns it, or does the state have a compelling interest in accessing the contents of that mind? Like you have the PCR test, you have the assumed super spreader status of everyone. So until you've been checked, they have to assume you're a carrier. And if you're not willing to be checked or tested or cleansed or vaxxed or whatever, you could be deemed a threat to society. I mean, that's the logic there. But after the 9/11 attacks, it was sort of the similar dynamic here, where you had to find out who had the radical Quranic verses in their minds with the intention to commit an act of terror. And that would require not a PCR test, but water being dumped up the nose. Enhanced interrogation. So I look at the PCR as a form of enhanced interrogation to get information out of you that you cannot give. In this case, you cannot, but in the case of the terrorist, it's a presumably would not. But it's the same dynamic. You are a terrorist until you've been, checked. And of course, this did involve home Guantanamo. So you didn't have to go all the way to Guantanamo Bay. I mean, I would have liked a vacation. But no, they made your home into your home FEMA camp while they carried it all out. But we all collectively accepted it, that we are all terrorists. We're all super spreaders. All right, let me go through some comments. Salty Siren says, Wicked Game is an anagram for skewed magic. I Can't Breathe, A Better China. It's the one I keep noting. as probably the most relevant right now because they've taken that I can't breathe agenda or slogan. They've taken it out of the police oppression, which again is a symptom of the capitalist system, and they've moved it into the environment itself and the atmosphere. Another reason we can't breathe. That's why I said earlier when we were talking about how NASA's photos showed that after shutting down the economy, it was much easier for people to breathe. Lives were being saved. Zareth says, I got my helmet ready. Yep, it's going to be mandated. You don't want some helmet Karen barking at you at the Sam's Club. Put on your helmet. Your helmet protects me. And that's another part of this whole cultish mindset. It's this zero-sum game. One person's gain is another person's loss. If one person doesn't do this, it takes away from someone else. It's all just a mind game to coerce conformity. If you missed it yesterday, the cover of the Drudge Report had an image of the Earth, the globe, surrounded by COVID balls. And again, this is this constant correlation of outer space and inner space, and our inner space is dirty, just like outer space is dirty. Got to get rid of the junk in your veins. Got to get rid of the junk in outer space. And the solution, of course, is you have to get rid of the cause, the root cause. And that's going to be eliminating space cowboy billionaires with their 42,000 CubeSats. And then, of course, eliminating all the misinformation spreaders and their anti-vax rhetoric so we can get the internal orbits cleaned. It's a correlation that they've made consistently. And I think maybe the alien invasion isn't going to happen because maybe this is what it was. All right, let's see here. Maxwell Cooper says they can use rods of God on the Pacific, wipe out Seattle with the tsunami, and then blame Russia or China. Yeah, I would say that there's some kind of EMP event indicated for Seattle. Tsunami would be there, but definitely with the Kraken symbolism. And on New Year's, they did another one of these massive displays over the Space Needle there at Seattle. And they actually had the Space Needle take off like a rocket and hit the moon in the display. Fascinating statement, if you ask me. But yes, I think it is very much indicated. We were talking about this with my coincidence theory 113. It was basically a 2 or 3 hour talk about what we were expecting for 11-3 and this idea of a Kraken. And even if you look at the hockey commercial, NHL, the Kraken, you see this imagery of a tsunami hitting Seattle and EMP high up above. So now, one other thing, the tsunami has been indicated. Is it the $100 bill where it looks like New York getting hit with the tsunami? But also you have the Cathedral of St. John the Divine, which is the largest cathedral in the world. It's out there in New York, and in the 90s they had some pillars made that show the Twin Towers and other buildings being bowled over by a tidal wave. And it's very interesting because what they did is they took New York and they made it Babylon, is what they did. And the whole thing is based on Revelation. And I think it's very, very consistent with 9/11 and the One World Tower, and with the coming space 9/11, with the ISS representing a modern Tower of Babel. Finbar says they'll hit both coasts. I was just watching another one of these Amazon films. This one was Philip K. Dick, Electric Dreams. Now, Philip K. Dick, the author, very, very influential. Minority Report and others. These are all based on his works. But he's another one of these characters, maybe he's authentic, but supposedly he got some kind of download from the Dog Star, which we've been talking about. I think we all celebrated the Dog Star on New Year's Eve, right? Okay, so this is again Philip K. Dick, and the book The books that he wrote are very influential today in science fiction, but one of the things that happened is he had an experience that involved a beam of light hitting him between the eyes. Let's see here. He found little commercial success until The Man in the High Castle, which earned him acclaim, and the Hugo Award for Best Novel when he was 33. Nothing to see there. But the part that I wanted to find sounds like he had a very troubled life. Okay, here we go. February 20th, 1974, he was recovering from the effects of sodium pentothal administered for the extraction of an impacted wisdom tooth. He was receiving a delivery from a young woman, and when he opened the door, he was drawn to her golden necklace with a fish-like design, the symbol of Pisces for the early Christians. Now, the thing is, he said the sun glinted off the golden pendant and caused a pink beam to mesmerize him. So this pink beam of light reflecting off her necklace supposedly imparted upon him wisdom and clairvoyance. And then all these really great ideas for books that then became movies that were used to pretty much prepare us all for the transhuman era to come. So you might recognize his work, Man in the High Castle, Blade Runner, based on Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. I would even say that Westworld pretty much is out of the fictional universe of Philip K. Dick. But again, I was looking at one of his films and one of these movies based on his books, and it involved people living in these enclosed bubbles, these like enclosed cities, with the rest of the country wiped out. So, yeah, I've been talking about the space age, and it seems like the overall Agenda 21 thing, turning the world into a zoo for humans, where humans are encaged. That's kind of the norm, I think. And I think the whole lockdown culture is the new normal. And it's not about pandemics. It was never about saving you. I think it's about getting people acclimated to not traveling and not moving. So it's sort of, I've described this before as a kind of a return to serfdom. You know, the serfs, and they stay in their fiefdom. That's where the concept of Pope Elon came from, where the Martian age is going to be serfdom. In fact, I have an article here from a few years ago, Elon Musk, the Martian Pope. Now, I wrote this 4 years ago. I said Elon Musk is the Pope of Mars. Here's the plan the technocrats have in store for humanity. Wrath of globe, world communism, and space utopianism, leading into gulags full of potato farmers in vast underground plantations, resembling Truman Show type enclosures, but dressed up like Mars. They won't know they are slaves. They'll see themselves as having been saved by having escaped to what they believe to be Mars. The Mars to which the millions will be relocated is probably somewhere beneath China. Goes on here to say, Musk, dictator on Mars. It'll be a government based on Rome's organizational structure as scripted by Wernher von Braun. And that's what he said. He said that it would be structured like Rome. And the first dictator on Mars would be the Elon. That's why I said Pope Elon. And there's a song, Pope Elon, inspired by this notion by One-Eye Jack and the Shells. And we've spoken before about the Savior. Now, look, there's space arcs in every other movie these days. So here's the next part I wrote. Soon, climate change will be engineered or exaggerated in order to gain compliance for increased governmental controls over the private sector and the individual. Eco-fascist measures will allow the government to act as savior. Musk can send an ark to Mars and save humanity. The obelisk sends humanity to a new world. Obelisk representing the sun god savior in the flesh, the Pope. The rocket is the obelisk of the Martian Pope. And that's just part of it. If you want to read the article, I'll put a link. I have some images here from a Soviet's children's book from 1965 showing the Well, slave camps on the moon. Now, one other connection here. The Pope has a couple of keys behind his throne, a silver key and a gold key, one being to the temporal realms, one to the heavenly realms. So the papacy, the popes, they have the keys to heaven. That's why I refer to these guys as the space popes, because heaven has been rebranded as outer space. It's where the gods are, well, the planets. So these are the guys with the keys to the higher realms. They're the ones who sell you on the visions of heaven by using poetic descriptions, priests who ascend into heaven, the obelisk worshippers, who can then tell you how great it was. So anyway, I'll put a link if you want to read that. Elon Musk, the Martian Pope, and most of this has come true. The exaggerating of climate change, absolutely. Fifth Buddha says Elon will just upload people on their Neuralink. Yeah, that's far more likely. I've been suggesting lately that the space age is really going to be the cyber space age. And who's going to know the difference? Because most people believe the space age is real anyway. So just deeper into this digital deception. Meteor explosion may have caused Pittsburgh boom on New Year's Eve. No coincidence there. They're getting ready. I think they're getting ready. They're faking stuff already. They're getting people ready for the big one. When the DirecTV satellite falls and hits Trump Tower, possibly. I mean, these things are also political. You know, isn't it interesting that Alec Baldwin said that portraying Donald Trump on Saturday Night Live made him pray for an asteroid to hit the White House? Like, that's interesting. And then he shoots somebody, the director in that Rust movie, who happens to have Donald Trump's birthday, which is June 14th. So I'm like, well, that's interesting also. The guy with the most obvious case of Trump derangement syndrome in the world shoots somebody with Trump's birthday. Now, one other thing, because he said, I want Trump to be hit by a meteor. In the movie Don't Look Up, the comet's going to hit the Earth in 6 months and 14 days. So I'm like, oh, that's interesting, because this movie's out, it's New Year's. Well, in 6 months and 14 days, it's Trump's birthday. 6/14. Lots of interesting coincidences. And birthdays do matter with these world stage characters because it's all about the calendar and time control. And that's the basis for the astrotheological cult. It's everything is synchronized. As above, so below. All right, Tyrone McCloskey says 8mm was a tech that people could comprehend in 1963, so that was the medium to deliver the JFK hoax. Yep. Hey, I've been noticing this. The other day, a mask Karen went wild and shut down an airplane. That's how they've replaced, because I said this was going to happen. I said they're going to replace every facet of the post 9/11 world. They're going to replace everything for post 3/11, including planes being hijacked. But they're not being hijacked by religious fundamentalists. They're being hijacked by entitled MSM true believer mask Karens, freaking out over people not wearing their mask and then violating social distancing in order to assault those people. So yes, those are the ones shutting down the planes today. Just to show you how random it is and how fractured our society is, that you can go on an airplane and someone could just shut it down. All right, look at this on the screen here. Thanks to Always Pimpin' 68. This is a group of astronauts, Astro-N-O-T-S, or actornauts, or GAGs, members of the Government Actors Guild. So here you have a group of people pretending to be in space, enjoying a nice, innocent round of zero-G Twister, because that's normal. Have any of you ever ridden on a crowded train? Like, I went on a train across the country, and everyone was kicked back in their seat with their shoes off, and there's no circulation, And it was hell because it stopped every 20 minutes, then it started and it stopped. You couldn't even relax. It was torture. So anyway, I'm wondering, what is it about all these astronauts where they get up in space and suddenly they don't care about personal space or any of that? No, they're like, no, let's just crowd together. Let's dogpile. Let's huddle. Let me put my feet next to your face and put my face next to your uh, crotch. It's terrible. Look at this. It's the zero G twister. Now, again, this is all to sell the public on, oh, space is fun. Look how much fun they're having. This is just a show for children. But I want to point out that I guess they must have taken their lunch break in between shoots because this is all a movie and it's all spliced together. And if you look on the bottom picture here, the can of tuna, the lemon, the orange, and the apple are not floating. They're just sitting there on the table. Just an oversight. A minute ago they were floating, so this is just a still shot that had some props sitting there, but in the video these things were floating. Again, this is for New Year's, just pointing it out. Another glitch. This is a 22, now 23 year blooper reel. And President or hologram in chief Joe Biden says they're going to extend the ISS operations until 2030. So this is going to keep going, supposedly, but we'll see. I often speak about this whole thing and what it actually represents. And just look at the iconography, the symbolism, the architecture. It tells you the story. The next 9/11. For example, if you look at the space station as it is in space, supposedly, and you count the panels and just put everything together, you can see it actually looks like a Lego set of a deconstructed World Trade Towers, Twin Towers set. So if you had Ground Zero and Twin Towers, it would look like the space station. It has a precise number of panels and everything, and I think it's intentional. The resemblance. In fact, when you look at a lot of the photography, just take a look at the ISS view from space and tell me there isn't a resemblance when you're looking down the solar panels at the Earth to the Twin Towers. Now, it's not every shot, but it's a consistent image that we're being shown. And again, it's all visual storytelling. And this has been, I think, put together very neatly in the recent weeks with all the new Netflix releases. That what you're actually looking at here, I think, is we're like everything else. Everything else we experience in the news, our imaginations are prepped for it long in advance. Before 9/11, we were acclimated to hijackers, terrorists, and exploding jets and planes in all the movies. Well, here we are. Every other movie has space junk falling, has space stations falling. So I'm just pointing this out that this is all part of the same production. The towers were up 1968, taken down in 2001 after 33 years. 13 years later, they erect the One World Trade Tower that they originally were going to call the World Trade Center Phoenix. Again, it's got the same authors. So just a heads up, they say don't look up, but I'm like, well, it's obviously a misdirection there because the next major psyop's coming from above. All right, let us continue. Mary Smith says astronauts don't look like they used to. I have a lot of questions for them, but they only take questions from children. What do you like to eat in space? Why did you want to become an astronaut? It's the only thing they ever ask. There are other questions that I would ask that I think they wouldn't be able to answer. Like, why are your pants so tight? Like, why do you wear a tight belt? They wear their pants so tight they look like stuffed sausages. Their legs. I'm like, okay, there's no gravity up there supposedly, so what's going to tug your pants down? Why do you need a tight belt? Could it be that you got straps? That you got bungee cords and harnesses? And some people act, the people who are true believers, they act like, oh, there's no way they could fake that. When every single movie has special effects better than that. I think I did a meme of Scott Kelly levitating. Well, actually, Scott Kelly's head on the levitating body of Chris Angel. Well, does anybody here believe that Chris Angel is actually levitating out there on the streets of Vegas? Because there's no way he could fake it, right? No, obviously he's faking it. It's a magic show. But it really shows you it's about context. Because what NASA is doing is a really bad magic show. And they just kick you out if you call it what it is, rather than improve their magic show. I'm going to play a short clip here from Futurama. I've been correlating the comet with the iceberg and the Earth with the Titanic, and I think that's just the zeitgeist. They put this out there that we're in a state of peril, and we have been since they started Earth Day. They made us aware of it. So this is again a short clip from Futurama, and like all of these popular cartoons, it just forecasts the future like a crystal ball. I mean, think about The Simpsons, The Family Guy, American Dad, all these shows. The new one now is I think it's called Inside Job. But anyway, they use these cartoons to disseminate the truth in plain sight. And then you look at it in retrospect and they call you a conspiracy theorist. But I think we've noticed enough connections to where the burden of proof is shifted. And to say these are all coincidences is coincidence theory.
Prepare to change course.
Sir, this is a leisure cruise. Our path was set by the travel agency.
That's for schoolgirls. Now here's a route with some chest hair.
But that course leads directly through a swarm of comets.
Yes, comets. The icebergs of the sky. Yes, comets. The icebergs of the sky.
The icebergs of the sky. All right. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. Had a few callers yesterday. Again, I take calls from anybody. I really do. But some callers are clearly what we would refer to as glowies. And I had a caller, I hope he calls back, but maybe I'll reach out to him and see if I can get him to call. He was part of this protest movement, and I have to get some more information before I pass judgment on it. But just seems like, I mean, Vice did a story on this, how the FBI has been exposed as bankrolling all of the white nationalist Nazi literature out there. They've been caught. They've admitted it, rather. I mean, you could make $100,000 publishing books, bankrolling bigotry. I would say this is also the case with the Turner Diaries, the inspiration of Timothy McVeigh, or for Timothy McVeigh, a book that just had its 42nd anniversary. And I was talking about that quite a lot last year because the Turner Diary cover, and this is a book that really was said to have inspired, well, Timothy McVeigh, which again, we're talking about a psyop. So this book was written by the feds, clearly. But if you look at the cover of the Turner Diaries, it has a couple with weapons defending their home. And the whole premise of the book is New World Order. This couple is fighting against it, and it's kind of a, here we go, if you look at the cover, dystopian, futuristic thing. And now if you look at the McCloskeys in front of their home, they happen to come out dressed up exactly like the couple on the cover of this book. And I'm saying, well, these aren't coincidences. All of these characters on the world stage are put out there for your conditioning. St. Louis couple that waved guns at the BLM protesters' faces. And she's dressed like the Hamburglar, and then he's got the unbuttoned, one size too small polo shirt. Then she's got the, it looks like a little golden pistol, and he has an AR-15, an assault rifle 15, if you're a liberal. Again, look at the cover. Turner Diaries, McCloskeys. Turner Diaries, McCloskeys. No coincidences here. Then they run for office, the McCloskeys get political, and at every event they go to, they dress like this. She's wearing her Hamburglar shirt. No coincidences. Then they show up outside of Kyle Rittenhouse's trial to show their support. What is that? One other point to this, the author was born on 9/11, 1933. Timothy McVeigh, who was inspired by this book, was killed by lethal injection at the age of 33 on 6/11, 2001. So I'm like, 6/11, 2001, kind of an upside down 9/11. He's 33. The author of the book, 9/11/33. Look, this level of predictive programming and this intricate coding that we're deciphering, it is so far beyond coincidences. It just shows you these are all just puppets. Nothing to get excited about. All right, let's see. Is anybody here suffering from climate grief? If so, you're watching too much TV, I would say. There was this other study that just came out saying that the people who are very worried about all of the pandemic news suffer a cognitive decline. They find it difficult to make decisions and they think slower. So I'm like, okay. No surprise there. I mean, I'm kind of wondering, well, what came first, but it wouldn't surprise me. If you decide, well, I'm not going to think directly, I'm going to let them do it first, then yeah, I could see that. A slight delay. Here's the study. Constant worrying about the coronavirus pandemic not only stresses you out, but can impair your cognitive abilities, a new study warns. Researchers from McGill University found that people dwelling on pandemic-related fears made poorer choices, miscalculated the risks of certain outcomes, and displayed slower mental processing speed. Tyrone McCloskey says, I may be related to the McCloskeys. Interesting. Well, look, they were there to make a statement. Their statement was, very rich couple in a mansion surrounded by homeless people, poor people who don't even have the basics. And they're so insecure that they come out with guns when people come out protesting against the conditions that lead to the tragic events like the death of George Floyd. So there's this whole story that's attached to it. And check this out. David Pryor pointed this out. If you watch the movie The Happening, and he says it's a horrible movie, I agree. The second place where the air starts killing everybody, and think about this too, the air is killing everybody. I can't breathe. This I can't breathe wasn't just a slogan. This was and it's an anagram, again, a better China, which fits in if you think about this Marxist revolution against capitalism, because it's all about they can't breathe because capitalism. Also, too many people. So you have the green agenda, the environmentalist agenda, the overpopulation side of this green thing, the World War Zero, all tied into I can't breathe. So here you have a movie called The Happening about something in the air killing people. And the second scene takes place in Rittenhouse Park. Probably not a coincidence. Again, another showing just how everything leads up. Often years in advance. Again, heads up, Soylent Green took place in 2022. It's the year 2022 and people are still the same. They'll do anything to get what they need. And they need Soylent Green. And you know the attorney at the Kyle Rittenhouse trial? Oh, what was his name? He was drinking a bottle of soy. The prosecution. He was drinking a bottle and it said Soylent Green or something. Whatever was in it. Let's see if we can find a picture. It was the prosecutor. And you also had something else. You had a guy with a orange 33 vest walking around conspicuously. Then you had another guy whose foot disappeared into the floor. I think this was like about the same time that Joe Biden's foot disappeared into the ground. But anyway, the prosecutor was spotted drinking from a bottle that said Soylent Green. Wouldn't shock me. We've been talking about the Space Ark movie Wall-E by Pixar. I recommend watching it if you haven't, because there is an alarming subtext there in that movie that the people are eating their own dead, but they don't know because it's just a bunch of tasty smoothies. And it's not explicitly stated because it's a Disney movie, but there are many things about that movie that, if explicitly stated, would prevent parents from bringing their children to these movies. So the idea that it would have cannibalism, and the rationale, of course, is that there's an AI. There's a reoccurring theme. This AI god and an automated government, it takes over and it decides that people are, well, the people who are dying are better, I guess, recycled as food than just thrown out. Because it would, yeah, so this computer makes the decisions and it prevents anybody from stopping it because they don't even know where their smoothies are coming from. If you don't follow me on Twitter, it's Real Tim Osman. I'll put a link in the chat so you can follow my Twitter feed. I've been posting a lot of memes lately. You don't want to miss anything. And most of the links that we talk about will be posted here at some point, and it's another way to get live notifications. I also recommend you get on the newsletter so you can catch up with everything and you won't miss anything. So I did have a talk with Crater Earth USA yesterday. You can catch that. We talked briefly about Alex Jones's wife hitting him over the head with a 5-pound stone ball. Why his wife has 5-pound balls, I don't know. She's in jail. But we were kind of predicting that he's going to exit the stage very soon as well. Assuming that he is, in fact, Bill Hicks. Because the Bill Hicks character, at the end of his run as this Rush Limbaugh-like agitator, he gets taken out. And so I thought, well, that's probably going to happen here soon. Let's see, going through comments. Anything else that I've missed? If anybody wants to call in, 833-311-1984. Rourke says, Charles Heston, Planet of the Apes, finds the upper part of the Statue of Liberty. That's the same thing in all these movies. The Statue of Liberty is constantly buried in mud, like up to its neck. So this reset talk and this whole mud flood theory, whatever you think about it, there actually is quite a lot of entertainment predictive programming for some kind of literal burial of civilization. It constantly happens. The other thing too, I mean, Planet of the Apes, I think that was a 1968 movie. No, anyway, there was a few things in 2020 that we were referencing that seemed to come right out of 1968, and we were talking about that movie and Night of the Living Dead, both out of 1968. All right, so on the 6th we have a piece of Russian space junk about to hit down, crash down. Hopefully it hits. I don't know. I was hoping Seattle still. It'd be very consistent with everything. It'd be nice to see a little more obvious examples of the order in the apparent chaos here. And that's really what we're pointing out. When we're pointing out these coincidences, what we're actually pointing out is that there is no real randomness to any of these things. There is such a patterning, and a lot of people default to it's God, or it's some kind of higher power or something, some diabolical intellect behind it all. But I always defer to Arthur C. Clarke, where he said, any sufficiently developed technology is indistinguishable from magic. And I think we're at that point now with media. Here's a clip. Speaking of magic, this is another clip from the ISS Magic Show. This is on Christmas. And this was posted by One Step Too Far. What you have here is another example of astronauts, supposedly astronauts, handling objects that aren't really there, and their augmented virtual reality perception is glitching for some reason, and they miss the items, scooping their hands through the air as though they're holding things that aren't there. Many, many, many examples of this. Again, if you haven't seen it, I'll go ahead and put this on my Twitter feed. I'll retweet it for you. This is from Christmas. If you want to go through it with a fine-tooth comb, we have many such examples. My favorite example, I think, is the microphone going through Chris Hadfield's neck. Through his neck. There's another cosmonaut who was playing soccer on the space station. He was playing football, and his head went through the roof, like through the metal panel. Like, that's the level of glitchiness. So, the people who believe this stuff to be real have a very strange bias, I have to say. Like, I would imagine they fall for third grade magic shows, like third grade level magic shows. A magic show you'd have at a birthday party for kids. That's the level of trickery that these astronauts are using, and yet these NASA fanboys tend to find it to be very compelling. Like, I see nothing wrong with this. Let's see here. Rourke66 says, John Levy still rocks. Yeah, I like a lot of the Mud Flood channels. I do like a lot of the conjecture, and especially the images they go to, the photos they find. I don't know about taking things literally. I mean, on the one hand, you don't give NASA any slack. Every picture is questionable. But then when it comes to something like some picture from the early 20th century, they look at these pictures as absolute evidence of some kind of a conspiracy. There's sort of a lack of incredulity with a lot of the people who are kind of, I think they have a vested interest in this fantastical explanation for it, that there was some more advanced society before this one. I haven't quite ruled it out. But again, the mud flood topic doesn't necessarily mean, it's no weirder or more, it's no stranger than global warming and this idea that the ocean levels are rising. I mean, they've been blaring that line out for 30 some years. The ocean levels are going to rise. The population was supposed to have exploded decades ago. So what we're hearing, though, with that conspiracy theory, though, the one part about it I find most compelling is that if we can't trust the news today, can we really trust our history? And how much could be buried, whether it's a literal burial or not? Could we be on a completely in a fabricated world where it's almost like at that point it almost becomes almost an argument from the divine fallacy. You have to assume some kind of godlike powers by the elite. It's like the Mandela effect. Are they actually controlling reality to that extent? But I could see it as being possible at one point. Possibly. Maybe a high level of media control, but with the mud flood theory of constant resets, I don't know. Going through comments again. Maxwell says, did your talk with Fight the Flat Earth get canceled? No, actually, we're rescheduling it. See, this is a problem, too, with some of these people, with some of these channels. The Flat Earth debate on both sides is kind of coming from a fallacious starting point, and a lot of the people who are arguing against the Flat Earth are true believers in everything else in the news. So I'm like, well, you can win a debate, I suppose, or you could have a debate with someone about something that they've accepted on faith, but then everything else that they believe or they see on the TV is absolutely true as well. So it's bigger than just the shape of the world. If NASA's lying about that, or if they're lying even about the moon landing, it implies a level of media control that most people aren't even willing to entertain or contemplate or accept. They think it's all random reporters and there's sort of a gestalt, and we kind of sift out the facts. But no, not the case. But that's just not something, again, that somebody who's uh, a globe fundamentalist is going to reach. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, caller, can you hear me okay? One second, let me check the mic. If it doesn't get through, just call right back. We've been experiencing a little bit of glitchiness. I think I have a voicemail here. Let me play this voicemail while we wait for that person to call back.
Hey Tim, listening to I think to your last live stream, you're talking about how the conspiracies that we hear are just like these pale comparisons to what's really going on. Like deep down, they were all just a bunch of smoke screens for the real scene. And I remembered reading from Anton Wilson. I think it was the
Yeah, we had gone over this one actually. That the mainstream conspiracies are all smokescreens. Exactly, they're all mainstream alternative stories. Alex Jones is a heel, and not to single him out, but for the most part, many of or all of the popular ones, all of the big channels that still take certain things for granted would be considered, I think, fake. Like, do you take it for granted that people actually die at these terror attacks? If so, then you're under a bit of a spell. All right, Mary Smith says no audio. Okay, if you want to try calling back one more time. I'm not quite sure what happened there with the audio, but if you want to call back, it might have been something on my end, or it could have been that Russian satellite. Again, that's supposed to hit on Thursday. Now, again, this is another example of it's a test, rather, it's a litmus test. What is it going to take to convince the world, that the sky is falling? One Chicken Little on TV? Are they going to hear something? Sonic Boom? Are they going to drop something? Okay, I'm going to be taking calls again tomorrow. I wanted to point out that I started the 24/7 stream again, so we have a lot of replays. Things that if you've missed, it's going to go into the 24/7, so just stay tuned after for most recent replays. And I'm also going through a lot of the music and a lot of the archives, and I'm putting it into this playlist. And if you go to infiniteplane.radio, we also have the audio stream up again. If you want to try calling back one more time, I'll hold on for just a moment here. Let's see if we've missed anything else. For the most part, I believe we've covered everything. We're waiting for the Russian military satellite. That's the next thing to go down. There was a book that came out, How to Defend America from the Woke Mob by Kyle Rittenhouse. And this book is encouraging violence against street mobs. Anyway, the book is on Amazon, and it's not actually by Kyle, but that doesn't stop Amazon from selling it. So, another bit of foreshadowing, if you ask me, setting the public's expectations for some kind of right-wing terror attack. This is an old story, but like same with the space junk and this whole space war thing. It's an old story, but they do this. They prepare you for these things so long in advance that it's almost cliche. So it doesn't even set off any sort of red flags. Hey, this is an extraordinary claim. People don't know what constitutes an extraordinary claim anymore. They assume if it's on TV, it's been vetted and it's not extraordinary. It's like, okay, well, I'm still in the reality, or I'm still in reality, where the idea of a 22-ton piece of metal falling down is an extraordinary claim and totally questionable. Phase Polarizer said David Bowie just sold his catalog. David Bowie's birthday is the 8th. It's also Elvis Presley's birthday. It's coming up in 4 days, so I was expecting something. And when you're looking at this predictive programming and you're looking at the meta script or the bigger picture, you have to include music and these musicians and these rock stars, and they're very huge, very important in the bigger picture. And I don't think any artist has as much weight or has as much consistent representation in the outer space drama than David Bowie. I mean, today it's Ariana Grande. who did some pro NASA song before, and then she was in the movie Don't Look Up. But Bowie's music has consistently been used to parallel our transition into the cyberspace age. And it is the cyberspace age because you know the end of it, the end of David Bowie's journey, or David Bowman in Space Oddity, because Space Odyssey. So you have Odyssey and then Bowie's Space Oddity, but it's the same journey. And this is why the first music video in space was a David Bowie song. This is why David Bowie was playing in the car they sent into space with Starman, another Bowie reference. This, he's figured prominently in this because they have to reach you in the culture and in the movies simultaneously. But at the end of the story, the character merges with the monolith. And that again is the space age being manifested as the person merging with this higher consciousness through this alien technology. And I'm suggesting here that we are right now in the cyberspace age as we have all merged with the monolith, being the screen, being the televised version. You know what? There may be something off with my phones. I'll get that fixed for tomorrow. Apparently people are just getting the voicemail. I probably have to pay that, and I'm also going to be paying for the text alerts. So if you're getting text alerts, those will resume tomorrow. It's the beginning of the month, and so I have to pick up on a few of these things. So anyway, thanks everyone who subscribes to the newsletter and supports the channel. All of the support you give goes into expanding what we're doing, and we've done a lot of lateral expansion. It's impossible not to find Infinite Plane Radio now. And even if YouTube tries unsuccessfully to censor us, we get more hits on the podcasting platforms anyway. In fact, I think we were ranked 111 on January 1st in South Africa for some category. It's kind of a thing. I put the category into entertainment or comedy because I figured it's going to be less prone to being censored if I don't put political or news criticism. So people can just safely assume we're just joking here. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. This is Infinite Gang. Same time tomorrow. Join us in the morning as well. I'll send out notifications and get on the newsletter. Make sure you don't miss any of the upcoming new live streams on the Dark Matter Network either. So again, if you're not familiar with Crater Earth USA, a great start would be the broadcast that they did on the 3rd, which is linked below if you're checking the show notes. All right, this is Neo Mode Gucci Flip.
Infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane. Doing my thing, do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Infinite plane, yeah. I live on an infinite plane. I live on an infinite plane. They telling me different things. That's supposed to be pulling strings, but I know they playing the games. Since I found out today, I live on an infinite plane. I ain't playing no games. I'm on a different plane. I live on an infinite plane. Yeah. I know the news is fake. They're trying to choose my fate. I know the views is fake. They pushing the global stage. Fake news on the radio wave. All the hoax, the whole world is a stage. Body double like I'm Saddam Hussein. Doing my thing. Don't want the fame, just trying to make change. They took out my page. But I'm infinite gang, infinite plane, playing no games. Infinite gang, we ain't playing no games. Infinite plane, I'm on an infinite plane. Infinite plane, the world that I live in is strange. Cause I'm on an infinite plane. I'm doing different things, yeah, I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. Stay with the infinite gang. Supposed to pull the strings, but they can't cover the game. I'm on the infinite plane. Infinite gang, that's me on mode. I stay more play. Infinite plane society, yeah, man. Hello, I think it's black robot, yeah, just this, man. Can't take us down on this shit, man. You shake that, check the stats, man. Can't do it, man. Take the word is flat, man. Go for the whole man. I take it down on shit right now, man. Shit, satellites are not real, man. I think satellites are real, man. I don't even know what the gun is. How about the news and shit, man? They already got it, man. I'm telling you right now, it's all the host, man. All the host, man. Shout out, what up, bro?
listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Okay, thank you for joining. It is Infinite Plane Sunday for May 2nd, 2021. And that is Chief Crow. The Edge is in your mind, and on the screen you're looking at an opening of I believe he calls it a pinecone rainbow swastika, or something to that effect. More East Coast listeners, I've noticed right now, because we're earlier, that's going to be the normal thing for weekends if I can arrange it, where Sundays or Saturdays or both will be live at this time. There's a lot going on. New equipment arriving probably tomorrow or the next day for South Pole. So our studio is set up. We're going back into full production, weekly South Pole. For those of you who were there for the first part of season 1, from basically like November to January, we're going to pick up where we left off with something of a finale, which I think everyone will appreciate. Okay, topic today, Chinese space junk falling down. You heard it here first, helmets. You'll have helmet Karens. You'll have people crying the sky is falling. So you thought the mask was bad enough, we'll wait until they mandate helmets, and it's going to happen because the same experts are going to say so. Well, just yesterday, a huge rocket from China's space station launch fell, and apparently it's going to land somewhere in an inhabited area. Let me go to that article first. So the rocket is called a Long March. That alone is interesting in the context of, I consider the space program to be a Trojan horse for world communism, and the long march through the institutions that the communists said it would take to subvert the Western mind, I believe has been achieved through the space program magic show. It says a Chinese rocket stage could fall to Earth totally uncontrolled in the next few days. Uncontrolled deorbits can rain heavy chunks of rocket on populated areas. It says the enormous rocket body is shooting around the planet out of control and will fall back on the Earth within a few days. And I've been looking at the comments on various videos and news articles about this, and a lot of people, the same ones who think that China caused the pandemic, are the ones, they're going to say China's doing this on purpose. So it's a 21-ton object. It's the core stage of the Long March 5B rocket launched on Wednesday, because they're making their own space station. How convenient, right? Their space station goes up. Russia abandons our station. It seems like something's being set up. But it says, instead of falling into a pre-designated spot in the ocean, as is common for discarded rockets, it's circling the planet uncontrolled. So those of you who know about the fakeness of, orbit, know this is a hoax, but it doesn't matter. The masses believe it. So generally, they deposit their space junk and dead satellites in a place called the Pole of Inaccessibility, which is probably the place is fascinating in itself, but that's where they generally do it, which is fascinating for a few reasons. One, it's the place that Jules Verne pinpointed as Point Nemo for the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. It's the point where H.P. Lovecraft said the Elder Gods crash landed. So it has this crossover between science fiction, kind of horror science fiction, and NASA calls it the satellite cemetery. So anyway, that's where they're supposed to drop these things, which kind of for me raises the question, you can drop a dead satellite, put it into orbital decay and just land it anywhere, doesn't that mean that every satellite, every piece of junk is an ICBM, like a bomb, essentially? Anyway, it says the rocket body is going to fall in the next few days. It says since 1990, nothing over 10 tons has been deliberately left to reorbit, or rather left in orbit to re-enter uncontrolled. So the problem with this, in my view, is like, okay, so you've got the Earth, which is just a little fragile blue ball, like an egg. You don't want to crack. It's like fragile. All life is there. All life that we know of in the universe. And if you look behind you from space, you can see this infinite bottomless trash can with wormholes, black holes, and stars that could incinerate anything. So what do? They drop their trash on the only spot known to contain life. NASA did this on March 11th. They dropped a 3-ton battery. It's like, wait, that's going to kill a whale and probably a village. Why couldn't you have just tossed it into the trash can behind you? Anyway, the rocket stage is 100 feet long, 16 feet wide. When it falls out of orbit, large chunks could survive the fall, but they could threaten inhabited areas. So that's what we're looking at here. Now, let me go ahead and show you the response from an auto believer. So I'm one you would consider to be an auto hoaxer. I'm considering it to be fake until proven real when it comes to an extraordinary claim, and this would constitute an extraordinary claim. But now here's someone, a TikToker, which tells you everything. This guy on TikToker is warning you about the sky falling. Just ignore him when he fixes his hair.
I got a bit of bad news for you, some bad outer space news. It's kind of important. This week, China launched a rocket for its space station, and that went great. The rocket is successfully in orbit. But the launcher, which is the size of a 10-story building, accidentally also went into orbit and is descending back to Earth, and no one knows where it's going to crash or what it's going to crash into. Well, that's not quite true. We know that it's going to crash probably within the next 2 weeks, somewhere south of New York and north of New Zealand, which, to clarify, is this area. Is this a big deal?
So the map he shows is basically anywhere where there's people. So the penguins are safe, but Canadians kind of look safe. But anyway, this is someone who believes it's real. So the sky is falling. A few more seconds here.
Yeah, kinda. The launcher weighs about 21 metric tons. That's a lot. That's very large. Nothing has fallen to Earth of that size in our lifetime. So, yeah, this could be a big deal. So maybe for the next couple of weeks, if you live within that danger area, which you probably do, keep an eye on the sky. Good.
Keep an eye on the sky, and then when NASA says put on a helmet, you're going to put on a helmet. Romulus says Chinese are lousy at faking. Okay, now let's check this out. A couple of things. One, so the space junk thing has been really, I think, accelerated this year, and it all ties in to some very interesting predictive programming. There's a few movies that tell you a lot about what's to come and that predicted 2021, the sky falling, one of them being Donnie Darko. Now, without getting into that, though, we were already prepared for this because there was a thing in 2019 called the fictional event. And the fictional event was NASA working with FEMA to simulate falling objects. And this, 1 year later, almost to the day, was followed by a piece of Chinese space junk almost landing in New York. So we almost had a space 9/11. Infinite Plane Radio, are you helmeted up for the space junk?
Oh, that's actually quite the hilarity, Tim. So, yeah, I just got to that article. It was on Disclosed TV, if I recall correctly. And no, I mean, yeah, China's going to hop into that new fad. I've noticed that they themselves are more or less almost like the perfect class to believe just about anything and go just about anything. So really, I mean, it's very fictitious in that sense.
Well, they prepared us. They have been preparing us with TV shows, predictive programming, and then Musk did that little bit of a light display when he did the space junk over the West Coast last month. So people believe it's real now, and all we need is an event, and I think this is it.
Yeah, it could be it. I mean, this could be the next ISS possibly. But, I mean, either way, I mean, this is just a new way to get the Karens to not just mask up, not just vax up, but also helmet up. Now they'll just look like the the TV trope that was the mentally challenged persona, where they wear the bike helmets and they just look stupid in them either way.
Exactly, and that's the whole point. You see, because the mask is the new, it's the new dunce cap in a way, but all of it's walking us towards something. So between the protective posture, the helmet, and the breathing apparatus, the filter, and everything, you're in a spacesuit. They're getting us ready for the space age, and this is how it works. And I think you're going to see it. I think we're going to see people helmeting up. They sold Kevlar backpacks after Parkland, so yes, I want to get into that business. I don't know, maybe like Kevlar umbrellas. Like, what kind of stuff are people going to fall for?
Well, I mean, if you're really into it, I mean, just a little bit of not really advice, but just a little bit of suggestion. So you could actually start with, say, carbon fiber looking outfits. I mean, maybe start with a little bit of gloves. I mean, make it a little bit vesty-like. Maybe a little bit of vest in themselves. I mean, I don't know. They may as well just start wearing Kevlar vests, the whole entire SWAT and anti-terrorist outfit. I mean, hey, I mean, maybe you could persuade people into getting arms one day, but I mean, that's still a little far. But other than that, I mean, maybe a little bit of Kevlar mix, carbon fiber, titanium. I mean, just to make it more punsy. But yeah, I mean, no, the average person really they'll buy anything just to dodge these acclaimed fads. I mean, we basically went from war on terror, war on drugs, which respectively we had to fear a bunch of Mujahideen Muslim, which Al-Qaeda means the satellite, and then the second part being we had to fear a bunch of narco cartels that the United States through Operation Fast and Furious aided. And then right now we're still in the middle of the Vaxageddon, and we're still in the middle of the mask epidemic. And yeah, I mean, in the future there will be big, deep, dark space. I mean, look, if Bill Gates is gonna block the sun, I mean, just make the whole sky set black. I mean, that's basically all he needs just to accomplish a space age.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, if he can literally darken the sky or tint it red, they can convince the next generation that they're on Mars and they were born on Mars. That's how much control they're almost godlike at this point if they can do this type of stuff and get people to believe it, and it's working. So what do you think about the fact that this piece of space junk is from China? Isn't that kind of interesting? Because I see the same kind of rhetoric where it's like Wuhan was not an accident, and now they're saying this is not an accident. So whatever happens, you can see this makes China into like an aggressor in the eyes of mostly the right.
Hey, I mean, after all, I mean, the same club in charge that gave us basically the war on so-and-so is the same club that's giving us China. I mean, they're giving us China, propping them up, making them look really, really all that in a bag of chips. But I mean, let's face it. I mean, it's going to be the new fad, but it's not really there yet. But because of the whole Samsung, the Korean company having so-called space junk, because of that one Indonesian dude that worked at the morgue got rich, because the whole industrial complex keeps shooting out petrified wood, selling it as an asteroid. Unfortunately, yes, it seems all too persuasive towards the auto believer, towards these space atheist junkies. And yeah, quite frankly, no, it's going to go through, and yeah, we're going to have to. The only choice we have is basically to just look from outside and critique it.
Well, one final point on this, I would say, is that von Braun talked about the world threats that would be used to consolidate a world government in the future, one of them being weather, climate change, alien invasion. But he mentioned asteroids, which at the time I thought was laughable, because how can you predict that? You can't. But you can create it, which they can do, and they have been doing lately. And it doesn't have to be asteroids, it can be space junk. And now I'm starting to think that many of the recent space junk sightings or even UFO sightings, they might start saying those were Chinese spies or something, spy satellites. So I think they set the stage for Star Wars. And if something falls in the right place, it will go down.
Actually, yes, Napoleon Wilson does detail this a lot. I mean, he always keeps saying that a lot of this reality is being directed by George Lucas, in a sense that, yes, there's so many of these International Space Station commodities. I mean, the European Space Station, and then you get China into the mix, and now well, actually, you also get India into the mix. I just got to your post, so like the video with the Indian guy. I mean, he really does fail to realize that no, actually, space origins have always been based on the cultic, the obelisks, and just matters such as that. But yeah, I mean, it's possible part of our reality is directed by Lucas in that sense.
Yeah, in fact, after this call, I'll get into that. I'm going to play that clip because for people who aren't up on that, I came across a researcher in India who has recognized all of the fertility symbolism inherent within the Indian space program. And that's a topic in itself. Very, very fascinating that someone else arrived at that conclusion. But anyway, are you in one of the areas that might be hit by the space junk?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could say they could hit Southern California, but I mean, they haven't exactly done that. That's just the thing. They haven't really. The best that's ever tried to fall here was a missile that happened like years ago. That's the best that ever be done.
Awesome. Well, hey, I'm going to cover the rest. I'm going to go into that documentary with I guess we would call him, is he an anthropologist or anyway, this individual archaeologist. He's looking into artifacts, and he's found what he believes to be indicators of an ancient space program. I'm going to pull that video up. Thanks for reminding me about it.
Hey, no problem.
All right, talk soon. All right, look, I'm going to go play a clip here. Let me give you a background on this. This is an interesting little thing that I found yesterday. This is a YouTube channel by the name of Praveen Mohan. I'll give you a link. More than 1 million subs. Great channel. The video is called India's Secret Space Travel Mission. Is it based on ancient technology? So generally, this is the type of stuff I ignore, ancient alien stuff. However, this individual has arrived at some very interesting conclusions where he has taken the modern space program and correlated it with some ancient symbolism in a way that we have when we've correlated the rocket with the obelisk. So I'm going to go ahead and play this.
The country's current space technology is somehow deeply related to its ancient technology. Let us take a look at this video. This is from the Indian Space Research Organization known as ISRO, and it shows the latest video of the Mars Orbiter assembly. And here, look at the shape of this. This is a lingam.
So he's noticing that that their space program there in India, because all the space programs do this. This is why they name all the rockets after dead sun gods, who are all emblemized by these obelisks, which are their lingams, I guess. But watch how he takes this stuff apart. It's like, no, this is not a coincidence. And it's not because it's based on some ancient alien technology. He's noticing that the space program is actually a cover for Mystery Babylon. It's just a fertility cult.
Here, look at the shape of this. This is a lingam, which acts as a base to the entire assembly. This is the payload structure, a very important part. And why is it designed like a lingam? Compare this with the lingam we see in Indian temples. This is the main structure worshipped in most Hindu temples.
So what he's mistaking here is he's saying, it's amazing our technology looks like stuff we used to worship. And I'm saying, no, you're actually seeing these ancient symbols dressed up as science. So people think that they're watching rockets go to Mars. No, actually, you're engaging in the ancient worship of this lingam thing. And this is worldwide. This is the global religion, the cult of the obelisk. And this individual stumbled into it unknowingly, not even knowing what he found. I mean, he's made these correlations with the iconography, the symbolism, but he thinks space is real. And that's always going to be something of a hindrance if you're trying to see what's actually going on.
Hindu temples. It is considered a representation of Shiva, but nobody knows why this shape has been worshipped for thousands of years in India. So what does a lingam actually represent? think about this. We are planning to put a man on Mars in 2025.
Now, again, when we're looking at this in context, so the rocket is the obelisk. It represents the male god. The sky is the goddess, or the lunar goddess. So you could look at the Apollo 11 as actually a fertility rite. And so the capsule, the rocket has the capsule with the astronauts in it. It represents basically conceiving, or rather it's a conjugal visit. So now we're going to go colonize Moon. So he's recognizing that we're sending this object to this foreign body, or Mars. And listen to how he describes this. And he totally gets it, for the most part, that yes, this is a fertility rite.
Just 6 years from now, ISRO will be putting an astronaut inside a structure like this lingam and send it over to Mars. And then an astronaut would come out of a lingam on the surface of Mars, right? Here is the shocking part. Such carvings are already portrayed in ancient Hindu temples. Look how this astronaut is clearly coming out of a lingam. Look at how he's wearing an elongated helmet. This is a repeating motif, and it is definitely not for beauty. This is a protective helmet. And of course, you can see several wires around his body and his
Okay, this is a great channel. I put the link at infiniteplanesociety.com. This is one of the things we're discussing. But again, he's correlating this with the space program. And now listen to what he says here.
A space pod, very similar to what India has built now. Is this a coincidence, or is India recreating ancient technology based on ancient Indian texts?
Close. They're not recreating ancient technology. They're recreating the ancient religion, ancient iconography and symbolism for the modern context. Space has been redefined as, well, rather, heaven has been redefined for the world. They've created space, and it's the universal heaven. And so this is what he's seeing. So what he's suggesting here is that the Indian government's trying to recreate ancient tech. No, actually, they're recreating the ancient symbolism. And this is exactly why, again, NASA and all the other agencies, even SpaceX, it's not a coincidence phonetically that there's a resemblance with SpaceX and SpaceX. And that's because what you're talking about is the union of the goddess who represents, in space, and the god of the earth, and their conjugal visit, which is what gives birth to the sun every day. Again, this is all very much a religion. And on this particular video, which I linked, he goes into a few other things, like CERN, which are other aspects of the modern religion. Doesn't mean they're real. So again, I'm going to play a few more seconds here, because he's under the mistaken impression that the government's trying to recreate ancient tech.
2. Did this practice stop? Or are governments continuously trying to recreate lost technology mentioned in ancient texts? Is India's space mission somehow related to space and Vimana technology mentioned in these texts? Or is this all a mere coincidence?
Third option, but very close. Third option. They're recreating it because this is, again, the cult of the obelisk, and they got the entire world to bow before this thing. All right, so let's move on. Astronauts right now are training. If you didn't know, they're training to fight aliens. And they're doing it in simulation, which means they're probably recording it and pretending it's real so they can put it on the news later. Fighting aliens with Space Force at high seas. Commanders report Lunar Day 6. So I was reading this description of how they're actually fighting the aliens, and it's kind of, well, it looks like a lot of people just LARPing, basically. And what they're saying is that in the simulation is that the aliens are using some kind of a fog machine. Quote, aliens are coming. Dispatchers are fielding calls. A blinding flash of light. Again, this is all just LARPing. I'm just bringing it up because, look, if they're already contending with alien dust machines, and this is from space.com, in simulation, then they're going to make this happen for real. It says the alien dust machine is what the crew's blaming for bad weather. Today's our 6th day on the mission, and we can't see anything outside our window. The crew became skeptical that this would occur naturally, so they've been blaming aliens for this. Now, this is a crew that's pretending to be on the moon. So you can see them here in their moon base, which is basically a tent with cameras everywhere. And this is probably not all that dissimilar from what the ISS actually looks like. It's probably just a bunch of people hanging out on a movie set, which is what they're doing here. But who knows what they're actually filming. All right, I'm going through some comments here. Jordan says they're all programmed now to believe they're unveiling a deep truth with their observations. Oh, referring to the previous video. Yeah, isn't it interesting how you can arrive at a wrong conclusion with one false premise, that could just be so 180 degrees from the truth. I mean, the existence of outer space is what holds a lot of this stuff together. And this is why I think even a lot of the flat earth debates, they mostly focus on the shape of the earth. And I'm like, that's not even an accurate argument to make or a debate to have, because we're not arguing shape versus shape if we haven't established the reality of outer space as described. And unless it's as described, the earth wouldn't necessarily have to have a shape. Round, flat, or velociraptor. But anyway, people live in a simulation. I think that's already been established. Happily so. People are, in fact, they defend it. They want to censor you for questioning it. So they're pretty happy to find out that a piece of Chinese space junk might hit any one of these cities soon. And when it happens, we're going to know it's fake, but the world's going to believe it's real. And then, of course, there's going to be these different arguments, whether it was an accident, intentional. But the one thing you're not going to hear is, oh, it was real. I mean, it was I guess what would they do? A piece of junk dropped from a high altitude balloon. Or plane, I guess. Here's an interesting piece from IndieWire. 2001 VFX guru Douglas Trumbull is trying to explain why CGI has not outpaced the visual effects of Kubrick, of Stanley Kubrick's films. So lately I've been talking quite a lot about visual illiteracy and about how I didn't like the transition from physical props, real fake blood, to the CGI variety, because it loses all the nuance. And I kind of felt like this was a sabotage of the art itself, mainly because it's cheaper to do everything with CGI effects. So what looked like just low budget CGI movies that I used to just ignore, it just became mainstream. Movies became more like video games, and that's kind of when I stopped paying attention. But now I'm noticing that the people who are fully immersed in today's CGI universe are the ones who have the most trouble telling the difference between real and fake. So you remember just a week ago, I showed a picture of a SpaceX Starship rocket to Mick West. And I said, real or fake? And he said, real. Well, he couldn't tell that one was in fact the CGI one. And even Elon Musk in this image here says, the simulation really struggled to make this look real, ha ha. So Elon Musk is even laughing at how fake this looks. Not the first time he's been caught doing such. I have another tweet where Elon Musk is looking at a blimp. I think he said, blimps rock. When he posted a picture, I put it side by side with the photo of his rocket, just so people could see that there is a very distinct difference here. These are not in the same universe. There's a qualitative difference between the CGI universe that the masses live in and the real one. So the photo of the blimp looks real. the photo of his CGI starship looks like, well, it doesn't even look like a photograph. And it makes me ask all kinds of questions. Like, okay, you have this 400-foot tower with this little spigot of fire on the bottom so it doesn't hit the ground too hard. How come the camera on a drone is able to stay beneath it without shaking? How come the camera doesn't melt? How come it doesn't get blown away? But anyway, even Musk admits it's fake. So what I'm saying here is that the public has been rendered visually illiterate, and they can't tell the difference between these two images. They're both the same to the masses. Even though you, since you're listening, I'm assuming most of you here are discerning, you're like, well, the blimp is real. The cartoon is MS Paint. So here we have 2001 visual effects guru Douglas Trumbull talking about why CGI has not outpaced the visual effects of 2001 Space Odyssey. Specifically, Space Odyssey. We're talking about depictions of outer space. Okay, so let me get into this part of it, because I think he and I agree on certain things about how it just doesn't look real anymore. So here's what he calls it: organic effects. Here's what he says. Special effects have all gone digital. As I watch a lot of these movies, my experience has been I see mind-boggling things achieved with the CGI. Spacecraft, alien planets, flames, and water. But the problem is, give it 2 years and look back. It doesn't age well. Now, this is a key point. The 2011 footage from the ISS has all kinds of flaws that you can see it in like Infinite Plane Radio.
Oh, hey, Tim. So I just like to apologize a little bit for that last call. That I used another phone and it sounded exactly like a space downfall. Almost something you'd get akin to a 30 Seconds to Mars jam called The Struggle with the wind sound in the beginning.
Yeah, we just assumed that you were wearing a mask. I thought you were keeping people safe. So I was like, this guy is very altruistic. I respect that. Okay, no, cool.
All right.
Appreciate it.
So anyways, I just like to note that our reality really is looking as if it was predicted also by, because you mentioned this a lot earlier, and it looks like it's also being tweeted a lot by 90s bands, and I couldn't help this one band called Morbid Angel, and they had this jam named Fall from Grace. When we look at the album cover from its album, it got almost exactly the same art that Lil Nas X had from the shoes, like where it's just, you know, this kind of nearly choreographic kind of a takeover of the hell kind of theme.
Oh, yes. The art comes from the same old grimoires and stuff. Definitely. I'll have to look at that because, yes, this is a key thing. We're always analyzing movies and sometimes novels, but the music is one of the key components to shaping the modern mind. And it seems like a lot of 90s music was shaping people. Like, you might think you're an outsider, but how do you know that your heavy metal album wasn't just conditioning you to be a CNN believer?
Exactly. I mean, it's almost like it's written by, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, if it was probably written by either Anton LaVey or just some other wizard mason straight out of the 25th degree lodge or something. I mean, yeah. It's definitely something like that. Yeah, I just wanted to put that up from there. I mean, I'm not sure if you'd like to mention more about the space fraudery, because I don't know, a lot of this auto believers that is really getting to know more and more through these just the whole stars thing and that the virtual reality. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I mean, I ended up buying actually a few of those like 3 years back, and while they were okay, unfortunately, I mean, let's face it. I mean, there's got to be a point where actual virtual reality users have to tell the difference. I mean, there's got to be a breaking point of some sort, because the way SpaceX does some of their models, it's either blurry or when you notice that it launches up, like it just looks a little bit like CGI, and always has some little animation playing with you, like the falling man, and that's something to actually take very note of. I mean, at some point they just got to lay away from it.
Well, you know, this is like an interesting thing, and this director, this visual effects professional, Doug Trumbull, brought this up, that the CGI just doesn't age well. It's a new thing, and it's evolving in front of our eyes. And so this is why I was into film studies. I was majoring in that for a little while, and everything was going to CGI because it was cheaper. And I thought, they're sacrificing the art. I thought that was just what the people who don't have big budgets do, that the people with the money recreate the stuff so it looks real and you have organic effects. And no, that's not the case. And when it comes to outer space, they're going straight CGI, and they always have. And the point he made about how it doesn't age, well, every 5 years, if you look at the space station, look 5 years back and then 5 years back, you can tell that it wasn't the cameras evolving, but the special effects.
Yeah, that is very noticeable, and there's even shots where you have, say, group photos inside the space station, and one of them just had, and this is a recent post by someone out there, so they had themselves huddling together, a happy shot, but then you notice on the bottom left, you see fruits that are just sitting there. There's no zero gravity making them tilt, like upside down, like a bunch of free moving objects. There's no sort of hovering machine to at least make them float a little higher. No, actually, they were just sitting down there. I mean, that's really where it also comes down to sometimes. I mean, they just make these mistakes that they don't even want to take account to.
Yeah, there are continuity flaws. Mistakes like that are very commonplace in the ISS. I noticed that. I noticed that they're having lunch and some of the apples had gravity and some didn't. Very, very inconsistent. And there are just things that they just cannot do. And this is why they're terminating this station. So the new one from China just had a first piece launched. So they're already building the new station. They're phasing this one out. And of course, any day now that piece is going to come down and hit something. I hope it hits Seattle. I mean, no offense to anybody in Seattle.
Well, I mean, after all, the 11.3.311 thing did get Seattle real good. I mean, remember that release, the Kraken thing? I mean, that was so notable. I mean, their programming with the Kraken really hit 311. I think another maximum before the actual 311. I mean, that's very notable as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so there's something else, because these dates are intriguing. Like 9/11, these dates are chosen. That's actually a New Year's date on the Coptic calendar, and it ties into the Dog Star. Interesting things with 9/11, but the replacement tower for the Twin Towers that was erected 13 years later was opened on 11/3. They chose that date to open it, of all dates.
Yeah, that is very interesting to know. I mean, 11/3/2014 in that case, or year 214. So yeah, I'll just let you get back on track. I mean, that's very notable, and of course, definitely won't bother using that other device. I mean, that's already too much struggle of the winds.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. It wasn't all that bad. And if I have to adjust the audio later, I will. But no, I think it's fine. People heard you. I make adjustments on the fly usually if I can. But hey, thanks for the call, and yeah, we'll carry on with this.
All right, got you. Thank you.
All right, so yeah, we're talking about how you have the leading special effects guy, the visual effects Douglas Trumbull, CGI expert, admitting that they still can't do better with CGI than what Kubrick was doing. And he says the problem is if you give any kind of your CGI a look again in a few years, it doesn't age well. It doesn't. I find it to be hilarious. Like when I'm looking at the ISS and all the fraud, I'm not mad. We're actually laughing at it. It's like Mystery Science Theater 3000. We're a captive audience forced by some evil entity to watch bad science fiction. What are we supposed to do? But now here's what he says. The new stuff does get better every day, but I look back at the things we've done with miniatures, and they have aged beautifully. They look as good today as they did then. They still look credible, even though they were made 50 years ago. So making miniatures using models, doesn't have to be miniatures necessarily, but using any kind of a model, a physical prop, is going to age better than some CGI simulation. He says, this is what I call, quote, organic effects. Miniatures, liquids, fluid dynamics, beautiful stuff. Even today, there are people who trade visual effects for, and anyway, he goes on about the details about how people just aren't aware of long exposures. And he's just saying that like the digital effects in Kong versus Godzilla, these are interesting, but that they're not going to last 50 years. So let me continue here. When he gets into Stanley Kubrick, he said, how did your role on the movie evolve over the course of the production? Okay, and again, Stanley Kubrick, Space Odyssey 2001. I have on the screen, there's a scene of the monolith looking up before the eclipse, where you have the corona above the monolith. All of this is believed by many to be telegraphing things about the future. This movie has a lot of predictive programming, and it has many, including myself, convinced that if there is a metascriptor, it's a think tank, and Kubrick would be among the people in this think tank. But this whole scene, all this stuff is very well done, but it's telling a story, and the story is very significant. This movie foreshadows in several ways September the 11th, as does The Shining, as does Dr. Strangelove. But anyway, this is Kubrick talking about special effects and Douglas Trumbull, and he says, the art department had designed it out well with fiberglass, and they're talking about the moon bus. And he said, quote, I'm an artist, I paint with my airbrush. We paint it as if it looks functionally real. So there were rocket engines on it. We would make burn marks. We would make it dirty, leave oil drips and stuff like that. And so in other words, organic effects. So the criticism here is of how special effects have not really been able to improve upon what used to work. And as it relates to our interest in this with regards to the space station, they're replacing everything that they screwed up for the last 20 years, and it's going down with the ship. They're phasing it all out, and you can expect that the new space stations will be, well, realistic enough that you won't be able to poke holes in it. So poke holes in it while you can before they bring it down. I want to do a follow-up on a topic we brought up the other day, and this ties in to, if you haven't been to the metascript.com, this is where we're putting a lot of our, we'll just say, puzzle pieces. Things that we're finding, little anomalies in the news that suggest that things might be more scripted than they appear. And one of the things I was noticing after the Daunte Wright shooting, which was in the Twin Cities on 63rd, close to where Floyd was killed. And of course, all of this stuff is documented out here. Very significant that George Floyd was killed on May 25th, sunset at 8:46. He suffocates for 8:46. The Twin Towers were hit at 8:46. The 8:46 was used as a symbol, as a sort of a way of, I think, identifying, or rather pointing at the real meaning of this event, correlating it with 9/11. So when Daunte Wright died near the same area, I found it to be noteworthy that his mother kept repeating the phrase, he's been on the ground since 147. And they kept repeating that. So I look into 147, and I thought, well, is there some kind of connection with 147 in the Twin Cities or something? Turns out, in 1968, there was a twin explosion in Richmond, Indiana, and it was in April, so it's almost the anniversary. So April 1968, downtown Richmond, Indiana, there were twin explosions that killed 41 people. So here's your twin connection, because while she's reading the 147 thing, her friend is wearing a twins jacket right next to her. And again, the documentary about this bombing is called 147. So it's another one of these events where the timestamp is the name of the event. And then the connection here also is with the twin and a few other things. But without going into all of these connections with Daunte Wright and Floyd and the rest of these events, I noticed, actually it's because I think it was Zachary Hubbard posted about that on May Day, we were going to have the Kentucky Derby number 147. So immediately I'm thinking, wait, Kentucky Derby 147, in proximity of this, maybe there's something relevant here, something that's connected to this other, this bigger picture. So I take a look at it, and it turns out that the place where they're holding the Kentucky Derby has these twin towers. They call them the Twin Spires at the Churchill Downs. So I'm going to play a short clip so you can hear a little description of the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. And this is very interesting in terms of the correlation, as you'll see, to recent events.
Makes Churchill Downs so special, the iconic twin towers and twin spires. Downs so special, the iconic twin towers and twin spires.
So the iconic twin towers and twin spires. So that's one of the things that stands out here to me, is that it's another twin connection. And then the other thing, as of that day, globally, they reported 147 million cases of corona, 3.11 in the US, by the way, but 147. So finally then, the horse named after Breonna Taylor wins the Kentucky Derby. Horse named after Breonna Taylor wins Kentucky Derby week race. And this is all very suggestive of it all being faked. This is rigged. Just saying. And there are some other indicators here that this is probably rigged, but I'm just bringing this up because we were looking at May Day Kentucky Derby because of the 147, and we figured there'd be some significant connection to these BLM martyrs and this ongoing psyop and twin bombs. So I was looking for twin bombs, but no, there were twin towers here, twin spires. Also, I came across a video. I'm trying to figure out if it's a hologram or not. I want your help. You can find this at the last blog post, infiniteplainsociety.com. After Prince died at 57, or fake died, his death was somewhat reenacted. It was a tribute performance by an acrobat, a 42-year-old named Pedro, who's in a purple glowing cube 100 feet above a stage, giving a performance when he falls to his death in front of thousands of people. Immediately after, Green Day hits the stage and they start performing. Now, a couple of things about this. Green Day is heavily implicated in all of the Space Needle Seattle predictive programming. Washington is state 42. This guy's 42. A lot of these things overlap. And so it's very significant, I think, that you have a 42-year-old falling from this cube thing. Again, before Green Day, not sure if this is real. I'm trying to determine, could this have been made to, simulated with something like a hologram or something? So I put the link there. But again, there are some interesting correlations that I want to bring up. A couple other things. Space Needle in Seattle is 42 meters wide. It takes 42 seconds to go up the thing. A 42-second elevator ride. None of this stuff is coincidental. Those are just a few, but there is numerology and occult symbolism all over everything, pretty much, at this point. I'm going through some comments to see if I've missed anything. Seattle is the Emerald City. That is correct. In fact, that point is mentioned or brought up in Let's Start World War III by the band World Order. This video, which was released on 3/11/2018, has kind of a theme of starting World War III in Seattle. And of course, it starts off with an American flag and all these Trumpers with their Trump haircuts with one finger up for one. But by the end of the video, the same group have a quilt of all the world's flags, and it says, "We are one." And the song's, kind of mocking Trump. They kind of give a faux Trump assassination. Let's start World War III. And again, this is interesting in itself just because it's in Seattle and it says 3/11. And if you remember, ground zero for the pandemic was Seattle, and it was in March on the 11th. So 3/11 was the date that World War III started. If you look at the pandemic as World War III, a global war against the individual, however you want to look at it. But we knew it was going to happen. This video is one of the things that was indicating that Seattle would be the place. But throughout the video, they're on a yellow brick road. And I have seen a lot of interesting symbolism around a lot of these cop shootings or these police killings where they're shooting people that they pull over, like George Floyd. Just many of these events have symbolism that tie into the bigger picture. And I want to get more into that as well. Like the I can't breathe thing, very significant in the bigger picture. Very significant that Dante Wright was pulled over because of an air freshener. Like they have a very not so subtle way, actually, of connecting these various events. In fact, one other correlation that is worth noting if you're looking at how all these events tie together is look into Operation AI. Operation AI was the Japanese carrier-borne air attack on the U.S. Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor. So Operation AI, well, AI is also a Stanley Kubrick film that was released 2001, and it's intimated with HAL 9000, the artificially intelligent thing. And now the WEF, the World Economic Forum, your new bosses, are talking about AI as our savior. You got Klaus Schwab talking about the AI savior. Again, AI, when you look at the symbolism, A is 1, I is 9. Pearl Harbor, therefore, has a 19. 9/11, you have the 19 hijackers. 19 years later, COVID-19. These things aren't coincidental. Adam Green Witzbergstein says, love this channel. How do I become a member? Just go to patreon.com/Infinite Plane Society. You'll get live stream notifications, access to the Discord server so you can make friends with all of us and do whatever you feel like. Help us research things. Or you can just lurk. You know, we don't really care. There's like 430 people in the Discord. Usually there's about 50 active at a time. And a lot of people are mostly just observing because there's a lot of interesting content and links, stuff we put together there. And thanks again for asking. Patreon.com/Infinite Plane Society. Tyrone says Prince was from the Twin Cities. Prince, who fake died at 57. There's quite a lot there to go into. All right, let me see what else we have. Now, the band 311, by the way, you know, the music band 311, they had an album called Order Out of Chaos that came out and it's called From Chaos, excuse me. It was their 6th album. The band 311 came out on June 19th, and the cover has a pretty obvious COVID. And it has a few songs about, I think that might relate to 2020. Sick Tight. I guess that would be one. Anyway, that's another band that also has many references to Seattle, this Space Needle, whatever the coming event is with the Space Needle. You know, looking back, you know, you could have said, why didn't anybody see 9/11 coming? You know, just by looking at all the movies. Well, it's because nobody knew the game plan, how media actually worked. Now we do. So we already have a bit of a lead on this one. So just keep your eyes on the Space Needle. I'm hoping that's where the piece of Chinese space junk falls from. All right, let me go through your comments here in the chat. B. Smiley says a pyramid. A is a pyramid with a capstone. Agreed. Oh, yes. I mean, look, numerology does have a lot to do with the shapes of the letters, or the numbers, rather. And when you get into numerology, you can't really separate it from letters and their numbers associated with these letters, and how you can correlate different concepts or ideas by adding their numerical values. But, you know, for example, I mean, there's so many examples of this stuff. This is not stuff that I believe in, but this is what's used, and it's pretty much inculcated into the media, along with a ton of anagrams. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that I Can't Breathe is an anagram for a better China. And I think that the psyops that we have been witnessing over the last few years that use that term are all originating from the same production department. B. Smiley says, sorry to my Kelly friends, but I hope the space junk falls in Los Angeles. Now, look, there's Alan Moore. And Alan Moore predicted pretty much the lockdowns and COVID with V for Virus or V for Vendetta in 2005's movie, but it's one of his graphic novels. Well, he had a graphic novel, The Watchmen. And one of his comics from 86 was about space junk. I think it was called She Was Killed by Space Junk. That was like the title of the episode. Well, anyway, the HBO episode was on November the 3rd, 2019. She was killed by space junk. And the 11.3 thing figures prominently in a lot of the predictive programming and stuff suggesting that, the world's going to end. But it all does point to Washington. So now, again, we had plane parts falling from the sky in February in Colorado, hitting a house on Elmwood Street, or was it Elm Way? But the point is, this was in the news. And then it happened somewhere else, where plane parts falling from the sky was suddenly a thing. The one in Colorado was very reminiscent of the movie Donnie Darko in several ways. But without even getting into that, NBC had a series called Debris, about debris falling from the sky from Space Wars. And they have to contact trace anybody who finds a piece of the debris. So they kind of mix everything in. Contact tracing has been a huge part of the alien mythos in all these movies for a long time. A lot of overlap between alien invasion and pandemic response. Then you have a tragic comedy by Leonardo DiCaprio about stuff falling from the sky called Don't Look Up. They're doing all this stuff now in the movies, and now they're making it happen in reality on purpose. They're getting everybody ready for the next 9/11, and it's going to be something from above. All right, let me go ahead and run through. I had a few tweets here. I mean, we're all very familiar with predictive programming, so I'm not going to go through all of these things. We all know that Joe Biden's a groper. People always tweet me these things. Or was. I don't know if they got a handle on that. Oh, by the way, remember last year around this time we were obsessing over empty hospitals and how they were suggesting on the news that, oh, look, it's a pandemic and there's so many bodies that patients are lining up outside the ICUs. They don't have enough PPE. They don't have enough employees. Hospitals are so packed that the morgues have auxiliary morgues where they're using trucks for the overflow. They're digging up parks, turning them into mass graves. The hospitals were so packed with bodies that bodies were flying out the windows, like 9/11 jumpers. And so then you go outside and nothing's going on. Well, we were conned. It was like, it's a dummy operation, like the dummy tanks of World War II. Or more recently, the dummy tanks and dummy F-16s used by Russia last week. Russia deploys an army of inflatable tanks and missiles and jets to trick us. Like, this just happened. So it happens all the time. I have a time-lapse video on the screen of some Russians blowing up some of these. They're just like tents. It's just an inflatable tank. Imagine signing up for the army. You shave your head, go through basic training. You get shaped to be a killer. And then your job is just blowing up balloons all day. But that's pretty much it. Okay, so my point is, this is a dummy operation. Well, COVID-19 was a dummy operation. Nobody died, nobody cried. You have a bunch of crisis actors, Munchausen syndrome, a lot of lying and deception. But no, nobody died. It's a vast drill. Well, right now in India, as we speak, there are people doing the empty hospital routine, going around saying the media is lying. So take a listen.
घाट जो मीडिया कई दिनों से पेश कर रही है दिल्ली में कोरोना महामारी के रूप में फैल गया है लाशों के ढेर लगे हैं शमशान घाट भरे हुए हैं तो देख सकते हैं ये दिल्ली का निगम बोध घाट है.
He says now you can see this is the largest hospital. He says all the pyres are empty. So the fires that you see on the news, they're empty. He says only routine. There's no dead bodies here. It's not so dreadful. The media is scaring the people of Delhi. The language of the media is there are stacks of bodies. This is a quote. There are stacks of dead bodies. The hospitals are filled. There's no place to burn the dead bodies. But the reality is it's empty. He says, you can see it's completely empty.
देखिए बिल्कुल खाली पड़े हैं देखिए बिल्कुल खाली पड़े हैं
Same psyop, different place. And this is how the world has always been run, I believe. But now that we're somewhat consolidated thanks to the internet, we can kind of compare notes. So it's another Wuhan bad. I mean, really some of the worst crisis acting I've ever seen. All right, again, I'm going through my Twitter feed. If you want to follow me there, I'll put a link. And we may be back later. I just had a few of these things to catch up on. Sky is falling. That's the main thing I wanted to bring up here, and people will believe it. I started off this live stream with a video of an individual who actually believes that it's about to happen. And I played that just so you know. That's going to be the average response of the average person, that they're all going to pretty much fall for it. And so you might as well get ready for that. All right, thanks again for subscribing. We will be back later. This is MVP. Your reality is fake AF. Have a great day.
It was like a movie scene. There was gunpowder all on the floor. It was just so real, but it felt so fake.
Your reality is fake as fuck. I don't feel compelled.
We are at risk of having a flat Earth report come out of the House Intelligence Committee as to what happened with Russia.
A flat Earth report. That's those are striking terms.
Okay, everyone, thank you for joining. And shout out to Rachel Maddow and Representative Swalwell for those sound bites, and MVP, the hardware vandal, for the track. In fact, this track was introduced 4 years ago this month. I said we're going to have a internet-based news program that breaks the news relevant to our interests, much like the news aggregator The Drudge Report, well, like they used to do. But that's all blue pill, fake news, etc. But no one is honestly covering the material that we cover. There's a bias built into the media in favor of the absolute belief that they are speaking from authority whenever they cite the mainstream science, consensus science. And consensus science is an oxymoron. But you can't tell that to any of the climate scientists, who they're not really intentionally moronic. They're basically operating on a false premise. You could even call them commies. By the way, in about 13 minutes, we're going to be joined by Crater Earth USA. So, something to look forward to in just a moment. And when I say commies, I just want to clarify. Environmentalism is pretty much Marxism wrapped up with a new victim class being endangered species, the Earth itself. And they have conflated it now with Marxist and the class struggle with what they call climate justice. In fact, the climate justice thing is so convoluted that you have your, not my Vice President, Kamala Harris, talking about racist trees, like stuff I don't even want to get into. But anyway, that's the mainstream media. And so what we're doing is we are criticizing things from a post-media perspective that doesn't assume them to be telling us the truth. And let's just get into, I mean, the main thing is cosmography. If you ask me about the shape of the worldview is everything. And I just think that the mainstream media cultivates a certain worldview, and it's getting smaller. They're shrinking your world, where they're normalizing lockdowns, lockdown culture, social distancing, antisocial behavior, and introducing in its stead something they're calling the metaverse, which is just a replacement. It's make-believe, but it doesn't even take any effort of imagination because it's just basically hardwiring you into, well, really a whole new world. It's like I said, a metaverse is what they call it. We've used the term world stage. What's the difference? If the worldview accepted on the world stage, if the consensus is based on lies, is it not a simulation? If someone is trapped in a relationship based on lies and deception and they're constantly gaslit, I mean, this happens in all cults. The individual eventually ceases to be connected to reality and they have to reintegrate. There's a process of deprogramming when one leaves a cult. And I think one could argue that the mainstream media is the biggest cult of all. It's true believers, that is. And they're extremely dangerous compared to the, well, comparable to the fundamentalist believers in other religious groups. And yes, the MSM has supplanted religion today. And that's why they're so concerned with the topic of flat earth and people not even questioning the globe. As though asking the question somehow deflates it or puts people in danger of driving off the edge. Okay, so speaking of meta and metaverse, I saw a picture this morning of Zuckerberg. Now, these are all ridiculous pictures. You've seen them where he's got his face covered in makeup like a Joker and he's surfing. He's always out doing something. I'm wondering who's actually following this creep around. Here he is by his pool with his hands in the water, and he looks exactly like Gollum. It's the first thing that came to mind. The lighting, the color, and this is a new picture of Zuck reaching his hand into a pool of water. And so I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking, wait, Gollum. Gollum's the name of the guy with the ring, but if you actually look up what a Gollum is actually an android. Or before we had robotics, this would have been a counterpart, kind of like Frankenstein, a reanimated, stitched together pile of body parts. Well, in this case, a golem is a creature formed out of a lifeless substance like dust or earth, brought to life by ritual incantations and sequences of Hebrew letters. So basically, the golem is more or less an anthropomorphic being made of dead matter that's animated, just like a Terminator, a cyborg, or well, not a cyborg specifically. You could say zombie, but my point being is this. If anyone in the world right now is an android that we can all point to, that we can all agree, there is a consensus, I would imagine, that Zuckerberg is Zuckerborg. Well, this, to me, kind of suggests it. I think they put out images like this, where you see Zuckerberg looking very Gollum-like, just to communicate. Kind of like he looks like Data. You cannot dispute the fact that Zuckerberg looks exactly like Data from Star Trek. And the significance there, I noticed this before, and a lot of people noticed it. He has all your data, has your information. He's a Borg. But there's another element to it, metadata, all of a sudden thrown into the mix. Oh, by the way, we have the live broadcasts going out, Dark Matter Radio, Infinite Plane Radio, and Free Earth Radio today. So if you're listening on the Mixlr app, yes, we are live. We do have a chat over there as well. So if you're listening on Mixlr, it's just another listening option. We do keep it on 24/7. And we are going to have more organization and structure so everybody can will have an idea. Like I have commercials we're working on and a schedule, a dependable schedule. I have a lot of guests. In fact, I recently got in touch with a few different publishers of paranormal and strange books, and they're sending me a list of authors who are looking to discuss their books. So that's going to be something to look forward to, especially in 2022, but I'm trying to start it up sooner if I can. And yes, we are live on Twitch and everything else. I'm really loath to promote the one that starts with a Y. They've just been so cruel to us. It seems like we're being spotted, like rather targeted. And if they see a channel that I use for premieres, they just find an excuse to dump it. And I don't know why, but maybe it's because the premieres are more popular than the live streams, where, well, not necessarily, but what I mean is you get more engagement in the comments section. So I have, let's say, 300 subscribers on a YouTube channel. I have a premiere, and 1,000 people will watch it the next day. So it's not just my subscribers, it's being shared a lot, and then there's a lot of comments. So YouTube just seems to pull the plug on those faster. But if I have the live stream going on their channel and I never turn it off, they can't really take it down. Anyway, that's enough of that. I mean, the reason we even talk about it is that it is relevant to the flat earth topic because we're talking about information control. And I'm of the opinion that the pandemic, the panic-demic, the scam-demic, the plandemic was all there set in place years ago, but it was all more or less an excuse to go after mind viruses, thought crimes. And they have created thought crimes. Yeah, Overthought in Mixlr comments that, yes, YouTube's CEO bragged that they deleted 1 billion comments. I mean, if you're just destroying culture, if you're I mean, you could be erasing jokes or the cure for cancer. Like, we will never know the full value of what has been lost. In the name of protecting who? Snowflakes? I mean, the snowflakes, if you really get down to it, the ones that we're protecting, the ones who originally needed safe spaces on college campuses before mandatory safe spaces, before social distancing, there were safe spaces. You had to social distance, or you had a way to get distance from people with bad ideas or ideas that you found to be offensive. Well, they happen to be right-wing ideas. So my point being, the snowflakes have always been on the left. So why are we so concerned with the feelings of the side of the political spectrum that is in favor of, well, every single bad idea you can possibly imagine? And I'm starting to even wonder why people even take their tears all that seriously. You know, tears are political weapons. It's ammunition. You can kill your political opponents with tears. That's why they roll out the crisis actors. But notice how, if you point out a crisis actor on TV and you say, that person's not really grieving, what do? They say, you're committing hate speech. Crisis actors are a protected identity group, and if you identify as a crisis actor, apparently, somebody calling you out can be sued. Ask Alex Jones. In fact, he completely capitulated to that whole thing. He just basically said he was crazy for even calling them crisis actors. But look at the double standard, because now you have Kyle Rittenhouse crying on the stand, and what happens? LeBron James says he's not really crying. He said, quote, the boy had lemon heads in his pockets, which is kind of funny in a way, but my point is, like, it would work. Like, if you're a crisis actor and you can't get the tragedy face, stuff some lemon heads in your pocket. Or those other ones. I don't remember what they're called. They're worse than gummy worms, and they're like, I don't know. I mean, I had them once. It felt like it was melting my tongue. The sour something. But anyway, it's like, wait, I thought tears were sacrosanct. I thought if somebody's crying, they're a victim, and we have to respect that and not question their narratives. Oh, I'm crying, so you can't question me. Basic Manipulation 101. Sour Patch Kids. Thank you, Maxwell Cooper. Sour Patch Kids will give you the tragedy face. I'm going to start calling Kyle. I used to call him Kenosha Kyle. I might just call him Sour Patch Kyle. Will that stick? Sour Patch Kyle. But my point being, it's not fair for LeBron James to laugh at that kid. It's cruel. But somehow he gets a pass. So it tells you that the tears are, it's a double standard. Tears are a political weapon, and it's about time the right wing figure that out. Okay, so in just a couple of minutes, I'm going to bring on our guest. So before I do, let me run down a few of the topics that we're going to discuss today. Okay, a few of the things I want to talk about: Astrocrete, the Bible, and Flat Earth. Flat Earth drama. He dropped some interesting videos. It turns out that if you add David Weiss and Russian Vids Truth, it adds up to the same number of Illuminati or something. And let's see what else here. I want to talk about goo bloods versus pure bloods. Like, who's going to still be standing in 2025? We can also talk about the recent high-profile fake COVID deaths, or the fact that the space station had to dodge Chinese space junk. And if you listen to Infinite Plane Radio, you heard me tell you that this was going to happen. I said that the Chinese are going to have plausible deniability when they take down the space station with an exploded satellite from 2007. And I'm saying it's a calculated maneuver. I said this months and months ago, and I've been vindicated. Chinese space junk is going to be the thing. And I said if they take down the DirecTV satellite, it's going to be war. All those people getting off their recliners. The FU says, make sure you talk about RV. No, actually, we're both really interested in speaking with RV and other people who are really embedded in this topic. I have an open door policy. If you think that the Earth isn't a ball, I definitely want to know what you think about it. And there's a lot of, you could say, drama between various promulgators of this notion because people don't all agree on what it is. Like, everybody wants their version to be the right version, and it's just become another aspect of trutherism, which is a bigger religion, another faction, another sect. You got the chemtrail sect, then you have, and that's been mostly replaced by 5G phobics. You got the flat earthers, the hollow earthers, then you have the more politicized QAnoners. But anyway, these are all different groups, and they don't like each other. There's no unity on the fringe. You would think everybody that's been pushed to the fringes of society would be buddies, and that we'd hold hands, surrounding the whole world with truth. But no. Speaking of truth, here we have someone who may have the truth about the world we live in. Hey, Commander, can you hear me okay?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear. Lima Charlie.
Oh, awesome. Hello, Mr. Osman.
Hello. Hey, great to hear you. We're on Dark Matter Radio, Infinite Plane Radio, and
Outstanding.
Free Earth Radio, a new one.
Free Earth. Ooh, look at you.
Yeah, you'll like those individuals, but so they're listening as well. So yes, we are definitely being heard, and there's a live chat. So good.
All right, great. I'm watching on D Live. Is that okay? I'm watching on D Live.
Excellent.
Oh, shut the F up, says Commander. Hello, shut the F up. Awesome. You got a great audience, Mr. Osman, Tim Osman. Thanks for having me. Glad to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're talking about today, I mean, we can cover anything. I wanted to catch up, and maybe even you can tell us something about the future of your channel. But why don't you introduce, for people who don't know you, who you are and what Crater Earth USA is, if you could just nutshell it, just because there's like going to be, I suspect, a few hundred people today who aren't really, let me think here. Yeah, we're on Dark Matter. I think, no, Dark Matter listeners do know who you are for sure. But
Yes.
anyway, in case anybody out there doesn't.
That's okay. I'm Commander Lou Fiore. It's my real name, from Long Island, New York. But, I'm just a regular guy. But because of the Crater Earth discovery, in my humble opinion, I have appointed myself as the soul, the leader of the movement, with the founder's approval, God Geb Lampsey from Belgium, and I'm the commander of the United States Federation of Creators. That's it. I have a YouTube channel, and I'm just bringing this concept to the debate. It's now a debate, isn't it? Isn't that right, Mr. Osmond?
It is.
It's now a debate.
And I'm glad we're talking because I've been following the Flat Earth drama. I recently resurrected the Flat Earth Report specifically for Free Earth Radio, and they had called me about this, and I thought, there's so much going on, and so I'm listening to these conversations between Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole and Russian Vids, where Russian Vid says, if you even discuss the concept of more land beyond what the Bible Earthers believe, you're basically trespassing. You're in the area of heresy. You're engaging in blasphemy.
Yes, you're a heretic. Yes, I was going to inject those exact terms. It's blasphemous to consider that there's something beyond an ice wall surrounding this system that we're in. Yes, I'm astonished. We spent 2 hours talking about it. Eric from a channel called The Ancient of Days yesterday on my channel last night, and that part, it's just astounding to me that someone who is a professing, what we used to call a Christian, but a professing believer that the Messiah came, those guys, it could possibly pigeonhole his theology to not even consider that he could be there could be more to this whole ice wall thing. I had no idea. I didn't really know much about him to begin with. I mean, I'm a peripheral audience member for that whole in that whole community. So I've seen him. I didn't know RV Truths was Russian Vids. That's how ignorant I am. But when this recent calamity hit between him, Richie from Boston, and everyone else in the community, it seems, I was drawn to his content, and taking a look at things that he's done recently, and I was very interested, and I thought we were like-minded in our beliefs, but the more I listened to him, it just it seems like I don't know why he's limited to that. Why he doesn't consider that even this Crater Earth thing that I'm so astonished by. Why?
Right. That's my question too, is why would you limit your thinking when you are told to limit your thinking? We're on a ball, we have all the answers. And then you break that paradigm and you start thinking beyond it, and then suddenly you have an ice wall that leaves you exactly where you started. So that was my take day one. That's why I said infinite plane. It's infinite till proven otherwise. We need to test the boundaries. So I've always been about that. So when I came across your channel, the first video, I think you were driving across the country. Maybe it was on the way to Thanksgiving or something, and you said, "How do you tell your family that we live in a crater?" How do you tell your family we live in a crater, right? Yeah, epic video. Because I was like, wow, okay, so that is an interesting topic to bring up. How do you break it to people that the world may not be what they think? And I always thought that a great way to bring this up is to talk about what could be the reason why they would be concealing it. And the thing that's always made the most sense is they're hiding something. And that something to me is probably more land. But the Bible Flat Earth community has this rigid set of dogmatic beliefs that, no, they're just hiding the flatness and the ice wall. And I've never been satisfied with that explanation.
Well, they're stuck in that snow globe model. That's how I imagined it yesterday. Is that he discovered the flat Earth like most of us, or whatever you want to call it. I don't even like using the term flat Earth anymore because it's been minimalized, if that's even a word. But whatever this lumpy flat plane is with a level C, let's just say that. That flat Earth model that under the dome with the sun and the moon revolving around. It's a very attractive image. If you just type into Google flat Earth and hit on images, you'll see it. I think guys like RV are stuck in that snow globe, and if you imagine RV and all these other truthers inside that snow globe in some sort of a fantasy film, it would almost be like they were miniaturized, put inside a flat Earth snow globe, which you could actually buy online somewhere. and they're looking out at everybody. So they're in their own little habitat, their fishbowl, their reality, and that's where it ends. And but to align that with a belief system, an ethereal, supernatural belief system in a creator God and a Messiah, or if you're a Muslim or Jew or whatever it is, but whatever your religion is, or even if there is no religion, just the existence of a supernatural order of things or whatever, to lock yourself in that system of belief, to me, it I don't want to say it's sinister, but it becomes everything else on his channel became suspicious to me. When I heard.
Right, exactly. That's what got me thinking, okay, maybe this is the gatekeeping operation to keep people from going and thinking beyond. And I've somewhat eschewed the term flat earther because now it's being associated, it has been for some time associated with various individuals who are, I believe, probably plants or just put there to be bad examples. But
well, that's certainly a component, yeah. But now the speculation on I don't know that, when we say they're accusing everybody of being a gatekeeper, specifically David Weiss or whoever that guy is. I didn't even know who he was, but specifically him, a gatekeeper. And also High Impact Vlogs, which outside of the flat Earth discussion, just is he a gatekeeper? Is he a Illuminati, Freemason shill masquerading as a truther or a civil rights auditor, whatever? But accusing these people, I just I don't know that they know.
Right. You know what? I'm with you on that because, like, High Impact Flicks, I've always admired his graphic artwork, his designs, his T-shirts, and his marketing ability. I try to emulate when I see something working. I don't assume.
Dedication.
Yeah, I think he's good at what he does, but
yep.
What Gipper said. My 90% friend isn't my 10% enemy. So I don't immediately throw someone overboard because we don't have total agreement. And so I never went into this attack mode on other channels. And that's where Russian Vids, I think, got everyone's attention in the last couple of weeks, where he started attacking people who weren't pushing the very limited version of Bible Earth with the snow globe. And it's just a very succinct and I guess easy to grasp model, and it doesn't have any question marks attached to it. Whereas what we're bringing up kind of does.
Well, you're the gentleman, in my opinion. You're a gentleman in this environment, and I think with his response, Brian maintained that kind of etiquette as well. He was a gentleman, and RV just was uncontrollable. But you do. I don't know if it's okay to ask, but you plan on having him on for a dialogue as well, and is that true?
It is true, because the last time he mentioned me, he called me a rat, and so I see him in a chat, and I throw him a rat emoji and I wave, and I say, hey, do you want to come on Dark Matter or whatever? We'll talk about the.
What's wrong with this guy?
He said yes, though, because I asked him in front of people. I said, do you want to talk about this model, and maybe you can explain why the Bible model is better? And he said okay. So I'm trying to reach out and speak to him, and before I burn any bridges, I always want to find out, well, maybe I missed something.
Well, that's it. I'm not, I'm not a player in all this. I'm a small channel. It's a hobby. I'm trying to bring humor, just a place for people to come, and starting in January, 1 to 3 Eastern Standard Time every day, just weekdays, and then just our own church on Sunday, where I am the pastor or whatever you call it, and it's fun, but there's truth here and there's contemplation, and so I'm not trying to burn a bridge with this guy by seemingly coming out as his opposition, but when someone aligns themselves to my belief system, it would be the same thing. I'm not going to wear Christianity, because I don't even call myself that anymore. I think, guys that do not profess to be Christians, in my humble opinion, lately have more of the essence of that display more of that persona, that perceived persona, than guys who walk around wearing it on a T-shirt or on their channel, leading with that. So I mean, but if we were in a club, if we were in the Boy Scouts, and you were you were a scoutmaster and I was a scoutmaster, two different troops, and you just started, trying to do things that are just absurd, ridiculous, and against the I was going to say rules and regulations, but just the things that preserve the sanctity of an organization. I would call you out, but it doesn't mean I want to fight with you or whatever. I just would like to help correct him if that's even possible. But it just seems that there's no. I don't know. Did you happen to see a Plain Truth today put out a video? I didn't watch the whole thing, but
okay, Plain Truth. I watched the one that he put out the day before. If he put out, maybe it's the same one, where he was describing that the whole field is awash with what he considers to be shills, and he describes how his own
day
role.
Before 11/11. You're right.
Yeah, 11/11. That was the one. Yeah, in fact, I woke up at 11:11 a.m. yesterday. I don't know why.
I know why, because you're connected to the supernatural forces of the Illuminati, and they just wanted to remind you.
Yeah, I think so. Because I crawled out of bed and I run to the living room to grab my phone, so it's across the place, and I look at my phone. And it's like it's 11/11, November 11th. I wonder if I don't know. Maybe, yeah, that would probably.
Oh, see, now if that when that happens to me, I go directly to the Strong's Concordance, find the corresponding word for the number 1111, and see what God's trying to tell me. So I'm absolutely out of my mind. I'm batshit crazy.
Now, this is probably a good time to actually bring this up then. So what we're actually talking about, and this is why I think we want to enlarge RV's worldview, is it is really interesting and fascinating and everything else to actually talk about what is beyond, if anything, because they never answered that before. The Bible Earth explanation falls short. And so what are you suggesting with the Crater Earth and the U.S. Federation of Craters? So what exactly is your worldview to people who are kind of new to this? Are you saying flat, realm, bigger
Lumpy.
ball?
The only thing that's flat is the sea. You know that. So everything. I think the flatness obviously is hidden by the landscape. So I mean, to call it a flat Earth minimizes the understanding. And this is not a new debate. This has been going on since the beginning of time. If you just do a little research, meaning search articles about it that date back into the 1800s. There's a whole book I found that was written in the 1800s. It was covered, or early 1900s, covered by the New York Times or whatever. I could be mistaken and all that, but I'm pretty sure that's how it went. And it was a book that 99 reasons maybe the Earth is not a globe. So as soon as print was available mainstream in the United States, and this is something they covered then. So we're still having the same debate. But what I found, and why I'm so intrigued by this Crater Earth thing, it's God give Lampsey. It's I don't say it right because I speak with some sort of a New York accent. It's God, G-O-V, G-E-V, L-A-M-S-T-E, and it means inflamed by God. It's just some guy in Belgium, an artist like yourself, and he put out content. It was picked up by Matt from Quantum of Conscious, and it went from 3,000 subs to 30,000 practically overnight, and and it's created a small group of followers, myself included, that are intrigued by that, and also the other things that he comes up with on his own and ties it to that discovery. So what does it mean? It means that he was able to see he's not the only one that has done this, but he was able to see in the moon a reflection of the similar continental landscape of what we call Earth. And he was able to pinpoint it. And I don't want to get into it. It could take hours. We did it before. But it's just he sees up there what's down here, and he proves it out, and it's convincing. So I took it like I always do because I guess according to you, I'm a Bible earther in a way. But I'm not. I don't limit myself to the canonized Bible. That's the difference, and I rely on the original text in the Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic. Right. But okay, so what he's saying is we're in a crater, what they call craters. Let's say a mud crater, cooled mud creates a crater, and there's a system that was put in here. He doesn't go on to explain it, but I did, and so I took it to the source, a faith-based scriptural belief system. It's across the board. It doesn't have to be Christianity, and just say, well, here's Eden, because what's inside this particular crater called Sulpicus Gallus M also exists outside the crater, which was observed by a channel called Vibes of the Cosmos. So I believe we have a system outside that was created in Genesis 1, a system inside created in Genesis 2, which we called Eden, and that's the one we're in. So we're in a system inside of a system, all conceived by the Creator God, and it goes on and on. So if people want to come to the channel and see that, but
so outer space, like we talk about outer space. So instead of it being emptiness, like you fall off the ball or you have to launch off of it, instead it's just that beyond the realm that we're in, this region, there's just more land going on outward, probably in all directions. And yeah, the word flat cheapens it. And when you get down to it, the solar system's flat. The galaxies are considered flat. The universe by physicists is considered to be flat. So, the shape isn't even the question. I'm just looking at, okay, there's more around us. And this is why I think that Russian vids should get into the conversation, is because more people might be interested when they start looking at it from this perspective. I was just watching on, I think it was on HBO, it's called His Dark Materials. And it's about how, it's like a sort of a dystopian thing, but to the north, if you keep going, it's not what you see on the globe. It takes you to this other realm, and the people there are more technologically advanced. They all have magical or psychic abilities, and they look down on the rest of us, and we're not allowed over there, but they will take our kids. It's called His Dark Materials.
Yeah, of course they will. Yeah, I don't know if I'm saying it right, but that conception or conceived reality that's being made was made, I guess, into a program or a movie. But that's very similar. But the entities that he's referring to me, those are the fallen ones. The Muslims call them the jinn, whatever you want to call them, guardian angels, fallen angels, whatever. But I think that's an invisible supernatural energy source. So no, this isn't groundbreaking what we're talking about. But one thing you said. I played a cut from JT's work, JT33's work, and he did a mix with you. And in your analysis or explanation of who you are, you said until they prove it's not an infinite plane, I'm sticking with that. I think I'm paraphrasing what you said, and I admire that. I admire that because we can start there. I think that's where it should start. It should start with infinite plane, because we don't know. I mean, the Bible limits that infinite plane in some ways, as do Hindus and Buddhists, by having four corners. So that would be, I think, the only debate really between a Bible earther and a truther who believes that we're on a flat plane would be, well, where does it end? And what is out there? Why isn't that all we're talking about? What the hell is this infighting?
I think, this is the part where from the very beginning, I kind of thought that maybe the infighting and the drama, which was there from the beginning, from the very beginning, when this topic blew up, you had Eric Dubay, they all just started flinging mud at each other. It was a circular firing squad on Flat Earth. And I'm thinking, maybe that's so we don't talk about the edge or what's beyond it, if there is an edge. And whenever I emerged and we started talking about it, we said, hey, let's just make sure that we keep that focus. And that's actually why we chose the penguin as a mascot, because it's always out that way, the direction that you would have to go to see the way out if there is one.
I just heard you the other day explain that again. I had no idea. Outstanding concept that they know, because they're on the wall.
Exactly.
They just have to turn around. They can see it. I love it. But yeah, I don't know. I had a thought there, but I got sidetracked.
Actually, I'm glad you started getting into the fallen angels thing, because this, to me, I mean, we just watched, for all intents and purposes, a mega ritual at Astro World, which has all kinds of synchronicities attached to it.
Oh, your coverage of that was outstanding.
I mean, I appreciate that. And you saw the guy's shirt. It had people who were blue going through a portal, coming out red with horns. So this, to me, looks very interesting at a minimum, but I'm like, wait, it seems like all these rituals, all the symbolism, it all does seem to point to a certain group of troublesome entities that have somehow seized control down here. Like, do you think that we are dealing with some kind of, not aliens, but some kind of infiltration by higher beings? I mean,
Well,
angelic?
there's an apocrypha that's in the extra canonical scriptures called the John's Apocrypha. I encourage people to look it up and read it, because it'll explain to you everything you need to know about who these people are, if you want to land there and stay there. But you mentioned something that I was also triggered by yesterday in my conversation with Eric from the Ancient of Days about all this crap. But for someone to say that they believe in the Messiah, well, okay, so you say it and you try to emulate that concept, but what are you emulating? You're emulating an imaginary creation. You're emulating as a Christian a Jesus that might be Jim Caviezel, or it might be the other guy that played him in the 70s, or it might be who is this Christ in your mind? And the scriptures say that anything that comes that is created in our flesh minds is imagination. So when you bring up the extra world thing, the imagery that they use, that's also in their minds. So collectively, I mean, you could probably have different covens or different sects of Satanism that have a different picture of the devil, devil with horns, or the Baphomet or whatever. So who are they? Who are they serving? These are invisible entities. So anytime we take an invisible energy source and create I don't know, an icon, an avatar, if you will, or some kind of art, whatever. How different is it than the restaurant scene in Star Wars? It's just make believe. So everything that they did, it's hilarious to me, because you got Christians out there, worshiping some dude on a cross that looks like some pope's grandson that supposedly Michelangelo was in love with, and more on that another time. But that's their Christ. So, but that's not even close to what he's described as in appearance and a demeanor in the scriptures, in the prophecies. So they're just making shit up, Tim. But that doesn't. I don't want to minimize the fact that these guys are absolutely 100% participating in a Luciferian ritual. And then you said 8 deaths, I believe, which is the number. I mean, 8 is in my opinion, it takes the 7 to 8. It's just a way to express that they're conquering humanity, which I believe they have.
Right. I was thinking 8, like the meta. We were just introduced to meta, and that's the ultimate conquering of humanity, where they move us into a
virtual
reality. Yeah, and the meta symbol is an infinity symbol. So I think 8, infinity, I think we're entering the astro world, the meta, and I think we're being pulled into it. But you mentioned how you find it kind of funny, and that's one of the things I like about your channel as well, because
thank you.
I'm like, we are a captive audience to hostile forces, possibly alien or something, and if their intention is to drive us crazy, the best thing we can do is find the humor in it and make sense of it. And that's Mystery Science Theater 3000. That's kind of their approach. And
that's exactly right.
That's kind of how I feel with channels like yours and mine. It's like those of us in the chat, we're analyzing this stuff, and it's hard not to see the comic gold that they embed in this stuff.
Well, here, consider this. When we read things like this apocrypha I'm referring to, we hear we start to understand that every emotion we have, is an individual creation, and there's a spiritual entity that's assigned to that emotion, or was created, and that was the emotion, and somehow supernaturally and visibly it's imparted into this flesh creation. Okay, so you just put that in a nutshell. So I'm filled with emotions. The one thing that we haven't found, I haven't found it, is humor. I wanted to write a book once in my 30s. I was, the idea probably started in my 30s, but in my 40s, I took a serious look to attempt it, and I only had the title. And is God funny? And no, he's not. According to scriptures, he does not have a sense of humor. So I can only, and this is many years later, and then after just recently coming up with this understanding about these energy, applying different motions to different energy fields and the fallen ones, whatever. I don't want to get off on that, but I think humor is an exclusive human trait, emotion. It's one thing we flesh suits can do on our own, and I don't know if it's as a result of being in, just being in a complete atrocity, totally opposed to what was intended. What this was intended to be. I don't know if that just is funny, because what is humor? It's lead someone down, a certain path and get them all in on a concept or an idea, and then switch it. That's the the basic formula for a joke, for a punch. Set up, punch.
Yes.
Yeah. So. Is humor? I would like to say humor is exclusively ours. So if we want to rise above this, I don't think they can feed. I don't think the loosh that we create from laughing can be fed on by these entities. So
okay, that's fascinating you say this, because
I know
I've been going through my old books, and I found one book by this gentleman named
Siren, the old one too.
Well, I found one by
Siren. I think I pissed her off, but okay, go ahead.
Well, Peter Carroll wrote this book on what he called chaos magic, where he took all of the old magical grimoires of the Middle Ages and Crowley stuff, and he stripped all the religious nomenclature and made it bare bones, and he just called it chaos magic. Everything is chaos. You might be able to influence probability, and he created his own little cult around it. But one of the things he exclusively said was, whenever you summon an energy into your presence or an entity or something, you always see banishings, whereas they send it away because you don't want to retain that link with it. But in chaos magic, their banishing is actually laughter. They say laughter actually is something.
No way.
It's the most grounding thing. Yeah.
Outstanding. Look at you.
Yep.
Look at you. Look at you drawing from whatever that is that lump of flesh in your head. This is astonishing. Drawing. Where'd you come up? How do you do this, Tim? How do you do this?
I've been studying this stuff for a while, and it's just like nobody in my real life here has any kind of relationship with this material. And then I find the internet, I'm like, wait a minute, I wasn't crazy or wrong this whole time. Like, even before I even contemplated the shape of the world or anything like that, I already assumed that this was some kind of a deception, a big illusion. I just couldn't quite figure it out, but the synchronicities were giving me the little hints. But the flat earth topic, whatever people think of it, it does bring you into a community of people who have seen enough to where you can actually kind of start to put together a picture. And I think that's why the topic has been so reviled. It brings people together in that sense.
It does. Okay. But now you landed on something else. I saw someone sent me I don't know what it was, something I could, like a post on a Telegram. I don't go on Telegram, but it says this. It has a photo of like a warrior, a Viking warrior or something like that. And it says, "We shall no longer be known as the unvaxxed. We shall now be referred to as the purebloods." And I like that, because there's something to this these bloodlines. And when someone like you, someone like me, someone like Matt from Quantum of Conscious, or some other people that I believe are gentlemen in this industry, and I'm not a gentleman if you come on my channel and start arguing with me. Don't get me wrong. But as far as being open-minded and understanding that people are where they are, and I have a role in how I interact with those people, and it should be to either let them take what they like and leave the rest from whatever I have to say, and vice versa, and then move on. But is there something to be said when these truths land on someone like you or me? And I don't know if I'm elevating myself. I don't think so. Because I think it's, just like the Rothschilds would claim to be preserving a bloodline, and people accuse them that these are all bloodlines. And we look at we look at all that in the truth community that somehow these people might be connected. I mean, George Bush, in my opinion, George Bush Jr. looks like Copernicus. So, I could say, could it date back? And then you had some child, I believe I saw, linked Obama to the Queen or something, like their distant cousins using their DNA tests or genealogy chart. Are they all connected? But then when you land on folks like us who just don't get caught up in it, is that its own bloodline? Could that be holiness without having to align what we consider to be holy, anything other than from the source directly? Anointed to carry a message of peace, love. I mean, apparently love is the strongest and most pure Lush energy. I just saw that today. So, isn't that what it all is? And what is love? The absence of fear, in my humble opinion.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so the love-fear spectrum is
the
highlighted.
Only two true emotions.
Well, that's brought up in the Donnie Darko movie, and the teacher puts it up on the wall, and they talk about love and fear. And I remember thinking about this then, because it does seem like all of the media is basically trying to maintain a certain level of chronic fear of other people. And if you broke free of the religions that teach you that, sin, in their concept, that these things are, your behaviors can condemn you or whatever, it's all meant to regulate you. But I think that they've replaced that concept with the scientific version of sin, which is the virus, where now people can be just as regulated as before, but with a whole different pretext here. And
Yeah.
This is, to me, an indication here that they've also split things. We have, like you said, pure bloods versus goo bloods. There is a split here.
Oh, wait, what's a goo blood?
Well, the goo blood is what some pure bloods call the injected, probably graphene oxide. So,
okay. Yeah. Nice.
now, in your opinion, just in 2025, who's still standing? The pure
Well,
bloods?
before remember that question. 2025, who's still standing? We're probably ending soon on that, or maybe not. But you mentioned how the news broadcasts, for instance, how they, and I was thinking while you were saying that they lead with fear, and then they'll put that human interest story in, the big push to get human interest stories in, and you use the word counterfeit and to describe these kinds of things, and I use it for how I believe they're recreating the Book of Revelation. So but on the whole, the way that you using that term to describe this to me, it made me think that these people don't have love because they're not purebloods, and worse still, what they present as love is a counterfeit. I'm saying it's going to get worse now once they're become what is it, automatons or something? I don't know.
Yeah, wait. So this idea of faking it because they're
They're
not
faking
truly
love.
human.
They're faking it. They don't know it. They don't elevate it at that level, and it's not in their bloodlines either. It's just not something they do. It's not. They're psychopaths. They're sociopaths. To label them.
Narcissists are devoid of
love what
empathy,
makes them feel good.
and they have to fake it. And that's one of the most puzzling things. If you study the psychopathy of narcissism, I've always figured that the mainstream media is a narcissist. The governments are narcissists, as are the mainstream religions. And the good program people who emulate that become extensions of that type of system. And by narcissistic, I just mean devoid of real empathy for individuals, no real love.
Now I've actually, I consider myself, and I've been labeled by my first wife as a narcissistic misogynist, which is a self-loving woman hater. Thank you, Oprah, in 1985.
Well, that's not the same thing as narcissistic personality disorder, but people can be cruel. Somebody said I was the Steve Ducey of Alex Jones's, and then some guy in Dark Matter hit me up, and he's like, "You are like Alex Jones on DMT."
Too laid back? Is that what it is? Or just supernatural? Supernaturally inclined?
Right. So it was probably a compliment, but
yeah, probably.
I'll take it that way. Okay. So anything else that we want to cover? Oh, that's right. Because you were talking about pure blood in a different sense than the goo blood versus pure blood fight here. But you're talking about the people who are real. Do you have any thoughts on the notion of NPCs, that a large swath of the population are just vacant?
Sure. Absolutely. 100% love that. Essentially, whether or not you want to consider this experience and simplify it and say, well, it's like playing Super Mario Brothers. It's but for each individual, how is it any different? I'm Mario, and my life is how the things that happen to me, the things that get in my way, the things I got to jump over, the things I've got to well, I wish I could kill, but the things that I'd have to kill to survive, and fall down, get up, fall down, get up, fall down, let's do it over. And that's reality. So who are the NPCs in an individual life? It's just about the majority of the people. I don't like to use percentages, but I would say at this point, it's just me and my lovely wife Christine, and then a peripheral. I have a few people around me on the channel, guys like you, people I come in contact with, always changing. But who are the NPCs? My God, they're all over the place. And the funny thing about NPCs is that after this thing hit, this pandemic, I even made a small video. I took it down though. I don't want to put a target on my back, but I did a parody of who are the people in your neighborhood, and the line was, who are the people in your neighborhood they say are dying every day. And because none of the NPCs in my life were gone after this deadly pandemic hit. They're still the same people, same guy at the pizzeria, 7-Eleven. Everybody's fine. So who are these people? I don't know. But yeah, the NPCs, I don't know if I'm answering the question, but absolutely 100% think that everybody has, we are in some kind of a programmed reality. We absolutely are. Whether it's, it's the original one, going through the motions till it's, I guess, potential end. I don't know, but doesn't seem much different.
We got a commenter in the Maxwell in the comments says, John the Bond describes NPCs as away from keyboard. They're somewhere, but they're on autopilot. Could be. I look at the Truman Show as a good model here, where Truman is surrounded by a bunch of actors and liars and manipulators who are being paid. So in other words, enemy agents, or maybe not enemies, but they represented an opposition to his awakening.
Well, that's what they are. I mean, these people are absolutely being paid. I mean, they're in a slave system. They it's not. They don't have a payday on Fridays. It's an income redistribution day, and there's never anything left over in these characters' pockets. So they have to go through. They go through the motions. They wake up. They get dressed. They go to work. They come home from work. They have their little dinner. They do their Peloton for an hour, and then watch YouTube or whatever reality shows till they fall asleep in a drunken stupor of some kind, and they wake up and do it all again, even the weekends. I mean, I've seen people. I just went around the country. I'm in Washington, and I had an understanding. I'm in a nice island called Whidbey Island in Washington, completely masked up, and but I saw. I see people out there on a nice sunny day, autumn day on their bikes, and it just didn't seem like there was any joy. They just didn't seem like they were joyful. And people are doing, they're on their bikes. They got the get up. They got the rear view mirror on their head, and they're riding. I saw a bicycle built for two. We used to call them, and I guess a husband and wife or a couple, whatever, partners, riding the bike. And I just what joy are these people getting out of this life? I don't see joy. I see, this is what I did yesterday. This is what I did yesterday. This is what I did. What did you do? Well, we did this. And I did that. But where was the joy? Where's the humanity? Where's the human experience? It's absent in these people. There's nothing there. They're, what do we call them? They're zombies, Tim.
Yes.
For God's sake.
Well, this is the think tank idea. The think tank idea for me was, let me pull together the non-NPCs, the playing characters, the ones who are aware, the ones with the ideas and who are really engaged in trying to figure things out. And that's why I gravitated towards your channel. And I wanted to give you a moment here. Let's go ahead and talk about your channel, what people can find there. I see a hilarious meme. So you also make use of memes, which are, look, the Pfizer is putting out memes because they can't compete with people like us who can succinctly put ideas out there. This one here says,
it's funny to watch them try. It's hilarious. It's hilarious to watch them try to match it.
Oh yeah, it's sad really. They're no match for the meme lords out there. But so I'm looking at your last video, which I'm looking forward to listening to today. Live analysis of the Flat Earther meltdown with special guest Eric from Ancient of Days. You mentioned that one earlier.
Yeah, the housewives of the flat Earth community.
So if people want to catch you live, you said you're going to be 1 to 3 starting in
Well,
January?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 to 3 in January, and that's going to be mirrored on the Dark Matter Network if I have anything to do with it.
That's outstanding. Yeah, I'm very excited about that. But for now, I mean, we did a trial run in August. People can go to our channel. It's just Crater Earth USA. You can hashtag. You find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We also have a private Facebook group. But Crater Earth USA on YouTube's primary content presentation is there. So you can see August. We did a 30-day trial run of the daily live stream, and it's a lot of fun, a lot of stuff to see there. And you'll see me trying to, deal with getting used to this, the new technology. This is all new for me, and I have some experience. I used to be a karaoke DJ. I always liked to. I used to make videos with two VCRs hooked to each other, with audio.
Okay.
So, doing it now with my computer is relatively easy. So I try to put up some content, but I'm limited by time, and you know how it is. We got to do most of this stuff ourselves, and it is time consuming. Yeah, and then the trip around the country, Commander Lou's America, which probably will soon be renamed Commander Lou's Agonal America, because this place is dying. Rural America is on its way out. This Navy model of 4 regions in the United States with California and the East Coast gone, I don't think it's far from it's far from what the reality is going to be. You said 2025. Who's going to still be standing? Why do you say 2025? I would defer to 2030, but 2025. Are you just using the 5 years out thing?
I'm being optimistic. I'm thinking more like 2022, but.
You're still optimistic. See, you're a pureblood.
Yeah. I think it's a win-win situation. And I think as long as we're networked with like-minded people, it doesn't really matter what the world of NPCs does. I think we can rise above it and maintain a position where at least we can know what's going on.
They can't touch us. They can't touch us. They can't touch us.
Hey, this has been really great having you on. I look forward to January. I'll be timing my morning live stream so that there'll be live content back-to-back on the Dark Matter Network.
Outstanding.
So it'll be a lot of fun. And we'll be building up our think tanks here, so people who like hanging out in the chat, and there's a lot of people here very active.
You're doing a great job, Tim, gathering the content and the people to bring it out there in the right way. You're doing a great job, man. I just want to point that out.
Appreciate it. Likewise, and I like your production value. I love the memes, the comedy, the videos. The one where you broke down how many times David Weiss told Russian Vids to shut the front door. 27 times.
Like anybody could do it. 27. By the way, 11:11. We can end it on this, okay? 11:11. You woke up at 11:11 on 11:11. Here's the Greek. All right, so the Hebrew in the Strong's Concordance is devastator. Absolutely. A Moabite king whose nickname was the Devastator, Tim. How about that? And then the Greek, to bring it current into the New Testament, the word is goguzo, to mutter. So you are a muttering devastator. How accurate was that? See, I'm not nuts.
I'm going to have to muttering devastator. I'm writing that down. I'll put that in my next newsletter.
Have a good one, Tim. Thanks a lot for having me. Really,
awesome.
Always fun.
Anytime.
And Salty Siren, thanks. See you online.
All right. Good talking to you, everyone. That's Commander Lou with the U.S. Federation of Craters. He was at Whidbey Island, he mentioned. I should have asked him if he saw Mark Sargent while he was out there. JT33 says, hey now. Salty Siren says, thanks, gentlemen. Shut the Front Door says, good convo, you guys. Yeah, he's going to be doing a program, be mirrored here. And my master plan will be daily live content on the networks all the time. And the chat streams, the think tanks, will be fully activated. If you missed it, don't worry. It will be replayed. I have 2 replays today, actually. I'm going to go ahead and rebroadcast a couple of things. Last night we were up very late talking about all kinds of things. Kenosha Kyle, which I think we're now calling him Sour Patch Kyle, after Sour Patch Kids. Let me go ahead and bring that back up. So Sour Patch Kids, these things will melt your tongue. You won't have taste buds for a month. But they will do to your face what apparently shooting a burglar, a strangler, and a pedo will do. look at Kyle Rittenhouse's face when he was crying on trial, and his cry face, which looks exactly like the face of tragedy, was mocked by LeBron James, who said he had a pocket full of lemon heads. And I was like, well, lemon heads don't do this to me, but Sour Patch Kids would. So Sour Patch Kyle. All right, this has been great. It's been a lot of fun. I want to give a shout out to Free Earth Radio. We're also mirrored there. So Free Earth Radio, ferlive.com. If you go over there, there's a separate chat room there. I should probably just go ahead and say hello to see if anybody's there. But Free Earth Radio will be working with us. We'll be probably putting in a few plugs. And I'm also, if you have any music for Infinite Plane Radio, all you musicians, we can go ahead and send tracks to Free Earth Radio. It's another place to be heard. So we're merging with all of our friendlies and allies, and even reaching out to people who may be on the fence or on the ice wall. I'm hoping that between myself and Commander Lou, we can free Russian vids from the snow globe. All right, everyone, have a great day.
We are at risk of having a flat Earth report come out of the House Intelligence Committee as to what happened with Russia.
A flat Earth report. Those are striking terms.
Listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Alright, everyone, that's Chief Crow, Cult. And yes, you're in a cult if you believe any of the mainstream media narratives that shape the dominant worldview. The world cult, the world church, the world pulpit being your, used to be TV screen, but now it's the black screen you hold in your hand. We live in Black Mirror world, which is a theme I wanted to touch upon tonight. And if you haven't seen Black Mirror, I advise starting with episode 2. But it's definitely worth watching if you want to have some insight as to, well, not just where things are going, but how we got here, where we might actually be. Let me go ahead and go through comments before we go much further here. By the way, we were kicked off YouTube. We were kicked off YouTube. Text message notifications just went out. So thank you for joining us in DLive if you're on chat or possibly Twitch. But no, I think we just lost channel number 117. Today is November the 15th, 2021. Not surprised, not surprised. There's an approach I've noticed that the sensors over there, what do you want to call them? The snowflake protectors. I mean, you have a group of snowflakes who have an inordinate amount of power. to censor those who say things that they find offensive. And that's problematic for a lot of reasons, not the least of which, you don't have to subject yourself to the stuff that offends you. And the idea that you're going to have it censored because it offends you is actually kind of fascist. It's like, well, don't partake. If you don't like the way a certain flavor tastes, you don't have to eat it. You don't have to take it off the shelves. But no, they're working towards a one-size-fits-all world, and unfortunately, people are going along with it lockstep. And so a whole bunch of snowflakes who may not even exist are used as a basis to keep this channel consistently censored. And one of the things they've done is they've targeted any of our channels that are monetized because they know that it costs money to make something more than a hobby. And we do have ambition here. We have plans. We have an infinite plan. But none of their feeble attempts at censoring or blocking us have had any effect. I would say that out of all the channels spreading dangerous misinformation, we are probably one of the most successful at advancing or at least promulgating and popularizing some of the most disruptive memes out there. COVID 1984 started here. Mask of the Beast started here. Even the flat earth topic broke out of the YouTube echo chambers because of the crowd-funded billboard that we put up right outside of an airport. So, 117, 120, doesn't matter how many channels they take out. It doesn't really stop what we're doing. What I won't do, though, is I won't exit. I'm not going to leave their field. I'm not going to leave the YouTube platform altogether, like many do. A lot of channels, a lot of YouTubers they go to various obscure platforms, and then those platforms get tanked, and then they're lost. So we refuse to cede any territory. And not that I have to explain myself, but I'll go ahead and get into this. One of the Mendoozled, that is one of the Mandela affected, one of the gurus, one of the promulgators of the Mandela effect, one of the top Mandela effect pushers, accused me of being Mandela affected. But it was part of a video where he was chastising me for selling masks. And I just wanted to bring that up really quick. Not that I have to explain why I would sell them, but this was used to suggest that I'm somehow like a bad actor because I'm selling masks. Well, first, I'm not even selling them. We do advertise them. I do create them and put them on my site, but it's really about maintaining a position in the cultural space. We want to make sure our memes are everywhere and that we have an answer, a retort, a reply to every advance of Big Brother. Something, that's the whole idea. I'm not advocating, mask your kids, mask your dog, or whatever. And then the titles or the theme on the mask, usually the designs were somewhat ironic just to make a point, like a sheep's mouth or some sixes. So not hard to understand why we would do it. But that's the same mentality behind staying on YouTube. I don't believe we should leave just because we've been kicked out. We just try to stay that much harder. But however, at the same time, building our own platform is obviously the future. Maxwell Cooper says Black Mirror Men Against Fire episode nailed how the blue-pilled view the unvaxxed. Oh yes, in that episode, you had soldiers with some kind of a visor that caused them to see their enemies as kind of insects or something. It was sort of was it a neural implant? Okay, so let us continue. Maxwell Cooper says, I bought one of those Joker masks. Oh yeah, I started selling Joker masks right when this thing started because we analyzed the Joker movie with Joaquin Phoenix. The name Phoenix, very significant. And of course, the Batman series has made use of a stylized version of the Phoenix made out of a bat. Imagine that, a bat and a phoenix. What's the connection? Well, the phoenix is a symbol of the reset. Burn down, build back better. What burnt down our system? An underheated bowl of bat soup. It all goes back to the bat. But the Joker movie, starring Joaquin Phoenix, had a revolution started at the end, where everyone puts on a clown mask. And I look at the Joker as sort of a mercurial character. He's a very interesting world stager, this Joaquin Phoenix, on and off the stage. But in this particular role, they were foreshadowing a masked, I wouldn't call it an insurrection, but the mobs, the riots, the burning of the police precincts. I don't know what you would call that. I mean, an insurrection today is just defined as basically bad performance art, lazily strolling around, guided tour around the Capitol, dressed up like cavemen. But no, what we saw in the summer of 2020 looked like it was right out of the Joker movie. And so I started selling Joker masks because I was saying, hey, in the movie, they were pointing out that the emblem of the revolution is the mask, whether you're Antifa or you're wearing the medical mask, that the medical mask is the Joker mask, and that as long as you're wearing it as a believer, you're actually participating in the burning down stage of the reset. And that was the main point. I mean, we all know that they'll penalize you for saying that it's not a life-saving medical device, that somehow isn't a biohazardous piece of waste that you need to throw in a red bin. I mean, this thing is so deadly, they would say it's communicable, it goes on your phone for 30 days, it can go on money, but your mask, you don't have to put it in a biohazard container. Give me a break. You know how they have in parks, they have little posts where you can get a little box with bags to clean up after your dog? We should have those everywhere. Dispose of your masks properly. I mean, you clean up after your dog and you're going to leave a mask on the ground that supposedly is so contagious that you could shut down the world if one person gets within 6 feet of it. By the way, there was a ton of predictive programming in the Batman movies pointing at the pandemic. In fact, in Dark Knight Rises, there's a scene with a guy without a mask. The Robin-like character says, "I don't need to wear a mask, I'm not afraid." And Batman says, "You don't wear a mask to protect yourself. You wear the mask to protect those you love." Spoken right out of 2013, but it came out of 2020. And then he throws a grenade that happens to look like a COVID, and it blows up in a mushroom cloud. And if you remember 2020, the anniversary of Hiroshima Nagasaki, we had 13 or more different mushroom cloud blasts and fires around the world that week. Inexplicable. I mean, if you remember, let me go ahead and bring that up. It started in Beirut. You had the twin explosions, 2020. August 4th, the city of Beirut was rocked by an enormous blast, but following this, there were a number of other blasts. And I don't think it's coincidental. I think these were all timed and coordinated events given various explanations, but part of a synchronized ritual. Side topic. But I want to go ahead and get through a list of the things we're going to discuss tonight before I get much further, and I'll go through my newsletter here as well. So topics tonight, I did want to talk about Tom Cruise and his face, something really weird about his face. And then we'll talk about Kenosha. I believe riots start tomorrow. Another interesting thing. Let's go ahead and start with Tom Cruise's face. This is a real life follows art moment. And last week I spoke with Human Vibration, and if you haven't heard that, just go to darkmatter.radio if you want to hear it on the podcast. And we were talking about the concept of templates, as she describes it. You know, I use a phrase to describe the big picture analysis of the media and the story that guides the big story, or rather the script that guides the major events on the world stage. I describe it as a meta script because you have to look at the news, the entertainment. You have to look at what's being programmed into our mass collective subconscious minds before you can see the big picture. And here's just an interesting coincidence. So Tom Cruise has been sighted again, and his face is a little deflated. If you remember, a few weeks ago, and I'll put this on your face, on the screen so you can see it. Look at Tom's face at the Giants game, and if you recall, his cheeks were a little puffy. He looked like a chipmunk. I mean, it looked like, to me, I thought this was a body double, or there's some kind of ruse going on. Maybe they're trying, I don't know what's going on. But that face, okay, so now this shows up just today. His face looks very deflated. It's the opposite of what it was at the Giants game. So I don't know what's going on with Tom Cruise's face. But I did want to point this out. The way his face looks right now, with the crease from the corner of his lip all the way down his chin to his neck, looks exactly like his character in Vanilla Sky. Vanilla Sky is being released again, its 20th anniversary version, this week. So, in the movie Vanilla Sky, it's all about Tom Cruise falling from the sky, jumping off a building after exiting a simulation. I don't want to give you too many spoilers, but there were a ton of 9/11 references in this movie that came out just after 9/11. And there were many references to coronavirus and the lockdowns, which happened 19 years after the movie. But now, this is what I wanted to point out. So we're looking at Tom Cruise and his face and how it looks like a repeat from that movie. Moreover, in the movie he falls, or he's a jumper. So here's what stood out to me today. In the photography on this article, they show Tom Cruise dressed in a, quote, black knit jumper. And if you look at his position, arms out, one leg back, it could be a coincidence. But if you look at the image of the hanged man and the way that his leg, one of his knees is bent, and you look at the 9/11 jumper, which, by the way, you know, the famous image of the falling man from 9/11, this is all very intriguing when you get into the weird synchronicities here. Here you have the falling man, a photograph taken by AP photographer Richard Drew on September the 11th. Very famous image. Anyway, this is the same guy that photographed RFK when he was shot by Saran in 1968. Same photographer. Just happened to be in the right place at the right time to shoot the falling man. So in the movie Vanilla Sky, which has a lot of 9/11 tie-ins, and Tom Cruise is a 9/11 jumper for all intents and purposes in that movie, that movie's being re-released this week, and he's wearing a jumper. And he looks just like that character. So anyway, interesting bit of, I don't know what you'd call this, other than I happen to think it might be something like predictive programming. And we'll get into this, because I've been talking for like the last year and a half about how this is the year the space station goes down. And that's probably the other story we really need to touch on now is, okay, so a few days ago, the space station had to dodge a piece of Chinese space junk. And I said it's going to be taken down by Russia and China. They're going to shoot it down and dominate space because the capitalists, people like Bezos and Branson and Musk, are nothing but bad news for the world if they start bringing resources from space, becoming trillionaires, and then exacerbating climate change by bringing more money and wealth to a world that is already suffering from being overexploited. So they see capitalism as toxic. That's part of the problem. In fact, I can't breathe is one of the phrases that, one of the forced memes of 2020. They brought it back this year at the Astro World. I can't breathe is what the victims were saying. Well, they've also applied I can't breathe to the climate justice struggle. No coincidences here. So the communists look at the capitalists, America, as a pariah because we're responsible supposedly for most of the climate change, which is a hoax, but say that while you can before it's labeled hate speech. Climate change is just how they reintroduced the flood myth and the wrathful God for the atheists. You know how the atheists didn't believe in sin until he brought them a virus? It's just a new way to control them. Yeah, that's what global warming is. But anyway, assuming it to be true or believing it to be true, America's a problem. And if we go to space, we're going to make everything worse because we're not going to space as communists. And space communism is where it's going. So I don't think it's a coincidence that China happens to put America's role in outer space, our dominant position, we're all sharing space up there, but if they take down our space station, that leaves China's. And the Russians were already talking of just leaving their station behind and going to China's. Just let's leave America, leave the ISS, and go work with our friends, our comrades. So look at this here. Secretary Blinken says, we condemn Russia's reckless creating of space debris. We condemn Russia's reckless test of a direct descent anti-satellite missile against its own satellite that created space debris that risked astronauts' lives, the integrity of the ISS, and the interests of all nations. So here you have another example of what you even have was like plausible deniability. Like, for example, was it a bowl of bat soup that shut down the world? Or was it China leaking something? Well, it depends on which side of the fence you stand on politically, what you're going to believe. Far right thinks China leaked it. However, they have plausible deniability. Oh no, it came from a wet food market. Same thing with the space junk. Last year, there's a piece of Chinese space junk. It was actually from, I believe it was a booster. It was from the rocket launch where they sent the first module from their space station up. And it's kind of an FU, I think. They let that piece just go into orbit wildly, and it could have landed anywhere. It landed in the Indian Ocean minutes before Elon Musk took the stage at SNL. But back then, it was, did China intentionally endanger us all? Or was it something where it was just reckless and it put us all in danger? Does it make a difference, is what some were asking. But my thinking is, it was a test. Just like this, I think what we're looking at here is Russia and China have complete plausible deniability if they take down our space station. And I've been saying this for some time, that this is what's going to happen. And it's all been predicted. So here we are, 42 years since Skylab fell. The space station already has cracks, fissures, internal, I would say, conflicts between the cosmonauts and the Americans. Maybe it stems from the fact that the Russians drink water and the Americans drink recycled cosmonaut urine. It's been that way the whole time. You can look it up. I think that says something about the relationship. But my point is, they had a fire alarm in the thing. They have cracks in it, literal cracks. There was a hole drilled in the thing. So every indication. Then, of course, you have the Russian booster a few months ago that flipped the space station 540 degrees. Was that an accident? That the thrusters just went off and flipped the space station over? I don't think so. So then again, just the other day, they dodge a piece of Chinese space junk, and now Russia puts them in the path of orbital debris. I'm looking at comments here because, people all believe this to be real, not some war game. And I think that this is all definitely right on schedule. I'll be following this along closely. I hope they don't bring it down before Tom Cruise gets up there to film his movie. Garrett7 says, FEMA camps coming soon. Where have you been? The FEMA camps are already here, and you already are living in one. If you're sitting in front of a Netflix or a Black Mirror, if you're believing the news, if you're at home, and you're taking care of yourself, and you're getting yourself through all of the necessary hoops they want you to jump through, yeah, you are in a FEMA camp. They don't need you to be centralized in a location where they have to feed you and take care of you. No. This is a decentralized FEMA camp, and you'll be there for the rest of your life, so get comfortable. And what they're doing now is they're getting you used to not leaving. Oh, you can't leave because you'll spread COVID. Oh, you can't leave because your carbon footprint. Mother Earth can't take it. You see where they're going? Maxwell Cooper says, they wanted an incel white supremacist to shoot up a theater so bad. I saw that there was another shooting at a theater, I believe in Aurora, which is another Batman reference. That's really when the Batman movie merged with reality. It was the guy, the Joker shooter, at the Batman movie theater in Aurora. And by the way, just to give you an idea of how long they've been suppressing this channel, and this is probably why. So after the event in Aurora, they set up a shrine for the victims, and it's right near the courthouse, and it's made up of, I believe, here we go. It's made up of a certain number of, I believe, swans. But there was, of course, it was James Holmes, who may have had some connections, or his dad may have had connections to Adam Lanza. So they have this shrine set up to the victims right out by the courthouse. And I remember when they set it up, I drove by. I was in the area, and I thought, I'm going to go do a live stream from the site of this shrine that they set up. And I see people walking around it, and I think, okay, well, there's obviously a lot of people here. It seems kind of real. It can't all be crisis actors. So I go down to investigate, and I look to see if anyone's actually paying attention to the shrine set up for the victims of the Aurora shooting. Well, turns out that no one was really looking at it. They were all looking at their phones because they were hunting a Pokemon. So, in other words, there was a Pokemon event at the courthouse at the same time that the shrine was opening up. So anybody driving by the courthouse would look out there and they would see all kinds of people. This is the memorial, Essentiate, the 720 memorial dedicated to the 13 killed and 70 wounded on July 20th, 2012. Yeah, so I went to this. It was just an all-day event where it was like the opening for this thing, and there was a Pokemon on the loose. And so nobody was there for the memorial. They were there for the Pokemon. I was live streaming the event, and during my live stream, my YouTube channel was cut down. So I have a feeling that we've been monitored very closely for some time, probably because of our opinions and the things we talk about. All right, I'm going through some comments. Salty Siren says Tom looks like he's melting. Yeah, he does. And in the movie Vanilla Sky, it's all about his face, and there's a few different storylines along with Vanilla Sky. I happen to think it's a follow-up to Eyes Wide Shut. So Eyes Wide Shut, Stanley Kubrick, his last film, followed by a movie called, well, same actor, Tom Cruise. I think there's a continuity here. But Vanilla Sky's original name was Open Your Eyes. So I think Eyes Wide Shut and Open Your Eyes has a contiguous plot, which we can talk about. And both of these movies have a subtext that connects to the major psyops of our day. I mean, Stanley Kubrick's films are really worth looking at for his not only Apollo 11 references, but his 9/11 references and his COVID references, and references to Space Wars, which we haven't even seen yet. Linda Curtis says Tom Cruise is going to be an ISS jumper. Right, well, interestingly enough, Tom Cruise was doing a stunt where he jumped from a plane with a parachute and landed in a field of cows. And the cows were all knocked out, knocked unconscious, stunned by the drone scrambling noisemakers they had. They have these devices that scramble drones, and it caused the cows to collapse. So Tom Cruise comes down from the sky, and these cows are passed out. But that was the day that the space station had a fire alarm going off. And I think it's all foreshadowing, and I wouldn't be surprised. By the way, if you get into the symbolism ISS, I is 9, S is 19, or 1 + 0, 1, you could derive 911 from that. And I point this out, I've pointed this out before, because it's all given away in the architecture. It's another level of the predictive programming. As you would all know, if you've looked into the predictive programming with 9/11, the image of the towers was already pretty much well cemented in your mind, and this was something that was planted years in advance. We were conditioned for it, just as we are being conditioned for the coming alien invasion. Whether you think it sounds ludicrous or not, we're just reading their script. But one of the things I point out when I look at the space station, and by the way, here are some headlines. A Russian anti-satellite missile puts the ISS in peril. Russia blows up a satellite, creates a dangerous debris cloud in space. Space debris forces the astronauts to take shelter in a return ship. So they're almost ready to abandon ship right now. And to me, this is part of the Tower of Babel falling. And I talked about this when Jeff Bezos went to space on 7/20/2021, anniversary of the moon landing, Apollo 11. He actually launched on 9/11. Imagine that, 9/11, Apollo 11. Seems like a couple of Kubrick shout-outs. My point being, richest man in the world goes to space, pokes his head in the heavens, in the capsule, which is the capstone. There's a lot of symbolism in that particular individual, in Jeff Bezos, and his role here, but for now I want to keep this focused on this. Look at the space station's solar panels. I think they look conspicuously like the Twin Towers, depending on the angle, and oftentimes I believe they're represented to give us a visual clue. And what's more, and I can point to a few other things here, but in Space Odyssey, in 2001 Space Odyssey, the space station has two big cylinders. And when the space plane approaches the space station, it happens to look like Flight 175 approaching the Twin Towers. It's almost like Stanley Kubrick is the same director of both 2001 A Space Odyssey and 9/11. And if you're looking at the screen here, you can see the space plane. Ludicrous concept, or is it? Because on 7/11, which was the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling, Richard Branson took his space plane up, And his space plane is brought up into space by the White Knight 2, like almost like what you see here on Space Odyssey. You see a space plane approaching two towers. Sort of a repeated motif here, but again, plane approaching twin towers, very similar. And this is just one of at least a dozen different scenes that align so closely that it's a dead giveaway, if you ask me. In fact, I was watching John LeBon this morning. If you go to johnlebon.com, I'll put a link in the chat. I highly recommend it. Great think tank. But he was live on YouTube today, and he was going over the Millennium Hotel at Ground Zero, which is designed off of the 2001 monolith. So here you have another Kubrick reference at Ground Zero, which is backed up by a couple scenes from another one of his movies, The Shining, where Danny's speeding down a hallway towards the twins on his bike. The original, they weren't twins. Kubrick added that. He drives past them. They're hacked up in the middle. There's a fireman's axe on the ground. The scene looks 9/11-y. Next scene, Danny's throwing darts. The twins approach, and next to the twins is a Bell phone booth. Well, at Ground Zero, next to the Twin Towers, you had the Bell telephone tower. So you have a number of elements here connecting these. And I'm just suggesting it's worth pointing out that Kubrick's work should be considered as we're looking at what's going to come, and also Kubrick's connection to Tom Cruise. I mean, what are the odds that the guy who's number one suspect for being the mind behind Apollo 11, I mean, I'm sure it's not just him, but the architect of that particular psyop, what are the odds that his final film, and by all indications he faked his death, but we'll leave that his final film involves Tom Cruise, who, of course, was going to film the first movie in space, but the Russians beat him. It's like interesting connection there. We're going to continue, though. User Offline says the debris is a KGB dead drop. Yep. Garrett7 says DART blowing up an asteroid. DART is also a system that warns against tsunami. Yes, they have their DART system for shooting asteroids out of the sky, and I've thought, well, they could just break something. It's the Double Asteroid Redirect Test mission. But if they broke something up, what would happen? I think that's been the theme of a number of movies. And, as I mentioned, we're in a Black Mirror world. If you want to know what's going to happen, you just look at your Black Mirror, consult it like you would a Ouija board or an oracle. If you watched Netflix in 2019, you knew 2020 in advance. In fact, there was a 5-part documentary, sort of a pseudo-documentary, about a pandemic on Netflix. And then one of their employees caught the COVID, they shut it down. But my point is, you were given a frontline view of what it would look like. You were taught about PPE, and you were given the lexicon you would need to take in the propaganda. They have a way of filling you in advance. All right, let's go ahead and continue. User Offline says the cows are crisis actors. You're talking about Tom Cruise flattening the cows. I think Alec Baldwin's definitely a crisis actor. There was something I wanted to get into about that event. So it hasn't been a month since that event, so it's not old news yet, but something new came out of it. One of the stagehands on Rust was bitten by a spider, and apparently he's losing his arm. And if you look, and this might be a coincidence, Rust crew member was bitten by a brown recluse. Bitten by a venomous spider. Rust crew member may lose arm after bite on set. Could have arm amputated. Well, Hannah Reed was the 24-year-old who handed Alec Baldwin the gun, the loaded gun. And I remember when they first started showing pictures of her and describing how reckless she is or has been in the past, questioning why she even had the gig. The very first picture of her, she's leaning against a wall and her shirt is up, and her shirt says, "Always a sinner, never a saint." And she has a very conspicuous tattoo on her belly, which is a spider. So that's interesting. She hands the gun to Alec. Alec shoots Helena Hutchins, 42. So she's the culprit here. And I thought there might be some intrigue here. She's very gothic. And right after the shooting happened, Alec Baldwin's ex-wife, Kim Basinger, was spotted dancing at a goth club. So I thought, was this some kind of a revenge? And was this Hannah Reid, I don't know, working for the ex? Just speculation. But I do find it kind of unusual that the guy who's losing his arm to a spider bite, or might lose his arm, was on the set of this person, and she's got the spider. Just seems a little weird. Kind of a coincidence. All right, going through some comments. If you want to get into DLive, we've moved over to DLive darkmatter.radio. We're no longer going to be on Infinite Plane Radio on DLive. That channel's boycotting because they marked our channel as X-tagged, which I consider to be libelous. You gonna say we're X-tagged? Only because on January the 6th, we talked about we simulcasted, we observed, and we commented on the Capitol event, the staged riot. Well, because of the opinions that we espoused that day, they defunded our account and they marked us as X-tagged. Well, there's no video stored on that account. They don't know what I'm about to say, but they don't even give me the benefit of the doubt. I can't go on and just talk about the weather. They assume I'm going to say something political or something. But you can play games like Grand Theft Auto all day long, where you kill and you loot and you mug and you steal. It's like, that's not political. Grand Theft Auto is the Democrat Party platform put into practice. But no, they can do that all day, but nope, not us. So no, we are boycotting DLive, but Dark Matter's not. So you can go over to Dark Matter. Someone says Kim Basinger was in Batman. Interesting. All right, I have a very compelling link here to look at. I'll just go ahead and bookmark that for now. I'll get back to it. So anyway, I'm bringing this up because, again, Hannah Reid hands over the lethal weapon, and some guy loses an arm to a spider. She's got a spider tattoo. I don't believe in coincidences with these psyops. This is all just, if you ask me, this is part of the theater. And I think the Kim Basinger angle is worth looking into. All right, before we go much further, I want to go ahead and go to the newsletter. If you don't follow my newsletter, just go to timosman.blog or go to any of my sites. I post it everywhere. So let's go ahead and go to the most recent one from yesterday. My 11:11 a.m. 11:11 awakening. Mandela affected meatloaf and why I sell masks. So the other day I did wake up at 11:11 in the morning on the 11th of this month. I don't know what that means exactly, but I decided since there does seem to be some kind of a synchronicity there, I'll take a look and see what the metaverse is trying to tell us. So let's just go ahead and bring things into context. I'm going to list off a number of events, memes, things that stand out. And so I've described this as sacrifice season. You know, when I say this, I mean this Scorpio. Ever since Scorpio, really, but really since October 13th. So William Shatner goes to space on October the 13th. They actually bumped the launch from the 12th to the 13th. Now that's, I think, intentional. When you look at these rituals and the use of numerology, they often invert or flip or reverse the numbers. So 119, 911, 11-3, 311, 13-31, same difference. So on 10-13, William Shatner goes to space. Orange flame from the bottom of the rocket, looking very Halloween-y. And at the same time, Halloween Kills is making the headlines, putting Shatner's face out there in a different context, because again, Shatner is the face of the knife man, Michael Myers. Following this, we bore witness to Sir David Amos being stabbed 17 times. Then you had the accidental killing on the Rust set. Then you have a man dressed as Joker stabbing 17 people on a subway in Japan. In Astroworld, again, another connection to the sacrifice season, 17 victims were taken to the hospital. Drake was there, had a new song called Knife Talk. Travis Scott was recently pictured in a Michael Myers / William Shatner mask, again, presiding over a sacrifice. The QAnon shaman carried a spear, and that was the main thing. If you remember, his main weapon was a spear. And then you had the QAnon, Q sent me, QAnon influenced surfer in California who speared one of his children 17 times as a sacrifice to save the world. So thanks to Matthew Coleman for saving us, or whatever. It's just the repeated theme here is what I'm pointing out. So now here's what ties it together. In witchcraft, the high priest carries the dagger. It's the knife man. So Shatner is the knife man. Shatner is also the rocket man when he goes up 66 miles into space in that obelisk. And again, the obelisk is another symbol of the male priest, the god. So he is the high priest as the rocket man and dagger man, presiding over, officiating over the season's sacrifices. And then, when he gets back from space, he's talking about how he's looking at the earth, and from up there, everything looks so fragile. And he says that there's going to be a coming catastrophic event. And to me, the insinuation here was something's going to hit our atmosphere. Something from space, a space rock, an asteroid. And the reason I think so is from where he's looking down, he says coming catastrophic event. Well, what could you see as an event from up there? I think that's what he was referencing. Finally, I'm looking at the headlines again. Associated Press describes Astroworld as countdown to catastrophe. So there's that word, Astroworld. So here's what I suspect is coming next. Britney Spears was just freed after her 13 years under the control of her father, the custodianship. So interestingly, the spear is free. And remember the term spear. QAnon shaman, spear. Also an actor. Guy spearing his children. Then you have General Flynn invoking the Archangel Michael. And General Flynn just came out saying we need a one world religion, just so you know. Flynn has been leading the QAnoners in prayers that aren't from the Bible, but they're prayers to the sevenfold rays and the Archangel Michael. And these prayers are literally plagiarized from the Church Universal and Triumphant of Elizabeth Clare Prophet, a very successful doomsday cult that had its members in bunkers in 1990, praying that the Russians and Chinese wouldn't nuke us to death. So here we are, Russia and China, about to do something to the space station with their space junk. It looks like an accident, sure. But here you have Flynn, again, General Flynn, his name is Michael, and he talks about his birthday being the same as Jesus' birthday, and he's leading his processions in invocations to the Archangel Michael, and the Archangel Michael is doing what? He's holding a spear, and he's spearing the serpent on the ground. The guy who killed his kid in California said Q told him to spear his children because they had serpent DNA. Even the ADL has gone out to say that the QAnoners are using the symbol of St. George slaying the dragon with the spear as a racist symbol. So my point being is this. The spear, since January 6th, has been associated with the extreme right. So I'm expecting this. I'm expecting a QAnon patsy to chuck a spear. So the Metascript has connected the number 17 with sacrifice and death, as I have pointed out. This is a Metascript view. I'm not cherry picking, it's out there. So another thing too is the number 22. So 17 and 22 have been associated with killing and death. So 17 again suggests that the assassin will be a right-winger, like the guy that stabbed David Amos. It'll be politically motivated. The 22 though, Gabby Petito was 22. Then you had Ty Jordan and Aaron Lowe, football players, University of Utah, died from, I guess it was gun violence. So hashtag 22 forever. They have retired jersey 22. JFK Jr. expected to show up in Dallas after 22 years of being dead. Again, RFK was killed by a .22. JFK was shot on the 22nd. Then you have a singer. Her name is Imani 22. And she dies at 22. Then you have a 22-year-old woman at Astroworld who goes brain dead. It was from a head injury, I believe, not Travis Scott's bad auto-tune. The International Space Station has been in orbit for 22 years. I believe its birthday is in 10 days. And just had to dodge a piece of Chinese space junk and now Russian space junk since I wrote this. And then on the day of the Astroworld sacrifices, Astro, one of the longtime members of the British reggae pop band UB40, passed away. So, putting all this together, the 17s, the 22s, the sacrifices, my prognostication for the coming week is riots, asteroids puncturing the atmosphere, and a high-profile attack or assassination by a right-wing QAnoner, possibly with a spear. A user offline says an asteroid the size of the Eiffel Tower is coming to jab the world. Wow. Yeah, doesn't surprise me. User offline says Suicide Squad 2 has a spear. Okay, let us continue. We got a lot of material to go through. Finbar says, great newsletter, by the way. I appreciate it. And the newsletter is just the foundation for what is going to be a print tabloid. So go to infiniteplane.media if you want to see more. We have a good LinkedIn page. We're recruiting writers. It is happening. And the inaugural issue will be a review of 2021. It'll come out later in December. So I do expect riots in Kenosha, where the National Guard are already on alert in anticipation of the exoneration of Lemonhead Kyle, a reference to LeBron James, who called Kyle Rittenhouse a crisis actor, basically. He said, quote, that boy ate some Lemonheads, in response to Kyle's emotional breakdown, which was apparently tearless. Now, LeBron James is not one to talk. He cries and flops more than anyone else in the Nothing But Actors League. And I'm still not convinced that Kenosha is real news. I'm still not convinced it wasn't a closed movie set. Too convenient. Q17, that's their code. Here you have a 17-year-old with a white hat in the front row of a Donald Trump rally before the riots. White hats are coming to save us. By the way, I mentioned General Flynn because of the Archangel Michael and the spear stuff. Well, the cult Universal Triumphant, which he's a part of, I believe, and he's been accused of Satanism. It's not the same thing, but they believe in ascended masters, in humans who have evolved spiritually but don't want to go to heaven. They want to stick around and help seekers after the truth evolve spiritually so they can beat not the deep state but the spiritual equivalent. So they actually pray to the Great White Brotherhood. Yes, the cult Universal Triumphant prays to the Great White Brotherhood. And it makes me think white hats. General Flynn says the white hats will protect us. And I think they repurposed it as the cult Universal Trump. I really do. And it is an effective doomsday cult framework, and it's built into the QAnon orthodoxy. It really is. It's hard to overstate how much of a cult it is, spelled with a Q. It's unique, but it is actually a politicized religion, and its most extreme element has been ignored by the news media and many authors on the subject. They focus on the politics of it, and they kind of miss that there's something else. And now we have General Flynn coming out speaking in favor of a one world religion.
They know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it. They're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, it's back to the Infinite Plane Society.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Auto hoaxer.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Okay, everybody, we're back live. Appreciate it. Must have been another micro EMP burst. I didn't even realize it, but the wheels came off the wagon, and I was still sitting here talking to myself in the dark. Actually, there were still 103 people listening at least over there on Mixler, and I know we had some people over at Dark Matter and TuneIn, so it wasn't just me. But yes, we lost our video crowd, and while I was offline, I played a bit from the interview with Human Vibration, so if you want to catch that, go to darkmatter.radio. And I also added a YouTube channel. I knew I had one. I've been going through my sock drawers. I told you. So if you want to get on the YouTube chat, the link is there in the chat right now, and we are moving forward. So I was talking about how the Travis Scott Astro World Sacrifice echoed the Pearl Jam concert of about 20 years ago. Same number of people, 50,000. Same number of deaths, 9. And in Travis Scott's latest music video, Escape Plan, he's wearing a Pearl Jam shirt. And the design looks like the stage for the Astro World November 6th Sacrifice. Zara says, I talk to myself a lot in the dark, Tim. Yeah. Someone else says that we're offline. Let me double check that. I hope not. But anyway, look, go over to Mixler. I highly recommend it. Because no matter what happens at these other video platforms, Mixler is going to be a staple. So we were talking about Astro World. Offline again, this is getting really interesting. What is going on? What is really going on? Could be that we're approaching a very sensitive time in world events. Like, think about this. If you had the inside scoop to the next 9/11, I'm sure that there would be efforts to prevent you from, I don't know, spilling the beans. I happen to think so. I happen to think that maybe what we're doing is a little too prescient. I mean, look, we called space junk Armageddon. We called that Russia and China would be responsible for bringing down the Tower of Babel as part of this space war narrative that even now is evolving. So if you missed it, by the way, just a few days ago, on I think it was the 13th or so, Chinese space junk caused the space station to do an evasive maneuver, and just a few hours ago, Russia, same thing. Hoaxahana says the eclipse is coming. I believe that's on the 19th, right? Do we have anybody in Kenosha? I'm wondering if there's going to be an influx of Kyles. Because you know there's going to be some rage against that. All right, let's go ahead and continue. I was talking about the concert at Astro World, the theories, the conspiracy theories blowing up the internet. The MSM is saying it's a satanic panic. Can't have that. No, you can have a virus panic, but you can't have a satanic one. Well, there's evidence for a satanic panic here. Anti-vaxxers are, quote, enemies, says Knight in Satan's Service, Gene Simmons. Now, let's go ahead and play that. I'm pretty sure I have that clip. Isn't that what KISS stands for? Knight in Satan's Service. Now, he's been pretty vocal. He's been pretty hypocritical as well. I mean, my point, which I'll get to in a second here, it's really about the hypocrisy of it. And I thought that the hypocrisy would be the undoing of this whole thing. But no, you got to remember that most people are hypocrites to some level. I mean, when it comes to this, it's like do as we say, not as we do, and people just accept it. I was watching the trial, in fact, and I don't know if anybody called this out, but I was watching the trial, and it really occurred to me, no one in there is wearing a mask. Like, did we just change movie scenes, change sets, different world? Okay, I'm looking for the clip here of Gene Simmons saying that we're enemies, which I'll get to here. But basically this, I can handle a guy dressed up as a bat-winged Japanese samurai demon being a hypocrite and going on tour, being a super spreader. But calling the unvaxxed enemies, that is the goo-bloods declaring war on the purebloods. And I would argue that the unvaccinated basement dweller conspiracy theory who never leaves his house is better for society than a massive ego like Gene Simmons running around the world causing large numbers of people to gather. So he's calling out people as enemies when he's obviously a bigger enemy than they are. Glenn DeVry, an entrepreneur, the one who flew into space with Jeff Bezos' rocket with William Shatner, he died in a plane crash on Thursday. Now, I don't know if that means anything. I was just looking into it. The timing of it's fascinating. And then a few days before that, Sir Richard Branson had a severe bicycle accident. Now, Branson described his bicycle accident as colossal. Sir Richard Branson hospitalized after, quote, colossal bike crash. By the way, he's in the Black Eye Club. Richard Branson, 71, shows off gruesome injuries from, quote, colossal cycling crash after his brakes failed. Now, I don't know if this is real or not. I was looking at the pictures, and it looks like he tore his shirt. It looks fake. Nothing about it looks real, but they had this really odd picture of his hip, and I've never seen a hip like that. The Virgin founder said he had to be treated for severe cuts and bruises on his elbow. So I have a few questions, like, why would you show that off? Why would you show off a wound as it bleeds? I happen to think it's fake. But anyway, the photo here, it says a few bumps and bruises, but otherwise fine. You have the two of them on the ground, and then you have a woman who's bicycling with them, holding their hands, and somebody's photographing them. So it just looks completely staged. It's like, what is it with these individuals? They can't do anything for real. They even stage a bike wreck. And here he is, Black Eye Club. That's my takeaway here. This must be some kind of initiation hazing. If you don't know what the Black Eye Club is, I think it's a way of paying homage to the devil or whoever they worship. I mean, the cult of the all-seeing eye. Who's doing the punching, though? Out of all the people, who's doing the punching? I've looked at the group of people associated with the Black Eye Club, even Prince Philip, and I'm like, well, the only person around them who doesn't have the black eye is the Queen. Could she be the one? Could the Queen be the one? Zinvella says, Richard Branson must have hit his eye on his giant hip bulge. Yep. Zareth the Alchemist says it looks like he's in a makeup trailer. That's a stretch for a bike accident. Right. Yeah, nothing about it seems real. Here's another picture. The tycoon was training for a cycle run in 2016. So he had the same injury a few years ago. Here he is smiling while they're doing the work on his face. Now, there was a crash or an explosion with Virgin Galactic on a Halloween, I believe. That was like 2014. Now, my take on it is that he's Zevov, or I believe it's Zevov Beezelbrox. No, that's a character from a really ridiculous movie called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Zaphod Beeblebrox, a fictional character from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which has everything to do with SpaceX. So, you got Musk, and you know where he comes from. The imagination of Werner von Braun, if that's not his dad. And also a little bit of Gene Wilder, Willy Wonka, Iron Man. There's a few different characters that form the composite Elon Musk. Jeff Bezos is Dr. Evil, combined with the man who fell to Earth, another story about an alien, lands in New Mexico, creates the world's richest corporation, and goes back to Mars. Well, here you have a character from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Zaphod Beeblebrox, who's this womanizing space cowboy. And if you look at this character, his smile, his hair, and his persona, it's 100% the basis for the persona of Richard Branson. All of the space popes have very conspicuous entertainment world counterparts, and their counterparts are interrelated. No coincidences here. All right, going through some comments here. Hoaxahana says, I put my money on the Queen. Yeah, I think the Queen is the one at the Black Eye Club who's doing the punching. Now, I don't know the significance of the bicycle. I've been trying to figure this out. Because there's a few things about it. And we can get into the iconography and symbolism of Virgin Galactic and the goddess worship and the ritualization, the ritualized. It's basically the fertility rite that you would see in any pagan mass, but it's done through science fiction. I mean, it's really fascinating what they've done here. But I've been thinking, what could the twin cycles mean? So if you look at the Virgin Galactic space plane, it has these two, it's called the White Knight 2. It's a single wing, but you have these two aircraft. So it's called the White Knight 2, which makes me think like Twin Towers. And then, of course, the space plane rides between them, and then it blasts off. It gets lifted above the densest part of the atmosphere. Now, my point is, so you have a space plane, and then you have the two planes that bring it up there. So I'm trying to figure out, well, what could this bicycle crash mean? Now remember, they launched on 7/11, which was the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling down. Many of you watched it here with us. We analyzed the event and the ridiculous overjaw effect. The overjaw effect is what we call the overview effect. They say that the astronauts get such a view from outer space that they have a cognitive shift, and they no longer see borders, they no longer see nations, they no longer see any kind of division, they just see one. So they come down to save the world from environmental catastrophe. They come down enlightened. Well, we call it the overjaw effect here because whenever they launch up into space and they look out the window and you see them seeing the Earth, they always ask the astronauts to open their mouth really wide. And I believe they do it to really accentuate how incredible of a view it is, this overview effect. Anyway, I think it's all phony. So anyway, we're talking about Virgin Galactic launching on that day. And earlier I was mentioning the role of Stanley Kubrick, Space Odyssey 2001, and its eerie foreshadowing of 9/11. So I want to bring your attention back to the image of 2001: A Space Odyssey's space plane entering the twin wheels of the space station. So again, the connection here has been made between the elements of Flight 175, Twin Towers, spaceplane, twin cylinders, and a crash. And I'm starting to think maybe Richard Branson's bicycle crash, bicycle, 2 cycles. Here you have a 2-cycle space station, 2 wheels, or twin wheels. It could be something along those lines. It could be foreshadowing, but it seems to contain all the elements of a ritual and of theater. So I'm just suggesting this might be the correlation. All right, let's see what else we have here. Going through comments. Again, we're back on YouTube. They kept us off for a full, 30 minutes? Okay, let's go ahead and continue through the rest of the newsletter. Demi Lovato said she's tired of humans. So she's a UFO buff. You know how if you're a conspiracy theorist, you're a danger to society? How if you're a conspiracy theorist, you're a dangerous misinformation spreader, and what you say can cause people to die. Well, if you believe in aliens, you're not a conspiracy theorist. That's perfectly cool. So what does that tell you? It tells you that the state decides which, quote, conspiracies are acceptable and which aren't. 20 or 30 years ago, if you started talking about aliens, people would say that you were a tinfoil hat nutter. Now, if you don't believe in aliens, you're probably committing a hate crime. So here you have Demi Lovato who says the term aliens is derogatory. Calling extraterrestrials aliens is offensive. So she's really big into aliens, but she's also looking out for aliens' rights now, and we don't want to offend them. She thinks it's derogatory. She reveals that aliens are non-binary. Standing Up for Extraterrestrials. It's a docuseries called Unidentified with Demi Lovato. She says, I really think if there's anything out there that would want to do anything with us, it would have happened by now. We need to stop calling them aliens because it's derogatory. The world's becoming a more open place, and any progress is progress. I don't know if I want to actually listen to her. Anyone feel like hearing it from her own mouth? I mean, this is part of, I believe, building up a place in people's minds where they just gradually accept whatever they're going to introduce to us later. She's basically a propagandist for this alien invasion agenda. And this is multi-generational propaganda, if you think about it. War of the Worlds. I mean, how long have they been preparing us for this? And I think that the War of the Worlds alien invasion narrative is just repurposing the rapture.
With you.
Here she is.
Over the past year and a half, I've been doing some healing and self-reflective work. And through this work, I've had the revelation that I identify as non-binary. With that said, I'll officially be changing my pronouns to they, them. I feel that this best represents the fluidity I feel in my gender expression and allows me to feel most authentic and true to the person I both know I am.
Okay, so here she gets into how aliens are basically offended by the term alien. Now, I didn't want to get too far into her whole take on extraterrestrials and being politically correct about that. However, it got me thinking about the furry that I saw the other day. I was at a drive-thru. Inept employees couldn't figure it out. I was waiting on french fries for like 20 minutes, and I saw a furry crossing the street in front of me with some MS-13 type. So a furry is a person who identifies as an animal. These are, like foxes, raccoons. You'll see them with tails and with usually sometimes makeup, but usually ears. So I see a fox crossing the street, and I kind of looked into furries. I'm like, that's kind of interesting. So they identify as animals. So I was like, what if she just found somebody? Because Demi Lovato here is now saying she doesn't want to date humans anymore. She says, bring me an ET. She's tired of humans and their quote bullshit. She says, I'm so tired of humans and their human BS. So here she is basically begging for an ET. And I'm thinking maybe she could just find a furry that identifies as an alien or something. A fursona is what they call it. Find a furry with a fursona that's alien rather than a donkey or something. Zara says she's virtue signaling to ET. Yup. Okay, now the Meatloaf Mandela effect. Do we have any Mandela affected in here? I don't want to offend anybody. It's become like a religion. But the Mandela affected live in an echo chamber. They believe they're part of a breakaway civilization. Like they all move to a parallel dimension. And the parallel dimension is just like ours, except Jif peanut butter is now Jiffy. Or Ed McMahon didn't actually pass out big checks. That kind of thing. So I'm like, wait. So the Mandela affected are now accusing me of being one of them. And it's Brian Stavely, who's one of the main promulgators of it. He said that I'm a Mandela effect victim or affected. Are you a victim? Or are you special or whatever? You're elevated. I'm one of them now because I spelled meatloaf with one word. So if you remember my previous live stream, I was talking about Russian Vids, who's a Bible fundamentalist who doesn't know any Bible verses. And I said, here's a guy that's always quoting Meatloaf lyrics verbatim, and he cannot recite a single Bible verse. It was pathetic. He's like, well, you know that Bible verse about discernment? It says something about discernment. And I'm thinking, wait, what verse? And he couldn't figure out the verse. So anyway, I called him out as knowing more about Meatloaf. I don't know anything about Meatloaf, the actor. All I know is he was Robert Paulson in Fight Club, and then he played Eddie in the Rocky Horror Picture Show, where he gets cannibalized. But I wouldn't have known that meatloaf are two different words. But apparently, that's a Mandela effect. So it means that meatloaf used to be one word, now it's two. So if you remember it as one word, then you are from that parallel universe. If it doesn't make sense, it's because it doesn't make sense. But it does to them. So yes, I'm a bona fide interdimensional timeline jumping Mandela affected matrix breaker. And even though I've made it, they don't want me in their club. Stavely says that I'm a bad person because I sell masks. Called me a wolf, I believe. So I kind of wanted to bring this up, why we sell masks. But mainly it's because, I think I brought this up earlier. We're in the middle of a culture war, and I don't want to cede cultural space. There's a new religion being imposed upon us, and you don't win by backing out. So by creating products, even joke products, one, they're less likely to be censored. It's just a product. But then two, it puts you in direct competition in the memosphere. So a well-placed meme is like a wrench in the works. And that's one of the meanings of the wrench of our penguin here. You see the penguin with the blue wrench. Well, the wrench is a tool of law and order, keeps the trolls out of the chat, keeps the think tank functional. It's also a tool of deconstruction. That's what the thing represents itself. And in many ways, what we're doing here is we're deconstructing a false paradigm. So I don't think that it's a bad idea to put your ideas out there wherever you can in a more subversive manner than destructive, boycotting doesn't work. Oh, by the way, we now have a new way to keep this channel up and running, and one of the ways that we're doing this is we're now taking super chats again, which was taken away from us because of our opinions, but infiniteplane.store. If you go to that link, you will see a form there, or a little super chat form. You just put your name, put your message, and whatever you put on there will show up on the screen, and I think it stays there until the next person puts a message up. So we now have super chat functionality at infiniteplane.store. And if you go to that link, you can also get the latest archives, and we have our 24/7 player there. Zara says, Quantum Jumper Tim. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, let's say you're a non-believer, you're an atheist, and the local Christian church doesn't like you. And then you see an angel. You think they would welcome you with open arms. Oh, you're one of us now. You had a miracle. You had an experience that connects you to us. So here I am. I'm Mandela affected because I think meatloaf is one word. And instead of reaching out to me saying, hey, I want to extend an olive branch. You've been through it. You've crossed over. You're in this timeline. Instead of reaching out to me and building their congregation, they mock us. They say I'm a wolf. I'm like, well, what are you, sheep? And this actually makes sense too. It really does. Because Stavely and all of his ilk, they all fled to Rofkin. Do any of you know what Rofkin is? It's an obscure echo chamber platform for YouTubers who claim to be victims of censorship. And most of them are lying. Without naming names, there was, I believe ODD said that his channel was hacked and he had to go to Rofkin, where you got to pay $10 a month to listen. It's like, okay, I can do better research on Netflix if I want to know what the enemy's thinking, opposition research. What value am I going to get from listening to a bunch of people lying about being persecuted so they can hole up on some obscure platform in order to, better monetize it, I guess. Good for them. But my point is, the pretense is kind of fallacious. Because the Infinite Plane Society is not a victim of censorship. Even though we're a target, even though we've lost more than 100 channels and who knows what else. But victimhood's a mentality. And the Rofkin sheep prefer to lose, to cede ground in the culture war, and run. So I think that's why they call IPS the wolf. So I won't take that as an insult. And in fact, here on the screen, I have a image of a penguin wolf. Let's see here. Thirst for Truth says they said Karen B's YouTube channel got deleted, but it's still there. No, they all did it. All of the sheep, all of the non-IPS sheep who went to Rofkin lied about being censored. Like, why do you have to lie? I remember Alex Jones did it too. He's like, oh yeah, we're being persecuted, we're being censored. It's like, well, how did you upload the video to YouTube that said you're being censored? So anyway, my main point there was, the reason I'm selling masks is the reason I'm staying on YouTube. It's about winning and not losing. Okay, let us go ahead and continue. Talking about Space Wars, Kenosha Kyle, and the riots to come. Tom Cruise and his face today looking exactly like his face from Vanilla Sky, the movie 20 years ago. That's strange. Let me go ahead and go back to that really quick here. A couple things that really stood out to me. These are all just media synchronicities, I guess you could say, coincidences. So this is the week of the re-release of Tom Cruise's Vanilla Sky. It's been 20 years, and so they're releasing that movie again. And just in time, here we have Tom Cruise on the world stage, and people are noting that his face has looked a little strange lately. First it was a little poofy, well, very poofy, like a chipmunk. Well, his latest image, his face looks kind of saggy. And it looks exactly like his face from Vanilla Sky after his character gets his face repaired, surgically repaired after a major crash. Now, here's another interesting coincidence to bring up here. I already made the connection between Tom Cruise jumping off the building at the end of the movie Vanilla Sky, which had a lot of 9/11 tie-ins and came out right after 9/11, and how he's pictured wearing a, quote, jumper. The media said, Tom Cruise dressed in a black knit jumper. And he's posed like the jumper. So that's kind of an interesting coincidence. Well, here's one more for you. So in the movie Vanilla Sky, where his face looks like the way his face looks right now, 20 years later, again, he goes through the surgical reconstruction of his face. So he goes under the knife. His face is being carved up. His name in the movie is David Ames. Kind of fascinating. Maybe not a connection. Maybe it is. But David Amos is the guy that was just knifed 17 times just a few weeks ago. Might be nothing. But anyway. Someone posted some other pictures here. Some Minority Report masks worn by Tom Cruise that look very much like the face he has now. So yes, his face has been a subject of interest. And the connection between his most, Vanilla Sky being re-released and the way his face looks really stands out. And in Vanilla Sky, he ends the movie by jumping off a building like a 9/11 jumper, David Amos, or David Ames, and he's wearing a jumper. Okay, going through some comments. User Offline says, Tom's allergic to vanilla, makes his face swell. Maybe he OD'd on adrenochrome. Could be a number of things. I thought maybe they're putting body doubles out there in order to confuse us. So if they do a death fakery or something, the real Tom continues on, and I don't know what they're doing, but there's something. Some kind of subterfuge. Oh, by the way, happy Scorpio. 3 people killed and 400 injured in the Egyptian city of Aswan. A deadly scorpion infestation caused the authorities to block roads and close the schools down because of this. Heavy rain and thunderstorms brought these scorpions out. Hundreds of people being stung by scorpions. Now, I don't have any pictures to prove it. It's just a headline. And these are the types of things where, to me, it's always a question of a burden of proof. And to me, the burden of proof is not mine. Let's see, world news. U.S. says Russia conducted a dangerous and irresponsible missile test, creating debris. Again, that's in the news. Space station is going to be going down soon, I think. Hippie says vanilla pudding. Yeah, yeah, looking at his face, that last one. Yeah, pretty bad. Again, if you're joining us, I'm going to put the phones up. It's 833-311-1984 if you want to comment on anything from Kenosha to Space Wars to Tom Cruise's melting face. Also want to put this up on the screen. Have you ever sat up in bed reading tweets? Like you wake up, you read your tweets. I mean, I'm not sure if any of you are addicted to Twitter like that, but have you ever dropped a phone on your face? It'll never happen again with one of these Infinite Plane Radio smartphone ring holders. So this is a ring holder that sticks on the back of your phone. It has IPR, and we ripped that off of NPR because we are the anti-NPR. Infinite Plane Radio, open phones for open minds. And this ring attaches to the back of your phone, so you can put your finger through it, and you will not drop it on your face when you're lying in bed, or ever, really. And then it also acts as a kickstand. So you can have your phone up, and you can watch it, and it will stay up. You won't have to worry about it falling over. So again, this is a kickstand / phone holding ring. I'll put a link in the chat. It says Infinite Plane Radio, open phones for open minds, right on back. I want to say thanks to everyone who's been checking out the store lately. You know, look, the more people use or frequent our stores and support us in other ways, the less we have to give a darn about any kinds of terms of service or community guidelines, because we're not dependent. And that's one of the things I never wanted to be. I never wanted to be dependent on the income from any single platform that gives them any kind of leverage over what I say. So, I mean, just to give you an example, of what kind of power these companies think they wield. So you have DLive decides to cut us off because we are too political in their view. Well, DLive was a 24/7 stream which has a passive income, people chatting, it aggregates. We were probably making $1,000 a month. So it depends on, maybe it's not a lot of money to you, but if you're just running live streaming, that's enough to pay for all of your software, hardware upgrades, and other bills. So when they pull the plug on that, it really does make a difference. It's like, okay, well, am I going to change what I say? And my answer is no. I just called them out as a bunch of chi-coms and spineless fascists, conformists, and losers who don't deserve our time or attention, which I stand by that. Thirst for Truth says, I can see Kyle getting found guilty on something so he can start the relocation program to Crisis Actor Island. Right. Where is he going to go, though? He's very recognizable. It's kind of interesting. Got this cherubic, pudgy individual, clearly not the Nazi ideal, but they're looking at him as the face of white nationalism and racism. Like the left sees him as the embodiment of everything that they fear, and no, I don't think so. I don't think they're going to find him guilty on anything. I think they're going to create maximum outrage. They might find him guilty, and I actually said this the night of the riots. I said Kyle Rittenhouse is guilty of one thing, of being an excellent shot. Let's see here. Thirst for Truth says Wolf Gwyn is looking cool. Oh yes, the penguin Wolf Gwyn. Is that what we're going to call it? Yeah, apparently we are wolves in penguin clothing. That's one of the strangest things about the whole internet, quote, truther community, is they're very much against money and commerce, which I don't think makes any sense. I mean, take a look at this orange Infinite Plane Society black wrench penguinati unisex heavy blend hooded sweatshirt. Nothing wrong with this, and we're not doing it, quote, for the money. We're doing this so that we can continue to operate and spread our memes and remain uncensored. And pretty soon we're going to have a print newspaper, and at that point pretty much I think we'll be unstoppable, because we will be the world's only, and this is true, we will be the only counter media organization out there. And when I mean counter media, or I'm not saying anti, because we're not anti, but it's more of a thing where we're the only news agency that can credibly say that our stories aren't predicated on believing all the fake news. So it's post-fake news. It's post-media. It's more of a critique, possibly satire, but we do have a lot of real reporting going into it. It's going to be the new hot sheets. Are you all familiar with Men in Black and the hot sheets? So the hot sheets are what Tommy Lee Jones in Men in Black called the tabloids. And that's because this is where you get the truth, the tabloids. Of course, I'll play a clip here so you can hear where I'm coming from, because we are going to be creating the new hot sheets.
Let me check the hot sheets.
These are the hot sheets. Best investigative reporting on the planet. Go ahead, read the New York Times if you want to. They get lucky sometimes. Thanks, Manny.
Then I believe you're looking for tips in the supermarket tabloids.
Not looking for. Found.
So here you have a tabloid where you find the truth. Well, that's what we're going to be doing. And of course, the world out there will think it's fake because they don't know what's real and what is fake. We do. And so this will be sort of a kind of an in-your-face, truth-in-your-face type of situation. And the population of eyes wide shut, programmed automatons won't know it, and they'll probably laugh at it. But if we keep it satirical and we keep it tabloid, it won't be burned and censored as hate speech. We fly beneath the radar. So that's something to look forward to starting in 2022. All right, let's go ahead and continue. User offline mentioned something. Oh yeah, Men in Black. There are some connections in Men in Black we should look into really quick here, having to do with Corona. So Men in Black is about aliens, but the aliens don't show up in the sky like War of the Worlds, but they're already among us. Well, it takes place, like the main scene takes place in Corona Park in Flushing Meadows. Corona Park. So the connection here, Corona Park, is in many ways the virus was the alien invasion. It really did all the things that you would have expected of an alien invasion. But the very first UFO crash was in Roswell, and it was in Corona Field. So what are the odds? Corona Park, Corona Field, a ranch near Corona, New Mexico. And I think that's how far back this agenda actually goes. You know, the very first spy satellite, I don't even think this was declassified until just recently. The very first spy satellites were the Corona satellite. It was a series of, here we go, a series of American strategic reconnaissance satellites operated by the CIA called Corona. So I happen to think that Corona might really even be code for total surveillance above and within. Total surveillance. So it started in 1956. The Corona project was pushed forward rapidly following the shooting down of a U-2 spy plane over the Soviet Union. And anyway, just the name stands out, Corona, no coincidences, and the connection between aliens and viruses is also something worth exploring. You know, the very first vaccine for Corona was Putin's vaccine, which they called Sputnik 5. Putin reveals he was vaccinated with Russia's Sputnik 5. Now, the significance here is the Russians won the outer space race by launching Sputnik. And that would have been, was it 63, was it 1957? Well, here they win the vax race with something called Sputnik. So here you have a correlation between outer space and inner space. That's what I mean, spy satellites, outer space. And then, of course, the corona pandemic gives them the pretext for inner space, spy. And let me point out one other thing. So, the Economist magazine cover is constantly predicting the future. I mean, it really is. There's an issue from August of 2020 called The Aliens Among Us, How Viruses Shape the World. And if you look at this cover, it looks like outer space. It looks like you're seeing moons and planets and rockets and satellites. But no, you're actually looking at inner space and viruses and bacterium and the injected boosters to fight the virus. So inner space and the vaccine represents what? An inner war over inner space junk, inner space contaminants. So you see the correlation? At the same time, we're fighting a war on inner space or in inner space. We're fighting a war in outer space, space junk. And what's more, the first time the space station was ever hit by space junk was recently, and it was during a mission called Celestial Immunity, where the astronauts are testing the efficacy of vaccines in space, and the quote arm, the literal arm of the space station gets hit by a piece of space junk, like Grosskreutz, right above the elbow. But it was vaxxed. You get it? Celestial immunity shot in the arm. The space station was vaxxed. So outer space, space junk, space debris being a problem, inner space junk being a problem, strong correlations. And then you look at the symbol of the rocket and connect it to the symbol of the booster or the booster shot, the vaccine needle, and then they even use the term booster when we're talking about the solid rocket boosters. So again, to get to outer space, booster. To get to inner space, booster. There's a story being told that connects the two, as above, so below. And there are many more correlations here worth examining. Let me bring up one more. So you have the vaccine called Sputnik that comes out. Well, at the same time, and I'm sure this is just a coincidence, there's a movie in 2020 that came out of Russia called Sputnik. Literally at the same time that the vaccine comes out. And the movie is about astronauts or cosmonauts who catch a virus in space. And the virus is an alien, and it resides in their body and it grows into their esophagus, and at night it comes out to feed on the blood and fear of human victims. So you got the adrenochrome story here, basically. But again, alien invasion, virus connection, Sputnik. Last year, 2020, just as the Sputnik vax comes out. And this is an alien that takes possession from inner space. So again, another connection. It's from outer space, but it accesses you through inner space. Sputnik, man has a new inhabitant. I mean, check out that tagline. Man has a new inhabitant. So this was highly suggestive that the vaccine would contain an alien. And then you have the cover from The Economist, The Aliens Among Us, How Viruses Shape the World. You kind of see the subtext here. The Metascript picture is looking very bleak. Go through some comments. Zerit says, Space Needles. Oh yeah, and the Space Needle was consciously designed to look like, deliberately designed to look like, a flying saucer and a tractor beam. There's a lot I could say about the Space Needle. You know how often we talk about the number 42 and how it connects to outer space and Elon Musk, how Elon Musk consciously puts the number 42 into everything? Look, Elon Musk tweets a picture of 42 on his Starship. Elon Musk, 42,000 satellites could change the world. Elon Musk and his obsession with 42. Like, this is an ongoing thing. Well, check this out. So the Space Needle, and needle is another word for obelisk, by the way. Well, the Space Needle in Seattle, which is state number 42, is 42 meters wide. It takes 42 seconds to get to the top of the Space Needle. That is 42 seconds in the tractor beam, which is what the elevator represents. And think L, elevator. It's a 42-second trip. Look, just 42 seconds. That's all it takes to reach the top of Seattle's Space Needle. And these aren't coincidences. There's a story being told here, a story that's unfolding. And the Space Needle is what? Well, if you're getting raptured by a UFO into its tractor beam, it's to elevate you. You're being lifted above the world. You're being saved. Now, if the world's being overcome by a virus, what's going to save you so you can make it into the new age? A needle. And it's the space age that we're moving into. And this is all code, if you ask me. Going through some comments here. Now, these numbers are encoded into these things intentionally, if you ask me. So these correlations aren't accidental. None of this stuff is. Sputnik vaccine, the theme, none of this stuff can be coincidental. Humanity has a new inhabitant. All right, let me go ahead and go through comments. Zara says a martini in that restaurant costs $42. Well, if we want to get into it, I mean, there is a lot of there are a lot of indicators here that this is all part of an ongoing plan, that the next rapture in the space age is still to come. But I'm also open to the idea that this was all programming for the salvation through the needle as being the key, or rather the way into the new age. But there's still more to come, I happen to think. You know, a lot of the predictive programming incidentally points at Seattle as ground zero for the reboot of civilization. In fact, that's an actual phrase. In episode 11, season 3 of Colony, it's this dystopian science fiction, as they all are, where society's been invaded by an alien that you never see. Everything's gone authoritarian, as it has, and we haven't seen anything. It's all just been hearsay. But in Colony, again, season 3, episode 11, you have this group of insurrectionists called the Phoenix Project, and they're trying to overthrow the aliens or whatever. But they go to Seattle, which is ground zero for the reboot of civilization. And I thought that's fascinating because in 2020, on 3/11, and there's a 3/11, season 3, episode 11, on March 11th, it was declared a pandemic. Patient zero, ground zero, was in fact Seattle, right there by the Space Needle, which is proximal to Bill Gates's headquarters. Salty Siren says they want to insert us into blockchain slavery. We'll see. I mean, I do think there's nothing to fear from the contents of the thing itself. I think it's all just been to inject a schism into society, as it has. It's pretty obvious now how effective that has been. Okay, let me go through my minds.com. If you go to minds.com/infiniteplanesociety, I post links to all of the things that we discuss. I've been covering some of the drama among various anti and pro flat earth channels. It's getting pretty ugly. I want to say thanks to Polecat. Polecat, we have at infiniteplane.media a donor wall for anyone who's supporting Infinite Planes think tank. So you can post your name up there. Again, I want to say thanks to all the supporters, because if it wasn't for enough of you wanting to hear this or even participate in these think tanks, it wouldn't be happening.
Construct, where nothing is as it seems. Your dreams and aspirations have been selected for you. All that makes you who you are was predetermined by the now functioning AI. Free thought is no longer an option. We now have control over all things, including the very thoughts we allow it to have. Do not try to resist. Welcome to the masquerade.
Welcome to the masquerade.
Masquerade JT33 featuring Symbia. We're back for a third time. If you're listening over on Mixler, that is at infiniteplane.store or darkmatter.radio. Anywhere else, you didn't have the interruptions everyone else has had. So yeah, our video channel has been up and on. Let me see who's over there. Let's see, we got Overthought. Yes, Travis Feep. Shan7734 says, awesome show, great guest. Oh, in reference to, yes, Human Vibration, Donnie the Dead. All right, I see a lot of people joining us. Juliana Holax, Bethany. Are you done with Rumble? No, I will be back on Rumble. It's a small $25 a month to stream on there, but it's worth it once you have enough people. So we'll be back on there and everywhere else very, very soon. Let's see what else we have. I'm going through my comments on Mixler again, so I don't miss anything. Okay, it's me. Cheech has some images for me to look at. I got those links. I'll vet those. Okay, and I'll be back over to Mixler to check those comments. Zareth says, loud and clear. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what's happening. It's never happened before. We've never had so many channels shut down so fast. I mean, this is what, 3 or 4 different live streams cut off. Well, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Let's see what we left off on. So many things we could talk about now. We were talking about the World Ahead 2022 and the Economist cover. The very prescient Economist. Some of the other headlines on there. See, China and climate change. America's purpose. Yeah, climate change is the big one. COVID was a cover to fast track the climate change agenda, which is now 33 years into global warming. Have the ocean levels actually risen at all? If they have, it was only last year. And it was from the billions and billions of masks and the improperly discarded PPE. Speaking of PPE, there's no amount of protective posture that Gene Simmons can do or wear that will undo his damage as a super spreader. Gene Simmons says he slept with 5,000 women in his career, and he's worried about catching COVID from the unvaccinated. Oh, here we go. We should brace ourselves. Experts warn Steve Bannon's indictment will inflame Trump's dejected base. So the people who are waiting for JFK and JFK Jr., the QAnoners, the far right, may see a martyr in Bannon. And I do see evidence of that. And Bannon, of course, from Breitbart, right-wing agitator and is being blamed for the insurrection, which was clearly a theater. Oh, here's a new one. Globally, women are more vulnerable to the effects of climate change than men. So climate change is sexist. This is very consistent with the Marxist ideologues who use anything as a stalking horse for Marxism. And in this case, their attack on capitalism is because capitalism is racist, it's sexist, it's everything that you don't want to be. So now they're saying that the racist, sexist climate change that's destroying the world is also disproportionately affecting, I'm assuming, cis women. It says women are more vulnerable than men. Climate-related exacerbation of air pollution and heat exposure possesses a significant threat to pregnant women and their fetuses in the United States. It's from CBS. For the first time in the U.S., researchers found evidence that climate change affects pregnancy, low birth weight, etc. Okay, got it. Certainly not reaching. Okay, here's a reference. I mentioned this earlier about Astroworld. Kylie Jenner feels the weight of this more than anyone. It says here, I know people do not think she cares, but she does. Now, she's at the Astroworld event, and she actually filmed the ambulance. This is just very questionable. You know, the idea that someone connected to reality TV would actually be presenting some of the footage that's used in the final storyline. Here's the clip in reference.
earlier, and even more furious with Kylie Jenner, who recorded an ambulance driving through the crowd in front of her. A source close to the Kardashians told the press, Kylie feels the weight of people were critical of Travis for not ending his set earlier, and even more furious with Kylie Jenner, who recorded an ambulance driving through the crowd in front of her. A source close to the Kardashians told...
So she recorded it, and I guess didn't do anything. It was just in her footage. But my point is, what are the odds? You got some billionaire reality TV star or reality TV connected individual. To me, no, this is... Kylie Jenner's association with this is another thing that suggests it's all just theater. Now, this is the photo I was telling you about, rather the shirt and the design that goes on it. If you look at the screen, this picture is the 2000 Pearl Jam shirt from their binaural tour. So if you look at the picture, it's got an eyeball and it's got like an infinity or a figure 8. And this is all connecting to Astroworld. It looks like the stage with the CERN opening and the eye. And the 8 jets of flame, the number 8 was the big number at first. Rip for the 8 is what they said in the hashtag when it trended. So this shirt was being worn by Travis Scott in his video Escape Plan. And at that concert where this shirt comes from, 50,000 people attended and 8 died. We're talking about a Pearl Jam concert that seemed like the template for Astroworld. Okay, let's see another one. Glenn DeVry, the one who went up into space with Shatner, who died in a plane crash. Apparently he crashed near Aleister Crowley's burial site. This is brought up by Secret Sun blog. I don't know if that means anything except, well, if you want to go into it, what does Aleister Crowley have to do with outer space? Well, actually everything. Jack Parsons, who is the American counterpart to Aleister Crowley, is pretty much the godfather of modern rocketry, and I think he was one of the first ones to put the idea forth of going to the moon. Anyway, Aleister Crowley's ashes were buried, okay, I didn't know that, in Hampton, New Jersey. And this is the area where the crash happened. Don't know if it means anything, but again, Secret Sun, great blog, and I'll put a link in there if you want to check that out for yourself. All right, let me go ahead and continue. I'm going to go through my Twitter feed. My Twitter feed is Real Tim Osman. If you follow me there, I retweet anything I find to be of value or of interest. And there are a lot of people who are doing this deep dive into the fakery in the world. And people are really turning up some startling things. I find this to be also interesting. Resident Evil 4. It's a game you play with the Oculus. You put the headpiece on and you get attacked by zombies. Well, the theme of the game is anoclophobia, fear of crowds. And this comes out just as Astroworld comes out. So the Astroworld theme, fear of crowds, I think was a big part of it. Big mobs of people. I think they are trying to program you, all of us, with xenophobia, fear of other people, fear of crowds. I think they're trying to condition people to be afraid of the sky, things falling from the sky, the air quality, climate change now affecting the air quality, etc. This is, I think, the agenda. I had someone in the chat earlier say that they're worried about being rounded up and taken to FEMA camps. It's like, no, your home is the FEMA camp. They're getting you comfortable, getting you acclimated to this new normal, and then they're going to take away your ability to travel. And then what's the difference between being in a camp over there or everyone being in their own camp? Okay, here's just a quote. If you don't control your mind, someone else will. That's true. I've been thinking about the NPC theory, the idea that you have non-playing characters in the world, people who are just vacant, who aren't even there. And I think that it's not exactly true that they're not there. I just think that they're not 100% in control, or rather, they're not the main decision maker. That the decisions are all coming from cultural defaults. And we are in a culture war. We really are. It's a holy war. We've had a puritanical revision of our society, a new version of All of the bad ideas of the big religions of the past have been brought back, but with the pretext of science and the authority of science. Going through comments, Zin says, I pay monthly rent for my FEMA camp. Right? Finvar says, Bro Sanchez broke down the Astroworld debauchery with some amazing stuff. Alchemy and Travis Scott being a witch. Well, Travis Scott, who's friends with Bill Clinton, I don't know what that says about his character. Being photographed with Bill, laughing, and it's all just photo ops to bolster Bill's appearance, to make him cool or whatever, hip. I don't know. Why would you do Bill Clinton a favor? Anyway, if you look at his shirt, it has people turning into demons. And yet, I'm a conspiracy theorist for saying that this is a satanic ritual, but Demi Lovato is not a conspiracy theorist for saying that aliens are offended by being called aliens. And why is it that people get, we let the media decide what is and what isn't acceptable discourse. And they just have just the worst ideas. Okay, we'll continue. Again, we're going through my Twitter feed. I'd like to hear what Brother Sanchez has to say about it. I know that right after the event, the debauchery continued. They didn't seem to even care until it was an issue, until it was talked about. I think even Drake went to a strip club right after. We were talking about the man who fell to earth earlier, and this just popped up on my feed, so I'm going to bring it up really quick. A fascinating world stage character. He has Elvis Presley's birthday. That's just one of the things about him. This is David Bowie. Now, David Bowie had an album called Black Star, and there was an associated Broadway performance that had to do with one of the songs, Lazarus, which is a continuation of this character's journey across David Bowie's career. David Bowie's the stage persona. It's not his real name. But one of the things about David Bowie is that he follows, and his character in the music has followed the space age as it's evolved, as it's developed. As we've gone down this path, our collective space odyssey, Bowie's music has been a part of it. In fact, the BBC played Space Oddity during Apollo 11. Now, the significance here is that 2001 Space Odyssey is about David Bowman, and David Bowman and David Bowie, I believe, are related. Even though Bowie never specifically says it, it's very much implied, and there's a lot to substantiate that. A few things about it. DB, the initials, you get your 4-2. All this is very significant. It's noteworthy that the first music video filmed in space was in the ISS, Chris Hadfield, who performed Space Oddity, ground control to Major Tom. Then a few years later, Elon Musk sends a Tesla Roadster to space. Few interesting things about that one. But the Tesla Roadster has a passenger they call Starman. A Starman is another David Bowie song, and they launch it up there and it's playing David Bowie's music. So David Bowie's music's going out into the galaxy, being played on an endless loop in this Tesla Roadster. By the way, Starman is an anagram for Mr. Satan, and that ties into the narrative of the man who fell to earth, and it has everything to do with David Bowie's lightning bolt over his eye. This character falls to earth. So the man who falls to earth, which ties into the story of Jeff Bezos, by the way, and New Mexico in particular, which is where the story takes place, and it's where Bezos is from. But he eventually goes back to Mars. Well, at the end of his career, David Bowie has Lazarus. Well, at the end, Lazarus rises from the dead. And in the video, he rises up. And in the lyrics to the song Lazarus, David Bowie says something about looking down on everybody after having passed on over to the other side. Well, 4 days after his supposed death, he shows up on Sky News with a mouth plumper and a bad wig and a fake accent, pretending to be somebody else. So just like Lazarus coming back 4 days after his death, David Bowie, and again, his final music video, Lazarus, comes back from the dead. I'm going to play this clip here, and this was posted by Seek the Truth 101, and that would be Rambo. And I'll post a link if you want to follow his Twitter page.
Jack. Fortress Music, and worked as in the music industry as an executive in the Bowie era, and also Bowie's fashion sense we're going to talk about as well. It's influenced the era. And Lizzie Zeta, fashion stylist, is with. Welcome to you both. Apologies again,
No
Jack.
problem.
I mean, but perhaps first sum up how you felt this morning when you heard this.
I
news.
was just saying earlier that I actually felt that part of me had died. I mean,
Okay, if somebody you knew died, would you laugh when asked about it? No, you wouldn't, because you're not a lying crisis actor. Well, he laughs. He says, when Bowie died, a part of me died. He actually said that.
yeah, that I actually felt that part of me had died.
Smirk, smirk. And one of the things they did throughout this broadcast is they pixelated his face. Now, I think this was done intentionally. So we're thinking, oh, it's just a bad connection. No, they blurred his face to further obscure it because it was way too obvious when you looked at his very distinctive dilated pupil. Bowie's eyes are asymmetrical. Another connection, the one eye symbolism, one eye club. You got Richard Branson with the black eye just the other day. Well, Bowie has the one eye that is, well, asymmetrical. And the significance here, it's the symbolism. So if you look at every picture of David Bowie, it's emphasized. One eye is different than the other. So again, the man who fell to earth is the start of this character. Lazarus would be the end. Interesting world stage character, but let me just go ahead and jump on over to Jeff Bezos, whose own life mirrors the man who fell to earth. And his eye being very distinctive and specifically and intentionally accentuated to show you. And this is the same symbol as the Black Eye Club covering one eye. They're constantly doing this. And I'm suggesting this is one of their winks to their little club, the Cult of the Obelisk. All right, going through some comments. Thank you for the link to the YouTube video with Bro Sanchez. I'll check that out today. A lot of people are taking an interest in this Astro World, and there is a lot to go through. His video is called Travis Scott Astro World Death Ritual Proved 100% Soul Harvesting and Alchemy Used for Immortality. Let me just play about 30 seconds here.
He didn't know. He famous. He got everything going on, and it wasn't Travis Scott fault. And y'all want to engage into all that kind of fuckery dialogue instead of getting into all this Satanism and alchemy and this symbolism going on, because it's not no coincidence.
All right, that's Bro Sanchez. Great bit of commentary here on the Astro World event. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to post that over on my Minds account. So if you follow me at minds.com/infiniteplanesociety, you get links to everything that we talk about. Again, that was Bro Sanchez. Thanks for the link. I appreciate it. One of the reasons why we handed out moderator status and wrenches in the early days of our think tank was we wanted people to be able to share links so we could pull our research together. Before we had Discord or any other sites as a base for operations, we did everything here, right on YouTube, right out there, and it made it very easy to share